getting out of this event so far?
So first of all, we've got Dave here, and just from Operation Motorsport, tell us what car you're working on, your background, and what's brought you here to Race of Remembrance.
I'm the crew chief, or the car chief, for the number 22 Operation Motorsport USA car. And I'm originally from Oklahoma in the United States. I was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran for 6 years and a major in the Oklahoma Army National Guard for another 16. And I came here to show that, once you get out of the military, I show to myself that I still have a purpose, that I still have work that I can do, and I can still be of service to somebody. But this way I can do it in a way that the memories are good, not necessarily as spicy as some of the other ones are.
Yeah. So how did you first come into contact with Operation Motorsport and indeed Mission Motorsport in the first place?
So I joined an iRacing sim league, and one of the guys in the sim league was an Operation Motorsport beneficiary and was telling us all about it, telling us about the program. And I signed up and said, hey, there's so many guys that have it worse than I do. If they call and say, hi, how you doing, that's all I care about. But they called me up and they said, no, your needs are just as important as anyone else's. And they really reached out to me and made me feel welcome. They made me feel like I have a home, like I have a team that I can be a part of, that I can be just as proud of my service here as I was of my service there. And it was just fantastic. So,
of course, being part of the military is part of being one massive team anyway, in that sense. So how much did you feel really at home straight away from joining these guys who've been in similar situations to you, and the fact that you had so much camaraderie, not just on the field but also away from that, now at the racetrack and in the garage?
So the type of people who join the service are the type of people who work in the paddock on the race team. We make the same dirty jokes, we make the same comments, we have all of the same skills. The only difference is, when I was in the military, the wrenches are a little bit bigger and the trucks aren't as pretty as the cars. That's it. That's the only difference. So it walked right in the door and it just felt like home.
Excellent. Well, it's great to have you here. We'll come back to you in a second, but Rob, you've got his Canadian counterpart with that right next to you.
Certainly. Introduce yourself to the world. We've got people from around the world listening. Introduce yourself, what you used to do, and why you're here with Operation Motorsport.
Yes, so my name is Greg Meismer. I'm from Texas, the United States. I was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. No offense.
Team Canada.
Yeah,
counterpart is what I meant.
No offense here. I'm also a U.S. Marine. I was stationed at Fort Worth, Texas. I did 3 years. Got out on a medical discharge, and I was lost for a long time, right? So it's kind of hard to figure out what you want to be when you grow up, when you were already the thing that you wanted to be when you grow up. So yeah, that's how I ended up here. Got in touch with these guys, and they brought me out, gave me a new sense of purpose, and yeah, it's been a life-changing experience so far.
And we understand there's a very special birthday today, as well as paying respect and remembrance. It's a very special birthday for the Marine Corps.
Yes, it is. 249th birthday of the Marine Corps. I know it's not very high up in age when compared to some of the things here in the UK, but
here in the UK, 100 miles is a long distance, but 100 years is a short time.
Yeah.
in the States, 100 miles is what I drive to work, and 100 years is forever ago.
Yeah.
So. Fantastic. Well, guys, it's a pleasure to talk to you. We're going to actually see more of the team later on. We're going to have a garage tour with the Operation Motorsport team and get the stories of more of the fantastic team behind the scenes here. But, Scott, I hear cars out on track. I think it's time, guys, to get part 2 of the Race of Remembrance 2024 underway here at Anglesey. Brilliantly cameraed and produced by the team here at Alpha Live, and stewarded well by the fantastic team here with the BRSCC. I think it's time to hand up to the legend in the commentary box, and that is Mr. Paul Trustwell. So, Paul, we've got some good racing to get underway, and more importantly, we've got to carry on the stories that formed from last night.
It's very much carrying on as you were before, that's right. Thanks very much, Scott and Rob Lewis.
Gents, that was excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Rob Lewis as well down there in the pit lane. On the track, meanwhile, the cars are lining up, but they're not doing so in a grid formation. They're doing it in a nose-to-tail formation. And that's because what we're going to do at 9 o'clock in about 4 minutes' time is to restart the race behind the safety car, and it will be a safety car restart. So it will be as if nothing happened overnight. All the cars will merely set off in the order as they were behind the safety car at the beginning of this part of the race. So cars being lined up. As I say, this is not the race order, this is merely the order in which they came through at the end of last night's racing, which ran through until 10 o'clock at night. We had a safety car situation to bring the field under control, and we're going to get another safety car situation now. What you need to imagine is this is not a grid in the sense of 2x2, although they are lining up 2x2 now. This is more like the queue for the ferry. Remember when you go on the ferry, they line all the cars up, or on the Channel Tunnel or whatever you use for such things. All the cars on the left will go away first, and then all the cars on the right will be flagged off as soon as all the cars on the left have gone through. And then, as I say, we'll have one lap behind the safety car, and then we'll be back underway until 10:30, which point we'll suspend the race once again. Everybody will park on the start-finish line, and as many people as possible, we hope, will then make their way down into the pit lane for the Remembrance Service, the main event of the Race of Remembrance, being the Remembrance Service. Whoever you are about the circuit, whether you're marshalling, spectating, then please make your way down into the pit lane for that Remembrance Service. A very moving service it will be. Once we've got that out of the way, then we'll get the call to let's go racing, and all the drivers will then get back in their cars and we'll set off once again. So the only rule that has been in place overnight is whoever was in the car when the race was suspended last night has to be in the car at this stage. So there's been a lot of work done to the cars overnight. Obviously they'll have refueled them. In nearly all cases they'll have put new tyres on, and there may well have been various other rebuilding work done overnight. So in some cases we have virtually a new car. However, we do not have the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, car number 119, beg your pardon, which was in with a shout at the top of the field in the early stages of yesterday's race, but then sadly caught fire due to a punctured fuel pipe, which they think was punctured by a bit of debris getting into a radiator duct and then being kicked up and puncturing that fuel line, and that set fire to the car. At one point last night it would seem that Rob Boston was prepared to work on the car and get it out, but apparently not. So we haven't got Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, but I think the rest of the 54 cars are out there and are setting off now behind the safety car, with the current race leader, Alex Smith, at the wheel of the number 7 RAF Motorsport Audi TT, leading the way. This car, a bit of a surprise. It's a exercise by the RAF Motorsports Association to demonstrate what can be done with sustainable fuels. It runs on sustainable biodiesel. Quite a story behind this car, because it's been brought to the track in a truck that runs on sustainable biodiesel. The car itself runs on exactly the same fuel as the truck runs on, and it's managed to get 4 of its 6 pit stops out of the way. We'll talk about pit stops later on as the race develops, but the rules state that each car has to make at minimum 6 mandatory pit stops, each of which have to be of 4 minutes in duration. During those pit stops, they can refuel, they can do driver changes, but if they do any pit stop which involves a refuel or a driver change, then the car must stay in the pits for 4 minutes. If they just come in to do anything else to the car, possibly change a punctured tyre or something like that, then it doesn't have to be a 4-minute stop, but it then doesn't count towards your allocation of 6 mandatory stops. Now, all of the leading Class D cars have performed 4 of their 6 stops already. The race, as I say, being led by the Audi TT, number 7, in second place, but quite a long way down the queue. Actually, car number 20 in the queue is number 97. This is Steve McCulley in the Lios Racing Caterham, or Leos Racing Caterham. They are actually 2 laps behind the Audi. They've also done 4 mandatory pit stops, but unfortunately for them, the timing of their pit stops wasn't quite as agreeable as the Audi was able to do their pit stops. The Audi's pit stops having taken place under safety car conditions, whereas Steve McCulley and his Caterham teammate Don Henschel, both of them having to do pit stops under green conditions as well, and that's why they've ended part 1 of the race 2 laps behind. In third place in the race is Jason McAnulty, sharing with David McAnulty in the Lotus Elise 117, what you might call the other Lotus Elise, the purple car. Hello, Peter Shearer. Peter Shearer up here, reporting, I assume, for Autosport and Motorsport News. Yes, so the entire Motorsport media present up here in the commentary box with us. Safety car then lights are off. It's pulled into the pit lane. This is the marvellous Bentley Bentayga, which we've got as the safety car this weekend. So Alex Smith then leading them round. As I say, Steve McCulley is back in the 19 slot on the grid, so he will not be challenging, but he is a little bit behind in terms of the race because he does have this 2-lap disadvantage. In third place, Jason McAnulty, as I say, with the purple Lotus Elise just coming through now as the lights indicate the race underway once again. And then in fourth place at the moment, as the cars make their restart, is the number 27 BMW, which is one of the fastest cars on the circuit when it's in the hands of Paul Cook. Last night it was very impressive indeed with Paul Cook behind the wheel in this section of the race. It's being started by Wayne Lewis, who is the second quickest of the 3 drivers, it's fair to say, with the third driver of that team, Chris Slater, will be taking over the car, we expect, just before the Remembrance service, but we'll see how that pans out. We've got an hour and a half of racing to get through before we get to that stage. And if you're following along on the live stream or on the TSL Timing website, the TSL Timing website will be showing the aggregate positions, which is the sum of the positions as they were at the end of part 1, with times added together as well. So what you see on the timing screen won't necessarily agree exactly with what we see on the track because of the aggregate nature of the race. But Alex Smith then with this 2-lap lead on the number 97 Caterham 7 of Steve McCulley. And then Jason McAnulty with the number 117 Lotus Elise in third place. And those 2 cars, along with the 27 RAF BMW with Wayne Lewis driving, have moved themselves to the head of the field at the moment. And the other story from last night was a miscalculation by the McAnulty team, the purple Lotus Elise and the 117, who miscalculated their driving time by 34 seconds and ended up with Jason McAnulty driving for 34 seconds longer than he should have done. And that resulted in a 1-lap penalty for that car. And as a result of that, the results that were published last night showed that 1-lap penalty for the 117. So they've got to overcome that disadvantage. Once they have overcome that disadvantage, or at the moment as a result of that disadvantage, they are 1 lap behind the Steve McCulley Caterham, and therefore 3 laps behind the race-leading Audi TT. As Scott and Rob were saying, down on the grid, or down in the pit lane, there has been some overnight drizzle. The drizzle has now stopped, but it's still very damp and moist in the air, and that will lead to a somewhat greasy track. So in these early stages it's going to be a bit slippery, and as I say that, almost on cue, the BMW 116 trophy car, number 116, goes for a spin across the grass, manages to get going again, but as I say, that was a bit of a grassy moment. Coming out of church, one of the features, though, of the weather here in Anglesey is that the last few weeks, morning James Cameron, who's up here, watching events to nice and early, it's been so dry up here at Anglesey for the past few weeks is that, unlike previous years, the grass around the circuit isn't quite so boggy as it has been. There were times in years gone by when a spin across the grass like that would have ended up with the car getting bogged down, but it's not that damp and horrible this weekend, although, as I say, there are some showers forecast for the remainder of the day. But James Cameron has friends in high places, and normally the Remembrance service manages to take place without any need for umbrellas. So the race settling into a pattern. As I say, most of the leading group, Class D cars, the cars with the most powerful power-to-weight ratio, they have all completed 4 pit stops. Different situation in the smaller classes, Class C and B, but we will come to that in a minute. In the meantime, we can go down to Rob Lewis, who's down in the pits. And so what can you tell us, Rob?
As you can see down in the pit lane, car number 14 is serving a drive-through stop-go penalty already. Sorry, a stop-go penalty as opposed to a drive-through. This is left over from last night. The team were adjudged to have caused a collision. So the team are now serving their time penalty, and away they go for the rest of the race. The team frantically telling them to tag out on the Hue tag system that they have here. We'll explain a bit more about that, how that works later on. Other stories from up and down the pit lane. The Rob Boston Racing team were looking to get their Lotus Elise back on track after the fire that was occurring yesterday. The Audi TT may have been leading proceedings, but the team were up until 4:30 last night trying to fix small niggling issues that they had with the car that they nursed towards the finish line. And Scuderia Polo Rosso. We spoke to them once the broadcaster finished last night, and they finished the race with a puncture. No other damage, miraculously enough. James Matthews took that car around for the last 15 minutes of the race, 10 seconds a lap off the pace, and thought it's better to shed 30 seconds off of his race time than get into the pit lane, change a wheel, and cost the team more time. There's more stories up and down the pit lane to come. None other than the Jaguar that was also involved in a bit of an altercation with another car yesterday. They broke a track rod end on that car, and none other than the BRSCC came to the rescue with their Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. They've borrowed parts from the safety car. It's currently parked with no track rod in it at the end of the pit lane, so the team can carry on using that Jaguar in this race. So they've got straight front wheels, but as for the safety car, well, they might need the bits back later on so Scott can get home. I'm going to find out some more stories up and down the pit lane, but for now it's time to head back up into the commentary box to Scott and Paul.
Yeah, just to add a bit of background to that, Scott Woodwith, who's joined me up here in the commentary box, was given the keys to the Jaguar safety car, drove it up here from Kent on Thursday. You were intending to take it back tonight, Scott?
Yes. That was the original plan. Yes, morning everybody, but didn't see us on the beginning bit. It's a car which is regularly ferried around in my hands from circuit to circuit, depending on what's required. And yes, it was a slight surprise, but it was needing the track rod was being needed for to replace the Jaguar, but. It's the spirit of the event, so it's RRR 2024, so you do what you can to help, and all good. So there's plenty of other colleagues that I could get, and did get a lift to and from the hotel from, so it's all good on that sense.
Yeah, the car is out there and circulating in the hands of Lewis Ward, then the AFCN Motorsport entered car, and it's positioned fairly well down the field as a result of missing best part of half an hour of the race yesterday, and so we'll see how much it's going to be able to recover over the course of today's racing, ending up after part one in 49th place overall, but a magnificent car, physically as a car, but also splendidly resplendent in its pop bang colour paint job, which is a literal paint job. It's not a wrap. It is a paint job, and you get up close to the car, you can actually feel where the paint has been applied, and with various people's names inscribed on the car as well. So that's the Jaguar, which is participating in this part of the race. The Rob Boston Lotus Elise, as Rob Lewis was just telling us, sadly not participating in this part of the race, and therefore is, I think, the race's only retirement thus far. Another board being shown down on the pit lane for another stop and go penalty for a car number 14 there, which is just done. So having done one stop and go penalty, they've now got another stop and go penalty for the number 14 Mazda. Wonder if they did speeding in the pit lane or something. It's sometimes what happens as drivers get distracted. The thing we haven't done yet, is to talk about the battle in Class C,
Yes.
which is the battle between the two Mazdas, which are just crossing the start-finish line at the moment. Will Blackwell Chambers at the wheel of the number 69 Clapham North MOT Mazda that he's sharing with George Grant, along with a stint from Rob Boston himself last night, although I don't think Rob's scheduled to drive the car today. But that car is leading in Class C, and in second place in Class C is the number 91 Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark III, the green and white car with the EBC brakes on the side, and that car is in second place in the class, but has an advantage because it has done 4 pit stops, whereas the Clapham North MOT car has only thus far done 3. Down in the pits, Rob's got more news for us, so down to you, Rob. Lewis in the pits.
Once again, guys, just a quick update. We spoke about car 14 coming in for its timed stop-go penalty, and the team screamed at the driver, as you heard on the broadcast, "Hugh, tag out, Hugh, tag out." So guess what the driver forgot to do? They didn't Hugh tag out, they've had to come in, another stop-go penalty for them. Such a shame already. Car 14 pulled back with 2 time penalties. And with this Hugh tag system, it's so key that you get it right. The way it works, all of the racers have a little armband on there with a red block. That tells you what driver is going in the car. Now I'm going to direct my camera up to the end of the pit lane. We've got a set of traffic lights on the right hand side where the C1 board is, and it tells you to tag out. The driver goes up to that board, holds his arm out, and the light goes green. That means it's received, and the timekeepers then know what driver is in that car at any one time. That means they can take care of how long they've been in the car, how long the stints were, and make sure everything is tickety-boo in terms of the drivers, the stints, everything's nice and legal for the driver times. But car 14 forgot to do it, committed the cardinal sin, and I'll pan the camera round to car number 119, and the pit lane goes in raptures. The Rob Boston Lotus has now rejoined this race after the fire last night. Back up to you, Paul and Scott.
Yeah, that's big news indeed, because having not seen it on the grid, I was hardly expecting to see it in the race. So prompted by my no doubt saying that it was the race's first and therefore only retirement.
You manifested it in here, back on track now.
Just to spite me. Just to prove me wrong yet again. Rob Boston's good at doing that. So the point about the Class C battle, in which Rob Boston and his team are also involved, is that the Will Blackwell Chambers car has the advantage on the track, but owes us a 4-minute pit stop, that car having done only 3 of its mandatory 6, whereas the Stuart Humphrey racing car has already done 4 of its mandatory 6 stops. So it's going to have to do an extra pit stop, the Clapham North car, and that will cost it 4 minutes in the pit lane. Provided the circuit is green, it will cost it 4 minutes if the safety car comes out as well. But if everyone else is going more slowly, then your 4 minutes is less expensive. So that will be what George Grant and his team will be hoping to do with their Clapham North MOT car. A bit of a needle match between 69 and 91, and we will be following that. They've done very well overall, the pair of them, moving up to 6th and 7th places in the overall standings. And as far as Class B is concerned, they are not far behind either, because in 8th place is the leading Class B car, and that's Lowell Forsyth with the Track Scotland 2 Mini Cooper. But we have the similar situation in Class C with pit stops, in that nearly all of the Class B runners up at the top have done 3 pit stops. And that is 155 Track Scotland, who have done 3 pit stops. Then in second in Class B, we've got the Auto Test Mazda of Seb Fisher, car number 24. That car has done 3 pit stops. Then the number 14 Lancaster Insurance car, which Brian Chandler was in 3rd place from, but having done 2 pit stops already, served 2 penalty pit stop and goes, that's put him at some disadvantage. Straight back into the pits has come the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. Scott will tell us what they're doing to it.
Looks like I thought it was possibly just an installation, just a recovery check to make sure it's all good. You notice that they've used quite a lot of blue, quite nicely colour coordinated tape actually on the right hand side, where they had the issue where they had a stone or piece of debris go through and it cut some kind of an oil line or a coolant line, which then unfortunately set the car to catch a light last night. So I imagine that was possibly at the very least just a quick kind of 1 lap installation shakedown to make sure that all the important bits are still working. Give it a quick check over and then quick wipe of the mirrors and away it'll go, hopefully. Rob's looking fairly confident. Doesn't look worried about the car at all now that it's up and running again. Just give it a quick once over and I think it should be hopefully good to go, which it is. There it goes.
Yes, it's Peter Mansfield driving the car at the moment, and Peter Mansfield, who's the regular driver of that car. This is not one of its 6 pit stops. Obviously, they didn't change the driver, didn't put any fuel in it. So that car, having spent 2.5, 3 hours of yesterday's race stuck in the garage, is going to be still have to do its 6 pit stops. We've got a safety car coming out again. Yellow flags waved across the start-finish line, and already then a safety car, and therefore an opportunity for cars to come into the pits even at this early stage. They won't need much fuel, having only been running for 20 minutes, but it could be a cheap pit stop if they do want to top up with fuel and take advantage of the fact that the safety car is out.
And there's the cause of it. It's the 27 BMW M3. That's our front row sitter from yesterday afternoon, and that car's pulled to a stop. Not quite sure exactly where, but it's pulled up to the barriers, and that's mechanical by the look of it. So unfortunately, the M3,
that's the 4th place car,
which had Wayne Lewis at the wheel of it, I'm afraid, has decided to grind to a halt, which is not the way they wanted to start their Sunday morning.
No, absolutely. And so Wayne Lewis, 4th place at the moment. That car led the early stages of the race in the hands of Paul Cook. Paul, having been incredibly quick in the early stages of yesterday's race, having pulled out a margin of very nearly a minute in the first hour or so of the race. Then the safety car came out. That squashed everybody up again, down to about 15 seconds. He pulled out another minute very nearly, and then the driver changes starting to take place, and the car very slow in the pits. I say very slow in the pits, though. We're doing 7.5 minutes to do fueling and a driver change on that BMW. They then got it down to 6 minutes for their second pit stop, and then their third pit stop was down more around the 4.5 minute mark, which is where it should be. But as a result of those longer pit stops, the BMW dropped to 4th place in the overall standings at the end of yesterday's 7-hour portion. Is 4th now, or at least it was 4th when the safety car came out, but having parked up against the barrier for the last 2 laps, it's already dropped to 6th place behind the Clapham North MOT Mazda of Will Blackpool Chambers. A couple of the Citroens coming in for their pit stops to pick up a little bit of extra fuel, and I would expect some of the Class B cars to take this opportunity to come in as well. In comes number 19, the Mazda MX-5 of the RAF Infrastar supported team, and that's the Fraser Gillen Lloyd Huggins driven car. That's not one of the leading runners in Class B. Recovery still going on with the BMW. I don't think we established quite where it's come to rest, did we, Scott?
I think, looking at our producer's cameras, I think it's up at the top of the hill, right down near the hairpin, by the looks of it. It's right near the barrier. Either that or... I think we can find out some more information on what's going on down in pit lane. We just head down to our intrepid roving reporter, Rob Lewis, who will give us more details on what he has next.
A bit of drama in the RAF pits at the moment. I've managed to grab Chris Slater for a quick chat. You've got drivetrain issues on one of the cars that's pulled off, I understand.
Yeah, we had a really good day, apart from pit stops with M3 yesterday, but he was just complaining that the clutch pedal didn't feel right as we went out this morning, and we're just waiting for him to be picked up by the guys that do an amazing job. So we don't know the exact problem, but we're just planning for a clutch and release bearing, slave cylinder change, and hopefully we can just play the raffle and pull a good ticket.
Speaking to a couple of the engineers involved, they actually think that with a clutch issue you can normally drive through it, so they're suspecting possibly a prop shaft or a drive shaft issue as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a gearbox, that's good because it's quicker than changing a clutch. We've got a gearbox, we've got a prop, but it's on a spare car that we've got in the garage. But yeah, worst case scenario will be clutch and clutch or slave cylinder.
You've also got another car that's currently, well, it could potentially be on the naughty step. The team manager's been called to race control. Is there anything you're aware of?
Only that I think it was car 18. So, yeah, I heard it at the same time as you did, Rob.
No, nothing over the radio to suspect?
My ears aren't tuned in.
No problem, Chris. I'll let you crack on with the rest of the day, but we will catch on later on. Chris will be one of the gentlemen getting ready for the Remembrance service later on. You'll find a lot of the veterans and current serving soldiers will get dressed in their uniform for the Remembrance service coming up a bit later on. More pit lane action going on as we bring you down the pit lane. We've got the GT86 car number 86 into the pits for a pit stop, and quite quickly they've got used to the conditions, and by the looks of it they're already swapping their wet tyres, these rain sport tyres. They're swapping them for the Yokohama tyres that are softer. They're a semi-slick tyre, they've got a bit more bite. I think they're trying to compromise on the fact that they could potentially get more car speed out of it if they're able to use these semi-slick tyres. The conditions aren't too bad out there. We've got quite a nice crosswind over the circuit, so any spray that gets kicked up, if at all, is going to be blown away quite quickly, and the track is going to dry. The rain at the moment is backing off. We are due a deluge at around 11 o'clock, but conditions looking a bit better this morning. But now, back up to the box.
That's very optimistic of Rob Lewis. Somebody just whispered in my ear reports from one of the cameramen that the drizzle getting heavier. So such is the vagaries of the North Wales coastline. But yeah, maybe putting the semi-slick on is a bit ambitious for the Mission Motorsport team. All the cars run on treaded tyres. They are supposed to be road legal tyres, so there's not really the question of dry slicks or anything like that. But what we do occasionally see is what you might call winter tyres versus summer tyres as the 27 BMW gets towed in. It was, as Scott rightly identified, parked right at the end of the Tom Price straight just before the hairpin. It's where he had pulled off. Great work from the marshals already this morning, getting their exercise, having to push the car off the grass and to a position where the tow truck could pick it up, which it has done, towed it back and cleared the circuit, so the safety car lights are out. We are able to resume once again, and we will get racing underway after it was in the end only just 2 laps behind the safety car, with the number 7 RAF Audi of Alex Smith coming through to take the green flag and get full speed racing back underway again. Not very far behind him is Jason McAnulty, not very far behind him on the road. Jason is 3 laps behind in reality and is in 3rd place on the track because Steve McCulley's Lotus Caterham 7, which goes through, is actually there in 2nd place and trying to make up as much ground as he can. Lap times from the Alex Smith Audi pretty rapid there before the safety car came in. The Alex Smith was just looking down there, lapping in the 150s or thereabouts, and that was his average lap time for the first 10 laps before the safety car came out, and the best lap that the car having recorded thus far, a 1:38 during yesterday's race. So the Wayne Lewis car then, 4th place was there. Listening to Chris Slater, whatever the job is, Scott, it sounds like it's going to be a long job, at least half an hour, he said, which was kind of their best case scenario if it is just the gearbox. He said that was the best thing they were looking at.
Well, typically some of the gearbox changes that we've seen throughout this race so far have been about roughly half an hour or so to change them, and that's going fast as a team. Usually a gearbox change takes a bit longer. Well, that was close, just looking on the stream there. One of the tracks, Scotland Minis, almost got into the back of the AFCN Jaguar XF, which of course is now sporting its borrowed track rod now on the front.
You feel
of its
very
car.
attached to that track rod, don't you, Scott?
I do, but in any case, it's a good thing because now we can say that, you know, a part of the safety cars now have been on a race car, so that's the cool thing.
Yeah, it certainly is.
James Cameron, whoa, big slide. That's one of the WRC Developments cars getting sideways. James Cameron comes in behind us. It says on the wing now, sorry, BRSCC. But no, in any case, it's we're happy to help in many cases to make that car run as it should do. And it's good to see it back up to full strength, sitting down towards the Tom Price hairpin. Track's got the Mini that's following it through into the hairpin, and also it's got one of the Anthony Seddon BMWs in the BMW class, which is still up there holding an Anthony Seddon Racing 1-2. It's still the rather rapid Mackenzie Priestwood back at the wheel of that car. There's the 44 Flying Haggis Racing Honda Civic. Some of the best sense of humour in the paddock, so they'll be carrying on. And also good to see running at full strength, it seems, is the green Fiesta that's had problems pretty much riddled from the start of the race. The NJM Fiesta, or Kermit as it's known. So making its way out of church and following 2 of the BMWs. One of the Matabubu Racing, who are regulars to this race quite often. Oh, and that's not a BMW that should be looking how it should. That's the 305. That's the Royal Engineers car, which got hit from behind last night by the RAF graduates car. Now it's had an impact on the front. It looks as though possibly it's done it well. It's had front and rear impact. I suspect possibly it's lost the back end and maybe had a spin into the barriers, but now it's parked its way far off the road. So that shouldn't require a safety car or even a yellow flag because it's parked itself way off the road. But that's not exactly the continuation to their Race of Remembrance they were looking for, because that's that front end of that car is not showroom spec, let's put it that way. So that's unfortunate. So the 305 car, which had been running in 30th position and had Ben Gundry at the wheel, so unfortunately that car has come off the road and had an issue. And there is actually James Cameron actually, there's actually a message on the front wing of the number 10 car that literally says thank you BRSCC. That's quite sweet of them, so that's quite good.
They've also
happy to help.
They've also put a little label on your steering wheel, Scott, so that if you do get into the car, you've got a little label saying do not drive. So be warned until that car returns it. Jason McAnulty is chasing down the leader. That's something exciting we can look out for on the track at the moment, heading up towards towards Rocket. The race leader, Alex Smith, with the Audi TT, has Jason McAnulty in the third placed Lotus Elise trying to unlap himself. He's currently 3 laps behind the race leader, and he's trying to unlap himself, as I say, to get himself back to just 2 laps behind, and therefore help to close the gap. They're coming out of Peel, down into the corkscrew and out onto the Tom Price straight, and I have to say Jason McAnulty going very rapidly at the moment, and in his chase of the race leader. One of the features of the Race of Remembrance is that because it is an aggregate race, battles on the track aren't necessarily reflected on the timing screen, but from Jason McAnulty's point of view, it's a very important step to make to be able to pass the race leader and take one of those laps that he is off the race lead back. And there he goes. In fact, as they cross the start-finish line, Jason McAnulty just dives up on the inside of the left-hander at target and goes through into now being only 2 laps behind our race leader. Still that BMW stuck out there on the circuit. It's sufficiently out of the way that we're not going to need a safety car to retrieve it, which is kind of good news, bad news situation. Meanwhile, along the back straight, heading up towards Rocket once again, rocketing away, Jason McAnulty then in the Lotus Elise. In terms of where he is now in the lead of this segment of the race, so Jason McAnulty must be ruining the pit stops yesterday, which cost that car a little bit of extra time. Peter Mansfield in the 119 Lotus Elise, lapping, no, not as quickly that time. Yeah, the conditions are a little bit worse. Generally, lap times at the moment dropping away a little bit. McAnulty lapping in 145s. Peter Mansfield's last lap was a 153, so not as quick as they were going earlier on in the race.
Just conversing to James Cameron for a second, it's history repeating itself with the number 10 Django, because he was showing me, I think he's showing you the same pictures as well, of way back in 2012 when they ran an RJN prepared Nissan 370Z at the Silverstone 24 Hours. Car was running absolutely fine, and then in the night they came across a sideways Marcos in front of them, I think under the safety car, and that caused them to have some damage on the front left, which meant they had to get back to the pits and try and repair it. And again, we say history repeating itself because they had to source a replacement left front wing on that car, and so the only one they could find was the front wing from Bob Neville's own personal silver 370Z. So they fitted it and actually put a message on the front wing that said, "Sorry Bob, X." And then that car finished the race with the same front wing. So it's quite fitting history repeats itself 12 years later, which is quite fitting. But no, I think we can be proud as BRSCC to say that our little bit of track rod, our safety car, has been on a race car, so that's quite cool.
There you go. I think I can see you're going to label it up when you when you finally come to sell it as being with certain provenance.
Yes.
But such is the advantage of these types of endurance races based on production cars. I remember years ago when I used to commentate on the Wilhar 24-hour race at Snetterton, which was for quite serious production car racing, and there would always be at least one and sometimes 2 spare road cars parked behind the garages, ready as donor vehicles should any particular part be required. And of course, to say that is the beauty of racing with production style cars, is you don't have to source special parts because production cars are production cars, and so you just have to make sure that you don't come to the circuit in a particular type of car which ends up being required for parts later on.
It's quite a coincidence then, quite a genuine coincidence that the car they put together was a Jaguar XF. And there was a small, I'll admit, there was a small short thought that shot through my mind, just a very casual thought, thinking, we'll probably end up needing to take a part from it or something to kind of help that car, and lo and behold it did, so it's there. It just made its way through a big gaggle of cars. Back on board with one of our onboard cameras. This is the Operation Motorsport's Canada car, 220, which is currently sat at the moment, if I scroll down the order, in 23rd position, so it's not too bad. Its teammate, the 22 car, is sat at the moment in 30th place. That's after it had its lengthy 25-minute front brake change, after it was sparking a lot and overheating, and it caused Mike Stillwagon to, not at speed, but up at the top of the rocket complex, to run a little bit too deep. And as a result of that, they had to bring it in, do an entire front disc and pad and caliper change, and then get it back out again. But speaking to the guys this morning, cars are firing on all cylinders. They're all good this morning and just cracking on for the rest of the race. And the Team USA car just making its way now out of the final corner on to start another lap, and it's just chasing down, or in the tow of, the number 91 Stuart Humphrey racing car. Now there's a telltale sign for the weather, because you can see on the camera lens there are spots of rain, so there is some rain at least down on the international loop.
And yes, if you were watching the Jaguar closely as well, you can see that they've got their windscreen wipers set on the intermittent setting, and I'm not quite sure what your Jaguar does, Scott, but mine has an auto setting where you can set it up so that it automatically detects the water on the screen, and I'm guessing that's what they've set with the XF. So again, indications that conditions are getting a little bit worse, in addition to what I was just saying about lap times getting a little bit worse, although Jason McAnulty has just put in the fastest lap of this section of the race. He did a 1:42.588 on his last lap around, which is not as quick as the fastest lap from yesterday's segment was. That was down in the 1:36s for Paul Cook's BMW, but a 1:42 there, an indication that conditions are not getting significantly worse, shall I put it that way. As far as Class C battle is concerned, Will Blackwell-Chambers is still leading Class C in 5th place overall, 2 laps ahead of the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda, but still 3 pit stops to come from the Clapham North MOT car, whereas the Stuart Humphrey car only has 2 more pit stops to perform.
Oh! Of all the cars you don't want to see sideways, it's the Jaguar getting sideways out of the left hand of the corkscrew. I'm glad he caught that, let's put it that way. I should also stress as well, it's not my personal Jaguar, it's the BRSCC's Jaguar. I'm just the driver of it to and from circuit. So, but I appreciate it being labelled my Jaguar in terms of it's mine only temporarily in terms of when I'm driving it. But it's purely BRSCC's and supplied. I'll give a shout out to runyourfleet.com. It's been our club safety car since 2021. So it's in our 4th year of partnership. So thank you to Run Your Fleet for supplying that. And it's been a hardy car travelling up and down the racetrack length and breadth of the UK.
My rule is to always say, in whose pocket is the key?
Well, it's not usually my pocket, it's around my neck on a lanyard, so
right.
When I'm driving.
Yes,
but
okay.
This way, I'm glad that whoever's at the wheel of that Jaguar caught that side, because I was a bit nervous for a second when that happened.
I'll tell you what, in some ways what you want is an early mechanical problem for that car so that it gets parked in the garage and is then safe for the rest of the race, Scott, but let's not hope that. Certainly the 2 cars, the Operation Motorsport Canada car, having a nice little dice with the Jaguar. A couple of cars that you don't often see racing against one another, Toyota and the Toyota GT86 and the Jaguar XF, about to be lapped by the the Audi TT of the RAF team, the black and red car. You're just coming up behind them as they go up towards Rocket at the moment. There goes the race leader, that's Alexander Smith, flashing his lights at the Jaguar and at the Toyota GT86 as he turns through there. So Alexander Smith is able to continue on his merry way. The pair of them have already been lapped by Jason McAnulty's Lotus Elise, which, as we were saying a moment ago, set the best lap of this segment of the race, and is continuing to reduce the gap therefore between himself and the race-leading Audi. This Audi, I said at the beginning, is running on this sustainable biodiesel, has very, very good fuel consumption, and could probably get through the race quite happily on 5, if not 4, mandatory pit stops, but regulations state that it has to do 6. So the big problem for that car has been the way it's had a tendency to eat up its front tyres, it being a front-wheel drive Audi turbo diesel, and say, so much torque does tend to eat up the front tyres, but these cooler, damper conditions playing into the hands really of the RF Motorsport team and allowing that car to run at pace, maybe not quite as quick as Jason McAnulty's Lotus, but overall running at a good pace and having the flexibility to then make its pit stops as in when it chooses, rather than some of the less frugal cars, less economical cars, which need to space their pit stops out in order to get the maximum out of each tank full of fuel. Another battle on the track which might be interesting to look at is the battle between the two white Mazda MX-5s. Will Blackwell Chambers there being caught and threatening to be passed by Adam Zieber's Porsche Motorsport Mazda car number 2. There they are on the screen now, the 69 Mazda Clapham North MOT sponsorship on that, just coming out of the banking down into Church. Flat out right-hander in a Mazda, maybe a little bit of a lift with these damp conditions, but then having gone flat out through Church, down the back straight they go and up towards the braking area for Rocket. They've got to be on their toes as well because there's another faster Class D car coming up to lap them. The Class C cars at a slight power to weight disadvantage, up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne for the Class C Mazdas, whereas the Lotuses, Caterhams and the E46 BMW all developing more like 250 brake horsepower per tonne in their cars.
Just seeing on the inset there on screen, the number 96 Jaffa Cake Racing Mazda MX-5 is in from 12th position, 5th in Class B. And that's got Danny Grist at the wheel coming in. So he'll hand over to one of his teammates very shortly. So it looks like a scheduled stop for them.
Up to the end of the Tom Price Straight goes the car of Will Blackwell Chambers, the Clapham North MOT Mazda, and as I say, the Adam Zieber car, which was closing on it, now has, he's dropped back because he's still close behind, but the two white Mazdas making their way through the traffic and coming up now to lap one of the older cars in the field, the 101 Mazda MX-5, the one without a roof. Arguable the aerodynamic concepts behind either running a Mazda with a roof or without a roof. Slightly more comfortable to drive with a roof, and there are also suggestions that it's more aerodynamically efficient if it does have a roof, whereas the airflow gets a little bit interrupted with the roof down, as we see on the 101 green Mazda. This car, the 101 car, as we said yesterday, having participated in every single Race of Remembrance since we've had them, 10 years. The BMW from the Royal Navy there having another spin, not revelling in the damp conditions quite as much. That's the second moment that car has had this morning, already having careered across the grass on the exit of Church early on. Car 116 currently in the hands of, pause while I look it up, Sebastian Unwin.
Yeah. Whilst looking there, just watching on screen there, the Kermit the Fiesta went diving down the outside of about 4 or 5 cars at once. It went past, trying to get past the C1, the Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5, and then one of the Track Scotland Minis. There's also one of the WRC developments, Citroen C1s, but now it's powering its way past again. So a nice gaggle of cars battling their way down the school straight. Was just looking very carefully to look at the Royal Navy BMW when it rejoined, just to see if there was anything like potentially damage or a wheel that was loose or something was happening. It was squirming around a bit. It had been off the road, so there's probably some muck and dirt still on its tyres to clean off in the next couple of corners, but it seems to be running as it should do.
Yeah, I think it's just being very enthusiastically driven, which
that
is
too.
What we like to see. Also, what we like to see is that Subaru BRZ there in glorious blue and Pro Drive gold style colours, although it's an amalgam of Subaru Pro Drive and Race of Remembrance styling on the car there. Team of 4 wheelchair users, the drivers of that car, number 555, with the driver lineup of Lionel O'Connor, who's just getting out of the car, Dominic Pearson, Michael Smith and Steve or Dusty Binns. That car, I'll say, being driven by 4 drivers who have one good leg amongst them. As they like to say, all of them, as I say, wheelchair users, 2 of them paralysed from the chest down, and all of them ex-servicemen as well. So we're just having a discussion there describing what it's like. We were talking to Gary Franks yesterday, who's managing that team, and having to manage the minds of the drivers as well as much as the strategy of the car, giving these drivers, I'll say, an experience of a lifetime, but they've had that already, but certainly changing their lives for the better, having had their own life-changing incidents in the past. So really a great reflection on what the Mission Motorsport ethos is all about, and the car itself is a bit like that as well, because it was bought as an insurance write-off, sourced using parts largely obtained through eBay, who are providing some of the sponsorship for that car. And I say it's a testament to a lot of hard work by a lot of very dedicated people, as the new driver just folds himself into the car, specially adjusted to run on hand controls, hand throttle, hand brake. The car itself has an automatic transmission, and it is a proper Subaru. There was some suggestion or temptation to turn it into a Toyota GT86, which is not a difficult job, but the team saying no, it started life as a Subaru, we're going to keep it as a Subaru, and Subaru themselves showing an interest once they knew the project was happening, and getting behind the project as well. So a real great story, that, the Subaru BRZ.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see such backing and such support for it to get these guys out, and to have these 4 wheelchair users be able to continue to enjoy their passion of motor racing, to get them out on track and everything. One thing I have noticed, which is quite novel, is that whether they've done it purposely or coincidentally, but their wheelchairs are the same colour as the car. So the kind of the metal of the wheelchairs is the same blue as the Subaru, which I think is actually quite a nice kind of team touch, whether they did that purposely or not. I'd like to think they did.
I'm sure it was. As I say, having spoken to a couple of members of the team over the course of the weekend, it's there's been an attention to detail of a very high standard with that the whole approach.
Wouldn't surprise me, given that you've got military personnel that you're dealing with, or ex-service leavers, giving precision and accuracy to everything they want to do. And again, it's really nice to see that car, as Paul rightfully said, in the proper Subaru factory motorsport colours, the blue and yellow with the proper gold wheels as well. Certainly a car that I think all can be proud of. And I didn't even twig the number on the side of the car either until yesterday properly, but 555 on that car as well, which is quite fitting given the history of Subaru and where it's been. So 555 is about to be pushed backwards.
Yeah, a bit slow on the uptake there, Scott. That's unlike you.
It is unlike me, to be fair. I think it got pointed out on Friday evening, and I looked and went, oh yeah, it's 555. So I do like the colour coding, particularly the little BRSCC logo in the fluorescent yellow with everything else. That's colour coded nicely. But away it goes then with its new incumbent. So out it goes on to track once more. That car, for the record, is currently sat at the moment in 42nd place. And it now has at the wheel of it 555. Michael Smith has taken over, so he's going to take over his stint for the next 40 minutes or so until we throw the red and white checkered flag to suspend the race once again and end part 2.
An important feature of the end of part 2, Scott, is that you're not allowed to refuel in the final 15 minutes of part 2. I think that's been implemented as a safety regulation, knowing that a lot of people are making their way down into the pit garage area in preparation for the Remembrance service, and so even though the race itself will be suspended at 10:30, they will stop refueling at 10:15, and so any pit stops made in the last 15 minutes before the Remembrance service will be not refueling stops. I wanted to talk about Class B very briefly, because there's quite a good battle going on there between 155, the Track Scotland car, which has been running with Lowell's Forsyth behind the wheel of it. He's in 7th place overall, but he's less than half a minute on aggregate ahead of Sebastian Fischer with the number 24 auto test Mazda MX-5. So the Mini Cooper against the Mazda in Class B, separated by just under half a minute. Third in Class B is still Brian Chandler's auto test Mazda, the number 14 car, but having had those 2 stop-and-go penalties, he is now 2 laps away from the battle for class lead in Class B. So it's reduced that from being a three-car class battle to only a 2-car class battle. However, important to remember, I keep banging on about pit stops, none of those cars in Class B, neither 155, 24 or 14, have yet completed their 4th pit stop. So they're all running at the moment on just 3 pit stops completed.
So just seeing here, actually, this Class B battle, on track at least, it's nose to tail. We have to remember, of course, this is aggregate timings. When they come across the line, they are still separated by 28.3 seconds at the line, because, of course, it's not a case of the gaps being reset, like with any race that gets paused or stopped and restarted again. Everything runs on aggregate. So, for example, the leaders, of course, still retain their 2-lap lead overall, the Audi over the Leos Racing Caterham. And for these guys in particular, yes, they might be nose to tail, but they're still, in order to actually take the lead of the race, the Sebastian Fischer is going to have to pass Lowell Forsyth and then extend the lead by at least 28.35, well, basically 29 seconds.
It's 27.7 seconds. So the gap at the end of part 1 between the two of them was 27.7 seconds. So that's the advantage that Sebastian Fischer is going to have to pull out ahead of Lowell Forsyth in order to take the lead of the race on aggregate. And then it gets more complicated in part 3, because we add 2 parts of the race together to make the 3rd part. But stick with us, we'll try and keep you up to date with what's happening. And as I say, as far as those cars running in Class B is concerned, it's just as important for them to finish top of their class as it is for the overall winners who are trying to win the race outright. And at the moment, that's still being achieved by the RAF Motorsport's sustainably powered Audi TT, which Alex Smith has not necessarily been driving the quickest on the track this morning, but he's been able to maintain that lead of 2 laps, although he has had a lap of his advantage to the 3rd place car of Jason McAnulty reduced, because Jason McAnulty has not only gone fastest but continued to lap very rapidly indeed. Again, a 141.882 last time around for Jason McAnulty in the 117 Lotus, quicker than anyone else has gone in this morning's segment of the race.
A couple of our BMW 116s calling to the pits. We've got one of the Yggdrasil cars, the BMW Art Machine. Oh, and we've got a car off the road. That's car 19 off the road. Yeah,
the Mazda MX-5 there from the Mission Motorsport entry, wandering all over the grass at the exit of Church. But I say it's remarkable the way the cars have been able to get back on the track again after those grassy moments. You'll remember, Scott, when we've had very wet years here at Anglesey last year, when you get a car off on the grass and it would immediately just disappear in a ball of spray and get bogged down in the mud and not get going again. But the groundwater level, it's fairly damp this morning, but the groundwater level not nearly as severe this year as has been in some of the previous years.
No, thankfully. And of course, when you get onto wet grass, particularly if you're going at speed, rather than slowing you down on wet grass, you speed up. Yeah. So essentially, it's genuinely like skating across ice. You can't stop the car, so you can almost the brakes become almost futile. You're thinking, just please stop, and you're relying on the natural friction to actually bring you to a halt, and hope that you don't actually hit something. If you do, that you hit something soft, so that it doesn't cause too much damage. Fingers crossed.
So all you tend to hit are molehills or various other little bits of wildlife that may be hiding in the grass, which is always interesting. Another interesting battle building up on the circuit, but again not one that's reflected on the timing screen. Steve McCulley in the 2nd place Leos Racing Caterham is closing in on Alex Smith's Audi TT, and is not going to be very long before he catches that Audi TT, so that'll bring the lead gap down to 1 lap, although it'll be 1 lap and a lot rather than the 2 laps that's currently being shown on the screen. So Steve McCulley then, one of the original beneficiaries of Mission Motorsport's Race of Remembrance, having been involved not as a beneficiary now, but originally got racing through Mission Motorsport's efforts, and now a long-time competitor in his own right, worked his way up through the Caterham Academy, and having got to the top of the Caterham Academy now, running his own car, two-driver effort with himself and Don Henshaw. They're just coming into the bus stop now, nose to tail then, the race-leading Audi TT. The Audi TT you generally think of as being a fairly small car when you see it on the road, but with a Caterham up its rear wheels, as it is at the moment, the Audi suddenly looks a bit bulky, a little bit overweight almost, one might be tempted to say, but up to the banking they go, back down again, and it is the Audi still in front, and the Caterham actually dropped back a little bit at the banking there, coming down into Church once again. Meanwhile, having a look at the screen, the number 52 BMW has got a loose light bar, but
yes.
It's not loose anymore.
No,
it's sitting on the track.
It ceased to exist on the 52 BMW now. It's now sitting in the middle of the road. I don't think that's going to warrant a safety car. I don't think too much. The point about the Audi is quite interesting because, of course, that is an ex-Volkswagen Racing Cup car, which was originally kind of bought and by Darkside Developments from I think it's the guys who look after Track Flight, if I'm correct, one of those two, who have run those cars before. And those cars now are in the hands of Darkside Developments, and what they decided to do with those cars to make them kind of a more interesting race car is actually convert it to a diesel engine. So of course, remember that car not only running on sustainable fuels but on sustainable diesel. And of course, the advantage of being a diesel car in an endurance race, diesel cars do much more mileage than petrol cars do, and so therefore you're harking back to the days of Le Mans when Audi first turned up in 2006 with an R10. Everyone laughed and thinking, look at them with a diesel engine, and then they smashed the competition and set a standard for everyone else. So it was it had that kind of diesel revolution a little bit after a few years when kind of, if you had diesel in any kind of motorsport, let's say bar F1, then you were possibly doing something right in terms of, it was prominently sports cars and touring cars that took off, but I can't remember it taking off anywhere else.
No. I think the problem is that it all depends on how you engineer the car, and very often engines are designed to run on petrol and then converted to diesel, and what Audi did was to start with a blank sheet of paper and say we're going to build a diesel engine, and that's how they then took it forward. Conditions having got a little bit worse, there are more cars circulating with their windscreen wipers on than those were before, and as the rain has intensified a little bit, so Steve McCulley's pace has just dropped away a little bit. In the last couple of laps, Alex Smith has actually increased the gap on the track between himself and Steve McCulley. So it is still a 2-lap margin, and for the moment at least Steve McCulley dropping away from the back of the Audi. He was closing up, now he's dropping away. Coming slowly into the pits is the Patron BMW, and has immediately behind it the Breakdancer Racing relay car. That's also coming into the pits.
It is rather slow, isn't it?
Relay car turns left and goes back to the tented area where all the Breakdancer Caterhams are stationed, but the Patron racing car rather slow into the pits, Stuart. Scott.
You're thinking it's Stuart Humphrey, aren't you?
Yes, quite, that's right.
Yeah, that was rather slow for that car, and they're not getting around it with that much urgency, whether they're just being a bit more relaxed because they're further back, or they are going to refuel it. And again, it's not, whether it is a regular pit stop, I'm not sure, but they're not rushing around it as if there's anything terribly wrong. Maybe the driver was just taking his time because he's a bit, well, I say a bit further back in the order. That car's 11th and 4th in Class D, so it's not exactly way down the order, which is interesting. The battle for Class C at the moment, still 2 laps, well, technically 3 laps right now between the 69 and the 91 cars. And lap time wise at the moment, we've got that. Now, I thought of extra aerodynamics, and that's certainly one of the C1s taking it to the extreme. It's not the first time I've seen a race car like that before, but that's the 303 Citroen C1 with some rather inadvertent new rear downforce, which I don't think it was intending, but it might be beneficial in these conditions.
Yes, echoes of Mercedes at Le Mans in 1955, which had a little air brake that came up at the back of the car. He'll be aware of what's going on there, and I think he's, as they come back down the hill there, I think he's indicating he's going to come into the pits with that car to have that, do you call it a boot lid on a Citroen C1? It's more of a hatchback, isn't it? Anyway,
Yeah.
It's flapped open, he's putting it into the pits. The other echoes, which will have been before your time, Scott, is the old Fiat 500s, which used to run in the Mille Miglia back in the 50s with the engine cover raised, which was ostensibly for cooling, but somebody clever discovered they actually went a little bit quicker because they were generating downforce without realising it.
Yeah, the Abarths, they had those. Definitely, it was before one time, but I definitely do know exactly which cars you mean.
Black and white pictures of it.
Not just that, I've seen other places, but colour pictures. I definitely know which cars you mean. Absolutely. Routine stop, I'm guessing for that's the Track Scotland. No, that's the
other one. That's the Fiona Kindness car, I think, in the pits, number 55.
Yeah. The shot we saw there wasn't even a Mini. It was a Mazda MX-5. It was the light blue one, number 11, I think it was in for pit lane. Yeah, Peaky Blinders is in for pit stop from 26th and 7th in Class B at the moment. But yes, one of the Track Scotland cars was in for the pit lane. It was the blue Mini, so it's the 55 car that was in. The 155 we saw in pink on track, at least battling for track position with its current main rival in the class. There is the next of the relay cases to go off. The 54 BMW, I understand, has just gone off the road, which is why we're focusing on screen. Looks like up at the top near Peel. So that car has continued on with not too much drama. It's now got one of the WRC Developments C1s right behind it, and just had the class leading C-Class Clapham North Mazda MX-5 just in front of it go past.
BMW 54 being the Metabubu Racing BMW, currently in the hands of Mark Eddles. And Metabubu Racing, another great supporter of the Race of Remembrance. Haven't really had much chance to talk about Metabubu, but had a long conversation with them, I remember, at last year's Race of Remembrance. Terrific enthusiasts and, as I say, great supporters of the Race of Remembrance over the past few years. Not going back over the full history of the race, but they have been great supporters of the Race of Remembrance, and providing driving experiences for ex-military personnel. As Scott says, that car currently 27th overall and 6th in the BMW 116 Trophy class. Talking of classes, breakdancer back out on the circuit with the relay car. Alan Curtis going out in the number 77 car. This is a different car from the one that came into the pits. The Caterham number 77 running as a relay team. They've got 3 different Caterhams here this weekend, and they swap the car at every pit stop. Doesn't mean the pit stop's any shorter. They still have to spend 4 minutes in the pit, so they don't get an advantage that way. But it does mean if they want to, they can work on their car whilst the other car is out, should that become necessary, although Caterham's perhaps one of the cars more suited to endurance racing, former winners of the Race of Remembrance. But that pit stop has elevated Will Blackwell Chambers in the 69 Clapham North MOT Mazda up into 4th place overall in the leading Class C car. But still waiting to see when they're going to make their final 3 pit stops. We've got under 25 minutes of this race to go, and they then have to make 2 more pit stops after that in the remaining 3.5 hours that we will have of the race after the Remembrance service. So somebody down in the Rob Boston garage there, working with Clapham North MOT and George Grant, will be trying to work out when those pit stops are going to have to happen and how they're going to maintain their advantage over the Stuart Humphrey team, which has 2 BRDC members slashed in the pit, scattered away in the pit, Alex Capadia and Martin Rich, waiting to take over. So both vastly experienced, driving prototypes, GT cars, and not necessarily experts at driving a Mazda. And to be fair to Stuart Humphrey, Stuart is actually the team leader and team owner and the quickest of them, 3 of them. So despite Alex Capadia and Martin Rich's experience, they're not necessarily as quick as Stuart Humphrey is.
That's just knowing the car inside out and knowing how to get the best of it.
Absolutely.
The best example I can give of that in maybe a BRSCC context is the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which of course is Mark III MX-5s. And that championship has had drivers who have come in and won championships at club level and been plenty fast. But it still takes any newcomers who are still relatively quick, regardless who it is, at least a season to click with the car and get towards the front. So it's these cars that you can be as quick as anything in a prototype that you might be used to. But in an unfamiliar car, against some of the more regulars that will race them day in and day out, you know, some drivers will have to still build up their way of driving it and getting used to the driving style on that side of things.
Absolutely, many different possible examples of that.
Yeah.
We can go down to the pit lane though. Rob Lewis has another interview lined up for us, so down to you, Rob.
One of the emerging stories that came from the C1 class was both Silver Lake cars absolutely rocketing away in qualifying before having a few issues yesterday during the race. One of the issues was while Greg Rose was at the wheel at car 558. But Greg, you had a bit of a mishap as you were getting up onto the banking. Tell us about it.
I got up onto the banking, but when I got to get down, when the tow truck arrived, I fell down the banking and fell heavily on my shoulder and head, which then put me, I went to see the emergency people, and I may have done something to the collarbone, but the muscles are a bit inflamed at the moment.
Are you racing for the rest of today, or is that you out?
No, I can't reach the steering wheel, so that's me out for the day.
So that's you supervising. Alan Preble's just gone out in car 558. With these issues, it's set the cars back a bit, but 558's flying. At one point, you were, what, 7 seconds quicker than the rest of the field?
Yeah, we had George in the car this morning. He took over after my mishap last night, and so he started this morning, run for an hour. Alan's in the car now. We'll run to the service and then run after that. Get as long as we can, put George in the car for the end. We just got to keep pushing, see where we end up.
458 as well, the Gen 1 car, probably its last hurrah for the year before you go to a pair of Gen 2s for next year. That's been going great guns as well.
Yeah, it's been going really well this weekend. We put the same setup on both cars and it seems to really work well.
So what's the plan for this afternoon? Chest down them pesky WRC cars?
Yeah, try and get see where we can get with them. Yeah.
Right, we'll leave you to it before Chappers does too much more mooning in the background, Greg, but good luck for the rest of the race.
I didn't see any of that, so we're good. Thank you.
Fantastic. So everyone is just getting prepared down here with the last pit stops, because with the way the driver stints work, you can't just change drivers and then get back into the car to resume the race after the service. So the teams have got to use a bit of nous. So we've seen a lot of pit lane activity down here at the moment. One of the REF Mazda MX-5s, car number 19, has come out after a bit of repair work. That's getting ready to go back out onto the service. But a busy pit lane here as well, and the stage is here ready to be set up for the Remembrance service that'll be coming along shortly. But for now, time to head back up into the commentary box to Paul and to Scott.
Yeah, just over 20 minutes of the race to go before the second suspension, which, as you were watching, if you were watching last night, is achieved with the use of a red and white checkered flag. The safety car comes out immediately before that to slow the field down, and then will complete one lap behind the safety car, and then the checkered flag, red and white checkered flag, will be shown to suspend the race. The cars will then be left for this session on the start-finish straight, and so the restart will be behind the safety car in exactly the same order as they finished the first part. As I say, no refueling is allowed in the last 15 minutes, which gives them just under 5 minutes still to make a refueling stop. So I think at this stage most of them will be staying out until the Remembrance service, and as Rob says, the driver who finishes the section of the race now will have to start the car afterwards. As far as the Citroën class is concerned, very much WRC Development's benefit at the moment, with their car number 586 leading the way at the moment, with Robin Welsh in the lead car, number 586, and then 386. Colin Gillespie is in second place. He's 2 laps adrift in second place, which is exactly the gap that they had at the end of part 1 last night. So WRC 586 leads WRC 386, 2 laps apart from one another. And then a further lap back in third place in the Citroen C1 class, despite all their histrionics and fun-making. James Matthews with the Scuderia Polo Rosso Citroen, car number 310, is next up in the Citroen C1 class. So that's the situation as far as their class is concerned. The BMW 116 Trophy class, yesterday very much a story of Anthony Seddon Racing, and that situation has repeated itself today with young Matt Priestwood in the 34 BMW leading the number 21 car of Alan Caulfield. Those two separated at the moment by just 1.6 seconds, so nothing to choose between the two Alan Caulfield BMWs. Yesterday it was the other way around, wasn't it? 21 finishing ahead of 34, so yeah. Matt Priestwood has overcome the disadvantage that he was at yesterday in that BMW trophy car and has got himself now back to the head of the field. So a little bit of an inter-team battle there, intra-team battle between the two Anthony Seddon Racing cars.
Yeah, and given the fact on the timing screen they're only separated by 1.6 seconds, this is the definition of an intra-team battle between the two of them, and both teams are just as quick as each other. We spoke to Sam Carrington-Yates. In fact, I think, yes, here they are. In fact, this is on track together, heading up towards, this is now Church Corner, just coming through the two BMWs nose to tail. So this is essentially the battle for the BMW 1 Series class lead between the two teammates. They come out of Church Corner, onto the back straight towards the Rocket Complex. They've got the race-leading Audi TT number 7 just powering past it. So that's the diesel Audi making its way through. Also carves its way past the Road and Tracks Citroen C1. But yeah, this is another battle that's been fascinating all the way through to watch this one, and it's mainly been between these two teammates, the two cars. You've got, at the moment, the young Mackenzie Priestwood, who is... No, sorry, it is Mackenzie Priestwood. It's 34. Yes, Mackenzie Priestwood, showing that car with Lewis Tyndall and Toby Riley. And out the wheel currently for 21 is Alan Caulfield, who's showing that car with Harry Ormerod, Sam Carrington-Yates and George Healer. So some strong driving talent in both of those cars. And definitely, it's almost kind of hard to pick which one's going to be the favourite. And I think this will be a duel that will go all the way to the checkered flag. And it's not really going to be settled, I think, until we get to the final stages of the race when we get to part 3 later on.
Yeah, it's very much a case of who they've got in the car at the time. Matt Priestwood is clearly the quickest driver in the Anthony Seddon Racing team. And we've got a slow BMW going down the back straight. It's not going down the back straight. That's the 116 BMW again, I think.
And I think that's been off because there's debris on the edge of the circuit, I think.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that car has been off, because had a moment at Church at the beginning of this session. He's got going again and is heading up towards the Rocket Complex, the Royal Navy Motorsport entry. Only one entry from the Royal Navy as opposed to the Air Force, who's come mob-handed to Anglesey this year. I think they've got 5 cars or 6 cars entered by RAF Motorsport over the course of the weekend in the Club Sport Trophy yesterday and in today's races. And of course they've also got the car that is leading the race overall with the Audi TT. Still 2 laps comfortably the margin, but 2 pit stops still to come from all of the leading 3 cars. 3 pit stops still to come from the 4th placed Clapham North car with Will Blackwell Chambers at the wheel. The breakdancer relay team have actually completed all their mandatory pit stops, but because they run a relay team, they're kind of doing more pit stops anyway. And then in 6th place overall is Stuart Humphrey in the 2nd of the Class C Mazdas. That car with still 2 pit stops due to it.
Just in a nervy moment, I think, for the class leading C1, the 586 WRC developments car with Robin Welsh at the wheel, the man who looks after the C1 Racing Club. Not quite covering himself in too much glory, running wide of Peel Corner, but he gets it back on the road unscathed in front of a rather bemused couple of cars around him. We are inside the final 15 minutes, which means that, as far as I understand it, no refuelling is allowed. So,
That's correct.
So ultimately, if you haven't made a fuel stop yet, tough. You're going to have to do it when the race gets back underway after the service. But keep going on that sense. There's the Patron Racing BMW. There's also the Rob Boston Racing Lotus still pounding round. Pace-wise, it's in the 149s. Peter Mansfield's currently wheel of that car and tracking its way through. It's got the 155 Track Scotland Mini just going around the outside of it as it's being boxed in by the Lotus being boxed in by the Mini to its right, and right in front of it, it had the 303 Citroen C1 that came in that had the rear, well, window really, rather than boot lid. It's one complete piece of glass rather than a metal and glass for the rear boot, I think. And with more stories from pit lane, let's head back down to Rob Lewis, see what he has.
Well, as you can see down here in pit lane, the rain has arrived. We were due a deluge around this time, just in time for the service. But we have the likes of car number 90 here, one of the BMW 116 cars. They've already changed onto wet tyres. And it breeds the question. The cars are stopping for the Remembrance service soon. They can't change tyres out there. They can't work on the cars. If you're on a semi-slick tyre, on a grippy track tyre, do you leave the car out there and take the risk, hoping the rain dies off? Or do you come in, get a wetter, grippier tyre on there, do the service, and then resume once we know the rain could possibly get heavier? But as from our view, the Irish Sea has disappeared, so the rain and the weather front has come in, and it is pouring with rain down there. We're expecting to see the spray coming from the cars within the next 2 minutes, so the weather is now being an absolute game changer here for the rest of this race. Back to you.
Certainly was last year when we had a rain from the start of the day. So hopefully it doesn't come down too much, because we'd like it to be not too wet for the Remembrance service. I remember last year when it was wet from the start, and then quite conveniently the rain stopped and eased off for the service and then started again afterwards. This is my 7th Race of Remembrance, and every single year the rain has stopped during the race of the Remembrance service. Not saying anything, just that's what happens. I know James Cameron has friends in high places, but whether they're quite that high up, I don't know. I know he meets with politicians regularly, but it is Sunday after all, and a very special Sunday amongst the military community, which we will be celebrating here in Anglesey within the next 15 minutes or so. The race, as Scott says, 11 minutes and a half still to go. Windscreen wipers now on pretty much all of the cars, although somebody needs to tell Alpha Live to wipe their camera. It's a static camera that's gone out of focus, so it's focusing more on the raindrops that are on the lens than it is on the circuit. That's how wet it is. Here's a car which I think probably should be revelling in these conditions, the little Fiat Panda. That's one of the most popular cars. Spoke to Dean Lomas this morning, said, yeah, apart from its alternator problems last night, all good, everything. They're actually going to fill this car up pretty much to the brim, so much so that it was almost coming out of the top of the insert part when you refuel it. And simply they were going to go through the entire stint without needing to make a fuel stop, which should be quite doable given the small Fiat Panda's got a small and rather frugal engine, so that car should be all good. Indeed, given that these are all based on road cars, you would expect that they can do an hour and a half, which is the period of this particular segment of the race. You wouldn't expect to be stopping your road car every hour and a half to go into a petrol station. I know some people are fairly aggressive with their use of the throttle, but depends on the car. Well, yes, quite. But most cars these days are fairly fuel efficient, so I don't think we've had any, or if we have, they've been further down the field. Certainly amongst the leading 10, 15 cars, we haven't had any refueling pit stops in this segment of the race, despite the single safety car period that we had. But as I say, with the rain intensifying at the moment, the pace will drop off and allow cars to achieve better economy in any case. So Alex Smith then at the wheel since the beginning, and indeed was driving the car last night as well, up to 10 o'clock at night, has been in the car since 9 o'clock this morning, has established or kept the 2-lap advantage that he's had over Stephen McCulley in the Caterham. In second place, Jason McAnulty has managed to get himself past the Audi TT in his Lotus Elise, and has been lapping pretty quickly, faster than anybody else in this particular segment.
And indeed, if you would treat this segment as a race in its own right, then Jason McAnulty would be 35 seconds ahead, because that is the distance on the road between Jason McAnulty in the Lotus Elise and the Audi TT in second place, or in the lead. So, but in terms of today's race, Alexander Smith is 35 seconds now behind Jason McAnulty. So the Able Care ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, the class of this morning, but lost time during yesterday's race, and so still has a 2-lap disadvantage to make up. They've completed 43 laps in this morning's segment in the hour and 22 minutes that we've had of today's race. At least the leaders are on their 44th lap now. Just waiting for Steve McCulley to come through in the number 97 Leos Racing Caterham. He'll be the next one through of the leading group.
Just quickly come out, have a look out the window, looking where the corkscrew, and just saw a sideways NJM4 Fiesta down through the corkscrew. Kept it going, but was full on the 45 degrees going down the hill, which was quite an amusing sight. I was going to mention also, again, we talked about the fact that the Mazdas are working pretty well. This has been one of those races where the Mazdas pretty much have kept themselves out of trouble, and we've got 4 Mazda MX-5s in the top 10, particularly the fact at the moment, considering the demise of the issues with the 27 BMW that's forced it down the order and forced it to be repaired and back to the garage, that the Class C leading Clapham North car has now risen to the dizzying heights of 4th overall, which is quite an impressive run for them at the moment. I don't think they're going to have, unless, again, touch wood, any of the top 3 cars have any issues, and the Mazda itself continues on without any troubles. I don't think it will get into the podium places, but it will stay there. And of course, we have to take into account it still has pit stops to make, so it will lose a bit of time once it starts making those mandatory pit stops that it needs to do. The other MX-5s in the order, you've got the 6th position of Stuart Humphrey Racing, with Stuart at the wheel of it in car 91. That's the rival team for Class C. And then you have this battle going on for Class B, which involves the 2 auto test run Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, the 7th place car, which is Sebastian Fisher at the wheel. He's sharing that car with Michael Green and Oliver Graham, who are regulars. Well, Oliver and Michael have been regulars in the MX-5 Championship. Seb's been taking a bit of a break recently, but he's joined his teammates again for this race. And then you have the Lancaster Insurance Auto Test car, which I think is a bit of a partnership between, for this car, Auto Test and BC Cars Motorsport. And that car, of course, being shared by Peter McNichol, Rob Walker, and a now 2-time vice champion of the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship being Adam Sparrow. So that car running well in 9th position. They're still battling away with the 2 Track Scotland Minis. Then just on the verge of the top 10 is another MX-5, and that's the first of the Paul Sheard cars. It's number 2, which has Adam Zieba at the wheel, and that's been shared by 2 more co-drivers that have Mazda MX-5 experience at BRSCC level, and that's Alec Livesley and Nick Dougal. So that car certainly running well. Nick Dougal, when he races for BRSCC, usually does do Club Sport Trophy, one of the nippy little Mazda 2s, but back into a Mazda MX-5, and I've seen it before. He's been in the Mark 1, so good to see that these guys are doing well. So it seems as though that we do have quite a strong Mazda contingent of Mazda Mark 1s and Mark 3s with a couple of Mark 2s as the bagpipers get ready. Yeah, the advantage of the Mazdas being reflected in the battle for Class B honours now as well, because Seb Fisher has taken the lead of Class B with the Auto Test TSW Mazda of Seb Fisher. Just looking for what's happened to the Track Scotland car, because that slipped back to, I think it's maybe, yeah, this is an effect of the 2-part race adding together. So Craig Dillon, now at the wheel of the 155 car, has just completed a proper pit stop, hasn't he? That's what's happened. So yes. 155 has completed a full pit stop, and that has seen a change of driver from Loyals Forsyth to Craig Dillon. So that now puts that car on 4 pit stops completed, whereas the rest of the Class B runners have still only completed their 3 pit stops. So that battle's certainly going to carry on into the 3rd part of the race. I noticed on 1 or 2 of the LED light displays that a couple of them are flickering, and one of which is the 155 car, which doesn't have a full array now of LED lights on the side, but it is now continuing with identification. Not that you need it too much in these, well, daylight, but still murky conditions. It's just gone past the second placed BMW, so the two Anthony Seddon cars still hold position. There's Alan Caulfield at the wheel.
Worth giving credit to Track Scotland, because they've had to work extremely hard over the course of the weekend, having had to do some engine changes on Friday and had one car sitting out the whole of the qualifying sessions whilst the engine was expecting new parts and they were waiting for those to arrive. And so Track Scotland, having worked as hard as they have done, being rewarded with so far a very good, reliable and successful race. Now the safety car is out, yellow flags are being displayed around the circuit, so no overtaking. Whether that message quite reached the Rocket complex as the Operation Motorsport Canada car got there, I'm not sure, because it was embroiled in a bit of a battle with the BRZ, and they managed to sort themselves out just as the yellow flag has come out. So yellow flag has come out around the circuit. The safety car, the Bentley, is waiting at the exit of the pit lane to come out and take up its position at the head of the field, which will be in front of the Audi of Alex Smith, which has just gone across the start-finish line. So the Bentley takes its cue, heads out of the pit lane, heads up towards the hairpin right of the banking, and as Alex Smith reaches the same place, so the Audi TT puts on the brakes, slows his pace, and will now have one lap behind the safety car. Marshall's down on the start-finish line, ready with the red and white checkered flag, and so all of the effort of the last hour and a half, I hate to say this, but it's all been wasted in a sense, because the
well, it depends on the gaps, doesn't it? In terms of if people are close
exactly.
and change positions, so it might have been profitable. It might have been possibly time lost.
Yeah, but in the case of Jason McAnulty, who, as I say, had established a lead over Alex Smith of some 30 seconds before the safety car was deployed, all of a sudden he finds himself going around. Well, it does get him back onto the lead lap, doesn't it? So from Jason McAnulty's point of view, it now puts him only 2 laps behind the race leader and on the same lap as Steve McCulley.
Yes.
So from that point of view, that has helped. There he goes across the line now, actually, is Jason McAnulty. So he's quite a long way back in terms of where he is in the safety car queue, but nevertheless he has made up one of the 3 laps that he was away from the RAF Audi TT, which has run faultlessly so far, he says, giving him the commentator's curse straight away. But despite the issues which were being described to me before the race for that Audi TT, with its propensity to use up front tyres, so far the car has been able to run on its front tyres, and that's probably been helped certainly this morning by the weather conditions, and with its fuel consumption as much in its favour as it is, then if these conditions continue to prevail for the rest of the day, I'm just wondering what's going to beat that Audi apart from a mechanical glitch. But anyway, we'll see what happens. That's why we like this sport so much, because it's always unpredictable. Safety car brings the field slowly down through the corkscrew while the rest of the field catch up. On the screen there, going into the Rocket complex, the right and left-hander. Oh, Jason McAnulty coming grinding to a halt altogether there in the 117 purple Lotus Elise. Right at the back of that lineup there is the Jaguar XF, the pop bang colour liveried car, and still got its rotating identification lights on the front of that car where the fog lights ought to be. They've put those ID lights on as the safety car train is so long. You've got cars going up towards Rocket and others coming through Peel, such as the reliability shown by all of the field. I don't think we had 55 cars start eventually this part, and we still have 55 cars running, so a race of remembrance to remember without any retirements potentially in prospect. Again, predicting what might happen with 3.5 hours of the race still to go. The red and white checkered flag held out by a rather damp start-finish marshal, but crossing the line then is the number 7 Audi TT. Second in the row behind there is the Stuart Humphrey Mazda, and that won't have helped it because that will have given the Will Blackwell Chambers Mazda, Clapham North Mazda 69, another lap of an advantage, which despite that Mazda, the Clapham North Mazda, having to make another pit stop, that will help the Clapham North team. So, from a strategic point of view, fascinating the way that this race pans out. You need to, I think Rob Lewis used the expression, use your nonce a little bit to get the best out of the way that the regulations work, and in the end nobody really minds who wins and who loses, because that is the nature of this race. But in the end, you get a racing driver, you get a racing car. It's a competitive sport. You want to do as best you can, and for the leading class drivers, that means trying to make the best of any particular situation as it gets presented to you. So we will now be lining up the cars on the start-finish line and then building up to the remembrance service. We'll go and get racing underway again at around about 11:30. But if you're watching on the stream, don't tune away, because the whole point of the Race of Remembrance is to have this remembrance service. And as James Cameron was saying on air last night, any other circuit, provided they would conform to the conditions of the silence at the appropriate time of 11 o'clock on the Remembrance Sunday. Good to do that, and a great way to commemorate the military personnel who made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. So just to recap, Alexander Smith leading the way in the number 7 RAF Motorsport, sustainably powered by the RAF Central Fund, leading the way, 264 laps completed, 2 laps ahead of the Leos Racing Caterham Steve McCulley in number 97 in second place. In third place, Jason McInulty in the Able Care ES Motorsport Lotus Elise number 117 in third place, also on 262 laps. And then on 255 laps, further 7 laps behind, is the leading Class C car, which is Will Blackwell Chambers in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 car number 69. Fourth overall. In fifth place overall is number 77, the Breakdancer Racing Relay Team, which has Alan Curtis currently representing their team in his version of number 77, which is car F in the 6-driver lineup. That's fifth. In sixth place is the second place Class C car, number 91, Stuart Humphrey in his team Mazda, and he has completed 252 laps compared to 255 for the Clapham North team's car. Seventh is the leading Class B class car, Seb Fisher in the Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5 car number 24, which has completed 250 laps, 2 more than the Track Scotland 2 Mini Cooper of Craig Dillon, car 155, but that car, the Track Scotland 2 car, has completed 1 extra pit stop compared to the Seb Fisher car. So a similar situation to what we have in Class C, in that the car that leads owes us a pit stop, and the car behind in second place has that pit stop in hand. Third in Class B is Brian Chandler in the car that had to make 2 stop-and-go penalties in this morning's session, car 14. And then rounding out the top 10 is the other Track Scotland car, which is in the hands of Scott Armstrong, and he is in 10th place overall, 4th in Class B. The BMW class being led by Mackenzie Priestwood, car 34, ahead of the other Anthony Seddon Racing BMW 116i trophy car, Alan Caulfield in car number 21, and then third in the BMW trophy class is car number 80, Ollie Smith, at the wheel of his BMW, the Ellsworth BMW entered car. As far as the other class is concerned, for the Citroen C1s, Robin Welch leading the way in car 586. From car 386, Colin Gillespie, the 2 WRC developments. Citroen C1s separated by 2 laps at the end of the first 2 segments of the race, with Scuderia Polo Rosso in 3rd place in the Citroen class, courtesy of James Matthews, who's currently at the wheel of the number 310 Citroen C1, and he is 1 lap behind the 2 WRC developments Citroen C1s. So the cars being parked in nose to tail formation all the way down the start finish straight alongside the pit wall, drivers getting out of the cars, and those cars that are open having umbrellas to afford a piece of protection to the driver's seat as the rain continues to patter down. And in just a few moments we'll be handing over control of the airways to the Race of Remembrance and to the Padre, who will be conducting the service, who is Reverend.
Let you know, there's people standing right beside the camera on the balcony. I don't know if they're going to get in the way of the shots.
Gaz Curry, Reverend Michael Hall, and Andy Wheeler, who will be the piper. Emma Featherstone on the bugle. So the assembled congregation gathering down there in the pit lane, and the Mazda 4, which is the poppy car of the Race of Remembrance Mission Motorsport, which was photographed at Whitehall on at the Cenotaph on Friday morning, then did some I'll say laps around Westminster Bridge, but went up and down Westminster Bridge as part of a photo shoot down there on Friday morning. The Mazda will serve as the focal point for the wreath-laying service in what has been a long line of various poppy cars over the years. And as I say, that will be used as the focal point for the laying of wreaths from the various armed services and other official bodies that are involved with the Race of Remembrance here at Anglesey Circuit.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you make sure that your phones are on silent, please, for our service? Those who have responsibility for the compressors in the pits, if you can make sure they're switched off, they don't start at halfway through our service. Thank you.
So preparation's almost complete, and pleased to say, as always with such events, there's no need for any fences, posts or ropes to keep the crowd back. Just paint a yellow line on the road and everybody lines up. Many servicemen in their service uniforms, of course, and such is their way of honouring the colleagues. There is the Mazda 4, specially prepared for this event. Word of appreciation to Laura Restrop, who you can see there handing out orders of service to the attendees. Without Laura's administrative efforts, then a lot of the Race of Remembrance would be a much worse place. So thanks to Laura. The rest of the congregation are just about ready. The stage is set, and then we will be handing over to the RAF Padre, coming from just up the road at RAF Valley, which is the closest RAF station to the Anglesey circuit. Often we get their training aircraft coming over the circuit, but all the servicemen otherwise occupied today, so it's peacefully quiet here at Anglesey Circuit, and the final preparations underway now for the service of remembrance. Reminder, if you're watching on the live stream, that you can donate to Mission Motorsport using the links on the BRSCC website, or, as the screen tells you, sending a number 10 ROR to the 70085 in order to donate £10, 20 ROR to that same number, 70085, to donate £20 and so on to give to the Race of Remembrance, and the various social media outlets also showing various places where you can donate to this very worthwhile cause that Mission Motorsport has built around the Race of Remembrance. So, as before, the stage ready.
Anglesey weather has not disappointed us today, but thank you for taking time out in your busy weekend of racing to be part of this really important act of remembrance across the nations and the world. No matter who you are, where you are from, what your background is, what your service history and life is, this is a place of safety and welcome. And it is so because we have those who've gone before us whom we are indebted to. Those who have given the ultimate sacrifice of their own lives for our peace and freedom. It is in a spirit of companionship, friendship, and solidarity in these causes that we stand together today in Thanksgiving. Hopefully you've got an order of service that you can see look over somebody's shoulder. We are going to sing this morning. I'm reminded that there is a short introduction to each of the hymns that we are going to sing. We begin with our first hymn, O God our help in ages past.
This is taken from Psalm 46, verses 1 to 3. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea. Though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains quake with their surging. The second reading is taken from John 15. This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends, if you do whatsoever I command you. Thanks be to God.
It feels a bit strange on occasions such as this to be starting with congratulations, but it is appropriate on this, the 10th anniversary of this particular event, to congratulate you, for it is in a spirit of courage and a spirit of comradeship and determination to do the thing which makes us the people that we are, that this event has prospered and is what it is today. Your very presence here this morning is a testament to how important this is to your lives and the lives of so many who would be here if they could today, but are unable. It is that strong bond of friendship that has made you who you are in this place. Yes, enjoying what you do because it is fun, but doing it within the context because you know is the right thing to do. I was reminded yesterday that this whole weekend is about remembrance. That the racing is that which is the vehicle, excuse the pun, through which we remember. This is the moment, central and pivotal to what we are about and do in this place. So congratulations for continuing that tradition, for making it grow, and keeping alive that spirit of friendship. It is important that you hand on to the next generation all that you have gained in your time here. Apart from congratulations, there is something else I want us to briefly think about this morning in this moment of remembrance. I want to think about passion. There is a passion in this place. It's palpable. As you come through the gates, you feel it. Maybe it's the fuel fumes, I don't know. But it is palpable. You sense the joy and excitement, the thrill that there is in being together and doing what you do. There is a passion and determination to do your very best in this place, to make things work, to see it happen, to be the best. Today, on this Remembrance Sunday, we are reminded of that passion too. Drove our forebears, whatever their beliefs or understanding, whatever their values, to give of themselves in service of humanity and the cause of peace and justice. Their passion to do absolutely everything they could to maintain freedom and peace for generations to come. It is that passion that we remember and give thanks for today. But it is also about community. It is about that place where we are more than ourselves. We are not the sum of our parts, we are so much more. And yes, there are heroes in conflict and war who go that little bit further to do the right thing. But we are community. We are people that are made by others and what they do and say about us. Today on Remembrance Sunday, we remember the community of the known and the unknown who gave their lives. There was no more moving sight than going to Menin Gate or around the cemeteries of northern France and Belgium and seeing the community of men and women who gave of themselves. But lest we forget those who were at home too, and serving in ways which only they could, to make sure that those on the front line did the right thing and won final victory against evil and tyranny. Third thing that I want to briefly Service is what we are all part of today, and we are no prouder than when we are in uniform and doing that which our service requires of us. Today, in our own commitment to whatever service we are a member of, give thanks for those who within their service gave everything of themselves. Today, in that spirit of peace and comradeship, enjoying the freedom that we have today, hold on to that passion that keeps us striving forward. Keep community as we together find a way forward in this crazy complex world that we live in. Hold fast to the values of the services that we share and that we are part of. That is the hope that we have today as we remember so much loss and tragedy in the past and indeed in the present. That is the hope that will keep us in the place of peace and freedom. Thanks be to God for the passion, the community, and the service that we represent today. We meet in the presence of God. We commit ourselves to work in penitence and faith for reconciliation between the nations, that all people may together live in freedom, justice and peace. We pray for all who in bereavement, disability and pain continue to suffer the consequences of fighting and terror. We remember with thanksgiving and sorrow those whose lives in world wars and conflicts, past and present, have been given and taken away.
They shall grow not old. We that are left, as we that are left grow old, age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. The going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
for all whom we remember this day, fulfilling them with the purpose of your love, and bring us all with them to your eternal joy. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We pray for the leaders of the nations, that you may guide them in the ways of freedom, justice and truth. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for those who serve in the armed forces of the Crown, that they may have discipline and discernment, courage and compassion. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for our enemies and those who wish us harm, that you may turn the hearts of all to kindness and friendship. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for the wounded and the captive, the grieving and the homeless, that all in their trials they may know your love and support. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Most holy God and Father, hear our prayers for all who strive for peace, and for all who yearn for justice. Help us, who today remember the cost of war, to work for a better tomorrow. And as we commend to you lives lost in terror and conflict, bring us all in the end to the peace of your presence, through Christ our Lord. Amen. We share and sing together the prayer of Christ the Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. We sing our second hymn, I Vow to Thee, My Country. God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the Church, the King, the Commonwealth and all people, peace and concord. And to us and all his servants, life everlasting. The blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, be with you all, evermore.
Let's go racing!
So James Cameron shouts, "Let's go racing." That's the signal for the drivers to return to their cars. And the Mazda 4 there with the wreaths of appreciation from the various services, showing a respect for departed comrades and colleagues, and some fairly high running emotions down there in amongst the military personnel. And reminder, we did mention this yesterday, as far as Operation Motorsport Canada and Operation Motorsport USA is concerned, they won't be coming over next year because they're going to be running their own event over in the States at Virginia International Raceway, modelled on the Race of Remembrance here at Anglesey. Our loss will be their gain, but really does show the impact that this event has had on the military personnel and motorsport community as well, which comes together at this Race of Remembrance weekend. And the Service of Remembrance, then, one which each of us has our own special memories associated with it, from whichever military conflict you choose to remember the fallen. A very good address from the Reverend Michael Hall there. We thanks to Michael for seeing us through the Service of Remembrance, talking about the passion, the community and the service of the military personnel, which is then reflected in the way that they approach their racing. Yes, they're doing it for fun, but they want to be the best. So the drivers will return to the cars. The marshals will return to their posts for some of them, that's a bit of a long walk because they've walked all the way down from the further reaches of the circuit, so there'll be a bit of a pause whilst the marshals get back to their positions. The various service vehicles, ambulances, medical units, etc. will also have to return to their positions, but with the objective being that by 11:30 we're able to get racing underway again, and then we will be underway for a further 3.5 hours. And thinking about the race, which is always a bit of a mind shift to get back into a racing mindset after Remembrance service like that, but can the Royal Air Force's sustainably powered Audi TT manage to hold on to its lead? Well, it's got a 2-lap cushion and it's got 3.5 hours of racing still to go, 2 4-minute pit stops to perform in those 3.5 hours by the mandatory regulations, and 2 very quick cars will be chasing it, being the Leos Racing Caterham 7 of Steve McCulley and Don Henshaw. Don, who's been able to have a bit of a lie-in this morning, hasn't yet driven the car today. Steve McCulley will be taking the restart in the Caterham. And then Jason McInulty with the AbleCare ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, coming from a 1-lap penalty that they suffered yesterday as a result of slightly miscalculating the drive time, which was calculated at 3 hours and 34 seconds when their limit is 3 hours. So that costs them a lap penalty, but despite that lap penalty they restart just 2 laps behind the overall race leader and 45 seconds behind the Leos Rating Caterham. And certainly in the first part of this morning's racing, Jason McInulty was the quickest car out there in his Lotus Elise. Those 3 cars, the 3 that are really battling for the lead and overall honours, and the best of the rest is the battle for Class C, car 69, Will Blackwell Chambers, actually having his first ever endurance race. So racing with having other cars around him, having to dodge every which way to get past them, but I think he's enjoying the experience. Rob Boston having done a stint in that Mazda last night, but I think between Will Blackwell Chambers and George Grant they're expecting to do the rest of the race between them. However, they still have 3 pit stops to make this afternoon. Well, the rest of this morning is not yet afternoon, is it? But for the rest of today.
Notice 5 of them have changed drivers since the end of Isherwood's in down for that one now, and it was Smith when it finished. So there's 5 have changed for the restart.
Okay. So cars getting ready, and they'll be restarting behind the safety car as soon as the signal is given to do so. I was talking about the Clapham North Racing, or Clapham North MOT, well, Boston Racing Mazda MX-5 in 4th place overall, leading Class C, but with 3 pit stops still to make, whereas the Stuart Humphrey Racing car, which Stuart Humphrey started this morning, and therefore should be restarting now, just checking down whether there have been some sneaky driver changes gone on during the Remembrance service. They shouldn't have been, but Peter Shearer up here has just whispered into my ear that they may have been. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Stuart Humphrey's Racing's Mazda, though, has made 4 pit stops already, so therefore only has to make 2 more pit stops in the remaining part of the race, but has a 3-lap disadvantage now on the Clapham North MOT car. Now, some of that will unwind itself because the Stuart Humphrey car is further ahead in the queue, and in fact is number 2 in the queue behind the safety car, whereas the Clapham North Mazda is quite a long way back in the queue behind the safety car. Can't count in many cars how actually far back it is, but it's certainly around about halfway down the field. But in terms of total laps completed, the Clapham North Mazda has done 255 laps, whereas the Scott Humphrey car has only done 252. Class C, very much the story of just those 2 cars. Class B, which is the bottom half of the top 10, or 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th cars, are all Class B cars, and that's now being led by the Autotest TSW Mazda, which Sebastian Fischer has been driving. However, they are a car that has only done 3 pit stops, whereas the car behind, the Track Scotland car, which Lionel Forsyth has now handed over to Craig Dillon, that car, 155, has done 4 pit stops already. So in Class B, we have a similar situation to what we have in Class C, in that the leader has an extra pit stop to make in this final segment. So fascinating situation as far as the overall race positions are concerned. In the classes, similarly, Classes C and Class B, very closely matched. In Class A, we only have 1 entrant. That's the Toyota Aygo of the Flat Cap Motorsport, Mintro Motorsport team. So needless to say, they're leading their class. The BMW 116i Trophy class being led now by the number 34 Anthony Seddon racing team, who used the first part of this morning's race to get Mac Priestwood ahead of the team car of number 21, which has been Alan Caulfield in today's race. And as I say, Mac Priestwood has been the quicker of the 2 and has got himself up to the front of the BMW 116i Trophy in what is at the moment an Anthony Seddon Racing 1-2, although 3rd in class, the Ellsworth BMW car number 80 is currently being shown as 3 laps behind the 2 Anthony Seddon Racing cars, which are both on the same laps, 241 each. The Citroen C1 class being led by 586 WRC Developments car, which has already completed 4 pit stops, just 2 more to make, as has the 386, also a WRC Developments entered car, and they are separated by 2 laps, with number 586 ahead of number 386. And then 3rd in the Citroen C1 class is Scuderia Polo Rosso, car number 310, and they are a further lap behind the 386 car. So the Citroens separated a little bit more than the classes in the faster cars up ahead of them. But we'll keep an eye on all of those as soon as the racing gets underway again, which it is scheduled to do in 3 minutes' time. And we can get information now about the weather, about conditions, and anything else from Scott and Rob down in the pits.
Well, I think everyone can agree that was a wonderfully observed Remembrance Sunday service, of course, and thank you to everyone that's been part of it all the way through that from start to finish. I think it's a word I've used a lot to describe that, Rob Lewis, in terms of the atmosphere with all the people around, the military personnel, the Mission Motorsport staff, BRSCC, all the officials, all the marshals. There's only one word I can use to describe it, and it's poignant, because it is a poignant thing, and it does put a lot of things into perspective, and it does really make you think about all the sacrifices that every single person that served has made in order for us to be here today, the ultimate sacrifice. So it's only fitting, as we do every year, to honour it in this way. But I think because it's part of the motorsport community, it just hits a little bit different.
It certainly does, and you can see up and down pit lane there are so many people here that have lost friends, lost colleagues, fighting for various countries, and for all of you watching around the world, it was so poignant. You could hear a pin drop when the silences were being observed. It was absolutely impeccable. We all got caught up in it. We always do. It's such an emotional occasion here, and you could see afterwards servicemen and women hugging each other, remembering their friends, remembering their loved ones, and lost family and friends. And now we've done the service, we remember the fallen, and we've got 3.5 hours now to race on in their honour. And what a race this is shaping up to.
Yeah, there's still class battles to be decided in classes B, C, and indeed also in the 1-1 series class as well. Some also battles going on, of course, in the C1s. And a 2-lap advantage at the moment for the leading number 7 Audi. Of course, that can all change if there's problems. Anything can happen. It's a motor race. But I think this really was, when we started this weekend, one of those races where genuinely there was no predictable winner in each of the classes. And each of those classes looks low. They're going to go right down to the wire in terms of the battles we're going to have. Lots of competition in each, some great racing. And again, we've still got 3.5 hours to really sort out exactly how this all plays out. So any thoughts on potentially which way this could go, or is it really that much of a toss-up that it's too close to call?
There are so many variables in the mix here. The weather being one. It is soaking out there now. So not only have the teams got to get back in the cars with a soaking wet track, they've been sat there. The track conditions have changed dramatically, even since the service. But I'll give you a bit of a word on that Audi TT, Scott, that maybe a few people at home may not have thought about. That is a diesel car. They're naturally a bit more fuel efficient. They can go longer distances on their tanks of fuel versus, say, the petrol cars like the BMWs. The wet weather will also prolong those stints. They are not going to be using that fuel as such. So if that TT can lengthen its stints out and get to its minimum 6 pit stops with the 4-minute time, they're a shoe-in here for the overall shout, I feel. But don't discount the Macanoltis in this. They are absolutely flying and reveling in these conditions. And all the slower cars in the field as well, they'll be rubbing their hands together. Right, guys, let's get the wet setup on, let's get the wet tyres on, and let's go racing. And speaking of which, we hear cars out on the circuit now, so I think it's time to head to our trusty friend in the commentary box, Mr. Paul Trustwell. What do you think?
It is indeed. One thing to remember, the Audi TT has made a lot of its pit stops under the safety car, which means it's got a lot of free pit stops and got that advantage. Can it keep it up? Engines are fired up, cars are back underway. We're going to get the third part of Race of Remembrance 2024, supporting and organised with the Mission Motorsport and also in conjunction with the BRSCC. So one last time, not for the final time today, but once again, let's head back up to the commentary box, take us through to the start of part 3 with the man himself, Paul Trustwell.
Thanks very much, Scott Woodwis and Rob Lewis down there in the weather conditions. I'm lucky enough that nice and dry and relatively warm up here in the box overlooking the circuit, and we get a great view from up here. So not only do I get a good shot of the cars going out onto the circuit on the TV pictures, but I can also see them through the somewhat rain-spattered windows now going up towards Rocket. All 55 of them are still going because although we had 3 missing from the grid lineup, all 3 of them have joined in from the pit lane. So the number 27 RAF BMW, which remember ground to a halt after just 8 laps of the first part of this morning's racing with Wayne Lewis at the wheel, that car has been repaired. It was at the very least a gearbox issue that needed replacing, but it's been repaired, and the number 27 car has joined in from the very back there. Not quite sure who the driver is at the moment, but we'll pick that up when it comes through because it hasn't been across the start-finish line yet. Joining in from the pit lane, but that car is back in the race, as is also the car number 96, the Jaffa Cake Racing Mazda, which has started from the pit lane, and then also starting from the pit lane is 305, the Royal Engineers BMW 116i. So that car is back in the race. So quite remarkable that after one period of 7 hours and then a further hour and a half this morning, we've still got all 55 cars in the race. Cars making their way up, but they're already through the Tom Price race and coming through. We're going to have 2 laps at least behind the safety car whilst drivers get accustomed to these conditions, which, as Rob and Scott were telling us, have worsened considerably since the intervention for the Remembrance service. So opportunity to just drivers to familiarise themselves with these conditions. And obviously one issue is that of spray, and visibility from inside the cars certainly not ideal. When you get a gaggle of cars going through, then there is a little bit more spray being kicked up, but it's not as bad as it has been here at Anglesey. They are certainly very wet conditions, but the rain is, well, it's a bit more than a fine drizzle, but it's not torrential, you put it that way. They probably have more words for rain in Welsh than in the English language can cope with, but anyway, they're being led around by the Audi TT, which, yes, has been shown, Peter Shearer drawing my attention to it, as having sneaked in a driver change, because it's currently being shown as Matthew Isherwood as the driver of that car, whereas it was Alex Smith driving it in the first part. So my understanding was that the driver who started part 3 had to be the same as the driver who finished part 2. Just talking across at Scott to make sure he's got the same understanding of the regulation.
That's how I'd understand it.
Yeah, well, there's been a driver change in the leading car, which, say, causing some shrugs and raised eyebrows around here. Whether it's a transponder issue or some kind of data issue on the TSL screen, and it may well update itself when they come through once the safety car has gone in and we're under full racing conditions. But the way that the regulations work certainly suggest that it should be Alex Smith still at the wheel of the number 7 Audi TT.
I'm going to explore the regulations and see if I can have a look for you.
No, I've already looked it up. It does say that.
Oh, it does say that.
So it's not something that really needs to be debated. It's not a question of interpretation. I'm sure you've... So we can go down to Rob Lewis in the pits. Let's have a word with him. What have you got for us, Rob?
Already the action has started in the pit lane. Remember before, Paul and Scott, when I told you about some of the teams maybe taking a bit of a gamble, leaving their cars out there on the semi-slick tyres? Well, unfortunately, the two Metabubu racing cars, 52 and 54, took that gamble. It is simply too slippy out there. And I'll show you what I mean. The conditions out on the track are treacherous. At the moment, a lot of the cars are running these Nankang slick tyres. They have some grooves in them. They've got a better, softer compound. They're changing to these Uni-Royal Rain Sport tyres. These are specifically moulded for the wet conditions. They've got more water clearing channels in the tyre. They will be better in the wet surface and if there's possibly any standing water. But just as I say that, on the horizon, it's starting to look a bit clearer, and it is forecast to have the front blow through and clear up later on. So could this be a change that maybe scuppers them for pace later on? If the wind stays as it is, it's going to blow the rain off the track anyway and dry it out a little bit quicker. But as you can see, quite literally, the whole field is getting ready to change tyres, change fuel, do whatever pit stops they need to under this safety car. So I'll ask the final question. Those cars that pitted before the Remembrance service, have they got the advantage over the conditions? Let's find out.
I was going to say, we're not going to be able to tell you that, Rob, but never mind. We'll try and work it out as this third part of the race goes through, and those cars which are coming into the pits you'll have to keep an eye on, because if they just change tyres, then it can be a pit stop as fast as you like. If they put fuel in or change the driver, then they will have to spend 4 minutes in the pits, and all of a sudden, you said they were under safety car. They're not under safety car anymore. We've gone racing, and having rechecked the regulations, a driver change is permitted with the authorization of the clerk of the course. Now, I'm not quite sure why the clerk of the course might have allowed them to change driver, but a driver change is permitted with the permission of the clerk of the course. So whether the RES Motorsport team have gone along and said that Alex Smith is feeling a bit tired, can Matthew Isherwood take over? I don't know. But anyway, Matt Isherwood is being shown... no, he isn't. He's being shown as Alex Smith. So, yes, it is merely a timing glitch.
Crisis averted.
So, yeah, crisis averted. So it is Alex Smith then at the wheel, as it should be. Jason McInulty at the wheel of the number 117, but George Grant being shown as the driver of the number 69 car. Now, he's yet to come through on this lap. And so the timing system may well update itself as he goes through at the end of his first racing lap. All eyes go onto the timing screen, but it stays as George Grant. Anyway, we'll see whether or not there has been some change here, or whether it's, as I say, just the timing system keeping up with itself. But like I've said, the regulation states that the driver who finishes Sunday morning has to restart this segment of the race, the final 3.5-hour segment of the race. And as I say, the aggregate conditions positions then get calculated as the results, as the sum of parts 1, 2 and 3, and that leaves Alex Smith in the lead of the race by 2 laps, and at the moment he is the fastest car out there, lapping only just under 2 minutes. So that's an indication of how much worse the conditions have become. We had Rob Lewis there explaining the difference between the tyres. There are regulations about which sorts of tyres are allowed in each of the classes, and the different categories, Citroen C1s running on these Nankang tyres. The Audi TT with its also front-wheel drive, but as Rob and Scott were explaining on the grid, with this biodiesel-powered car losing absolutely no performance with the alternative fuel, but gaining in terms of its fuel consumption. And whilst he still has to make 6 pit stops in total, a further 2 still to be made, they each have to be of 4 minutes, so it will even itself out. All of the top 3 cars have a further 2 pit stops to make. The 4th place car, Will Blackwell Chambers, now being shown as the driver correctly in the number 69 car. Will Blackwell Chambers in 4th place has only made 3 pit stops, so still has 3 to make in the remaining 3.5 hours of the race. Obviously, slower pace in the wet conditions will mean that the 4 minutes isn't quite so costly, but still certainly far from over as far as the battle of Class C is concerned, with Stuart Humphrey not that far behind in the number 91 Mazda MX-5. Stuart Humphrey driving in his own team car. Class B, that's the cars with engines producing up to 140 brake horsepower per tonne. Just having a pit stop there, and that's the Class B leader, the Auto Test TSW car, number 24, which started this section of the race with Seb Fisher behind the wheel, now switching over to Michael Green. That will hand the lead of Class B back to the Track Scotland car, which Craig Dillon has taken over, and Craig Dillon making his 4th pit stop just before the break. The Auto Test TSW Mazda making his 4th pit stop just after the break. So they're now equal in terms of number of pit stops completed. We'll wait till the end of the lap and then we'll be able to see which ones come out ahead, because they both completed the same number of laps now, both the Track Scotland Mini and the Auto Test Mazda, running in 7th and 8th places overall and leading Class B. Into the pits comes the 220 camera car, the Toyota GT86, coming in to join the Subaru BRZ, which was already there, and this the Operation Motorsport Canada car, and driver out of the car, which he has to be before they start refueling. And this car has a very special refueling mechanism, which we may see on the cameras. They have 2 refueling churns which they can put in simultaneously, as the Americans would have it. This is a Canada car, and so they will be refueling, as I say, in this 2 refuelers working at a time, and then a third with the fire extinguisher at the ready should it be required. And into the pits as well has come Jason McAnulty. So Jason McAnulty brings the second placed Lotus Elise, number 117, into the pit lane. And this will be for a change over to David McAnulty. I said earlier on, this car the team making a slight mistake in their drive time calculations earlier on. Although Peter Shearer informing me that the team think they got it right and it was the timekeepers who got it wrong. But unfortunately, it's timekeepers' rules that apply. And anyway, the 117 car then having a 1 lap penalty applied to its completed total following yesterday's race, and that cost it 2nd place overnight, now running in 3rd place, but was back up to 2nd again by the time it came into the pits to have its 5th pit stop. And therefore that is the first car, at least of the leading group, not counting the breakdancers relay car, to have 5 pit stops. So Jason McAnulty handing over to David, and David is not quite as quick as Jason. During the first part of the race this morning, Jason was the fastest man in the car in the wet, the damp conditions. The more severe wet conditions now perhaps are turning the tables slightly towards the RAF's Audi TT. So the Audi stays out there. What we saw yesterday was that they were able to make their pit stops when we had safety car interruptions, and because that car runs so much further on its tank full, it was able to absorb those stops under the safety car, and it didn't have to worry too much about how much fuel was going in. They just topped it up as much as they could. The Audi goes through once again, completing another lap. As the car on the left there on the screens, the pale green Mazda, goes into the left-hander. There's the Operation Motorsport Canada Toyota GT86 receiving service in the pits. The fuel has already gone in. They're waiting for the driver to get himself strapped in, and then they'll be sending it on its way. It's currently spent... Where's my screen gone for that? It's currently spent 4 minutes and 12 seconds, 12 minutes in the pit, 4 minutes and 12 seconds in the pits for the Toyota. A stop and go penalty in the pits for the 101 Mazda. This is the Mission Motorsport car that started it all, if you will, having competed in every single one of the 10 races of remembrance that we've had over the last 10 years, this being both the 10th anniversary and the 10th running of the event, due to the goings on of 2020, when there was a virtual Race of Remembrance, but not one here at Anglesey. Although there is an argument that says that the isolation of the place meant that they could have held something. The Lotus Elise is still in the pits and has been there for more than 4 minutes now. Where is the 117 car? Of course, it's behind the pit garages in an awning behind the pit. So if Rob Lewis is going to find out if there is a problem with that car, he's going to have to traipse behind the pit garages to find out. But at the moment, the car, if I lean forwards, I'll be able to see. No, I can't. Oh, here it comes now. So here comes the 117 out of the paddock area back onto the circuit. As it does so, it passes the George Grant Clapham North MOT car, which is in now for its 4th pit stop. So that was the 5th pit stop just taking place for the 117 Lotus Elise. The Clapham North MOT Mazda in the pits having its 4th pit stop and a driver change. And this is Will Blackwell-Chambers getting out of the car and handing it over to George Grant. And I suspect this will be a long stint for George. You'll get a full tank full of fuel. Did 2 hours of racing yesterday, and you'll probably have a 2-hour stint coming up now. Rob Lewis has also had a long stint down in the pits. He's down there in the pits at the moment and has got an update for us.
Now, as you would have seen, the Operation Motorsport team have just completed one of their pit stops with the Team Canada car. It's time for a garage tour. Let's go and meet some of these people and find out where they're from, what makes them tick, and why, more importantly, why they're here this weekend. So, we're just on the live stream. This is the start of a wonderful garage tour.
Right.
First of all, tell us who you are. Any military time spent, anything like that, and more importantly, why you're here.
Oh, yes, sir. So my name is Richard Davenport. I was in the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Army, deployed to Afghanistan, and then I got blown up, medically retired. I'm here for the camaraderie and the fellowship with my brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? We all have a mutual background in the service, but then when we came over here, it's a whole new experience. Some of us are learning things for the first time. I was a cameraman until yesterday when one of our guys got hurt, and now I'm out here working with the crew. And it's just, you can't buy this kind of friendship, you know what I mean? So for someone like me who doesn't have friends outside of this organization, it means the world.
Absolutely, and it's great to see you doing the great work that you do. Planning to come back next year, obviously, to the American race at Virginia?
If they'll have me, I'll be there, gladly, so yes, sir.
Fantastic, thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Let's delve in and grab some more people, including this fine gentleman here. We had a brief chat yesterday. Introduce yourself to the world. We've got lots of people watching in the US and Canada. Introduce yourself and tell us a bit about yourself.
All right, my name's Nolan Uke. I did 20 years in the U.S. Army, retired as a Master Sergeant. I've done 3 tours Iraq, 1 Afghanistan, 1 rotation to Korea. But being over here has meant the world to me. To be able to put my brother's names, including my father's name, on the car, just is an incredible honor. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, and there's no better way to honor my father, my hero, than to be here this weekend. It means the world to me.
And using racing to almost have a bit of therapy.
Absolutely. This is, I've been a part of the program since June, and my wife and kids will tell you that I'm a different person when I come home from the racetrack than I was earlier this year, and since I retired.
Are they watching from home?
They are watching from home. I love you, babe.
Feel free, say whatever you want.
Ryan, Anthony, Sydney, Gloria, my mom, and my sister, I love you guys very much, and I really appreciate all the support you've given me for the last 20 years. It means the world to me. Appreciate you, bro.
And you mean the world to us. Carry on doing what you're doing. Fantastic. Let's have another tour around the garage. We've got a fine young man here. Tell us a bit about yourself and what you're doing for Operation Motorsport.
My name is Brent O'Connor. I'm a retired Air Force Air Combat Systems officer from Canada, Nova Scotia in particular. Hi, Kentville. And yeah, I'm a beneficiary of Operation Motorsport. I'm here to learn, and on this trip I'm throwing tires. I'm the tire guy, and do whatever I need to do.
I'll make sure you tread carefully then, majorly pun intended. Yeah. How have you found it so far this weekend? Is this your first visit?
It's my first visit to Anglesey. It's actually my first time in Operation Motorsport getting to work on a car. I did the officiating side of things back home. It's tricky. There's a lot of emotions, and we don't always like all of them. But I'm learning. I'm having a great time.
Getting stuck in.
Stuck here.
Getting stuck in.
Getting stuck in. Yeah, no, exactly. Getting stuck in. Getting it figured out. Yeah, every one of us is better at what we were doing right now than what we doing yesterday morning, and we're going to be better at it in 30 minutes. We really are. Like this team, these guys, we've been asked, like, well, what do you guys? No, this is our first time as a team. People are like, well, you guys haven't worked together for years? No, we're a group of randos that are here with a common purpose. We want to become brothers and sisters and work better together, become better people. And this is doing it. And this race is an awesome opportunity to practice it and learning more.
Fantastic. Well, my absolute pleasure to meet you. You're doing great work out there. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say he's having his lunch. Introduce yourself to the world. Tell us a bit about yourself.
So Casey Sobel, currently medically releasing from the RCAF. Just here, kind of soak it in as the lead tech for Opmo.
And your first time here this year?
Yeah, very first time here. It's a blast.
How have you found the program?
It's amazing. Didn't know about it. I was kind of searching for things as I was looking what my body could handle, and this seemed to jive with my background. Used to be around cars when I was younger, worked on F-18s, P3 Auroras, so getting to do this is just an unreal experience.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to Anglesey. It's great to have you here. Let's go to the back of the garage. I'm hoping they let me pass the tape here. I'll tell you what, I'll take the pair of you. Come and join us. So tell us a bit about yourselves and the work you do with Operation Motorsport.
I'm Tiffany. I'm the Executive Director and the co-founder of Operation Motorsport.
You guys do fantastic work. I cannot commend the work you do enough. How has it been for you this year?
Pardon me?
How has it been for you this year, the race?
It's good. It's the 10th anniversary for Race of Remembrance. It's our 7th time here, I think. But for me, it's a closure, trying to absorb everything because it's our last time coming because we're going to do the race in Virginia next year. So it's like trying to hold everything in, enjoy everybody that's here, say goodbye to all the people that we've met over the couple of years. It's good.
It's brilliant, and it's exciting times with this race next year in Virginia. There's a lot of buzz about it.
There is a lot of buzz. We're still trying to figure out how everything's going to look. We've got some support races coming in. We're determining the classes, but the big thing right now is we've got support from USAC as a governing body. We've got CrowdStrike and AWS, who have been longtime supporters of us coming on board. Michelin, who gave us all of our tires for this weekend and last year. They've already given us support next year by Thursday being a track day that under their sponsorship. So right now we're trying to get more buzz about it out there. Everybody here in the UK that's been a part of this event is absolutely invited. We understand that's going to create maybe a tough which way do you go, but we're really excited about it. It's the next chapter on what Operation Motorsport does inside North America.
And you've got a lot of new beneficiaries coming on board this year. Some great people. How do you guys feel being able to provide that for veterans?
You can see the change in them, so it's that part of it that just gives you that little bit of boost when you're working the long hours and the day after day to know that it makes a difference to them. We provide the opportunity for them to work with race teams, but it's the work that they put in that makes the difference. Then we try to reassure them that it's not, they're also thankful, but it's not us, right? It's like, here, this is the opportunity that you have, but you need to put the work in. So it is good.
Fantastic. Well, guys, it's an absolute pleasure to speak to you on the live stream today and to come in and just show off this awesome team to the world. And Virginia next year for the Race of Remembrance USA. Cannot wait for that. Thank you very much, guys. It's great to see. So this is the Operation Motorsport Canada Hub. Actually, I'll grab a quick chat with the driver here because this suit you're wearing is quite a special suit, isn't it? Introduce yourself to the world and tell us a little bit about this race suit.
Yeah, for sure. My name's Hunter. I'm the beneficiary driver this year in the U.S. car. I knew it was our last time coming here to Wales, and when I got to come here in 22 as a beneficiary, it really turned my life around. Get a little emotional talking about it, but I thought it'd be cool this year to have everybody sign the suit, drivers, crew, and we're going to auction it off at BIR next year. So it's an event that's meant the world to me, and I'm glad I get to come back one more time.
Fantastic. Great to see you out in the car. You're getting yourself psyched up and ready to go out and yeah, throw some shapes out in the circuit. Fantastic. And my pleasure to meet you there today. Go and have some fun. Fantastic. Yeah, once again, I'm getting a little bit choked up talking about it myself, but it's just great to see Matt, everyone, the team here at Operation Motorsport. They do absolutely phenomenal. And they're taking it to Virginia next year. So we've got the Veterans Race of Remembrance. That's everything on the front there. So that's the official launch packet there. So 12-hour races, 6 classes, 2 to 6 drivers, time pit stops, all sanctioned by the USAC. And a bit of Mustang Cup action in there as well. Everyone loves a V8, don't they? So
take that with you.
Fantastic. I'll have a little read of this, and for now, I'll hand back up to the commentary box to Scott. It's Paul Trustwell.
Great stuff. Very interesting, that, Rob. Well done for getting the invitation in the first place and taking us through the Operation Motorsport North America, both the USA and the Canada teams. Hunter Reeve there, as he said, having his second Race of Remembrance, having been here in 2022, holds a national competition license from the Sports Car Club of America, has been racing in the WRL, and is a graduate of multiple driving schools in the US, both BMW Performance Racing School and also the Skip Barber Racing School, which needs no introduction. Whilst that has been going on, we've had a number of pit stops taking place. Don Henschel has taken over the Leos Racing Caterham, car number 97 from Steve McCulley, who's been driving it for the duration of the morning thus far. But Don Henschel is now behind the wheel of that one, and David McInulty has taken over behind the wheel of the number 117. So both those cars, 97 and 117, have now completed 5 of their 6 pit stops. The race leader, still Alex Smith, which means they have now been racing for a total of 9 hours. We've had half an hour of this race, so 3 hours to go on the timing, but Alex Smith then at the wheel has still only completed 4 pit stops, so 2 more pit stops to come from the Audi TT, but they now sit on a 5-lap cushion. So if they get some nicely timed safety cars, then they'll be able to get that going again.
I think they might be able to get one, because that's the, well, if it can get going again, they might not. That's the Royal Engineers car that's been in the wars quite literally. It had the shunt last night when it was hit from behind by the RAF graduates car. Then it went off down at the International Loop, and now it's had another excursion off the road, exiting Church onto the grass. Thankfully, the grass hasn't been too boggy and peaty and wet to get it stuck, but it has managed to get back out again. Speaking of BMWs, one of our 2 leading teams, the Anthony Seddon car, still running first and second. This is the lead car that's come in for pit stops. So Mackenzie Priestwood is in to hand the car over to one of his teammates. Also in there, just next to it in the garage, adjacent to it, is the Flying Haggis team, with the best sense of humour in the pit lane, I think. And as has been proven many times over. Tyre change going on. You don't often see tyre changes too much, at least. Or I think they're changing tyres either to go onto another set of treaded tyres or go into something that's a lot more conducive to the conditions now that the rain has abated, it seems, and the circuit will start to dry up a little bit more. So car 34 in the mix. I think what we'll quickly do is, whilst that's happening, we've just gone to 3 hours to go, so I think I might quickly do another quick rundown of the classes, how we go. So whilst the pit stops continue on, with just under 3 hours plus 1 lap to go in Race of Remembrance 2024, this is how it currently stands. We'll see if we can do, let's do the top 5 in each class. We'll get to that point because it's getting to that time in the race. So currently leading the way overall then, starting with Class D, it is the RAF Motorsport, sustainably powered by RAF Central Fund Audi TT with Alex Smith at the wheel, and as Paul rightly said, they have a 5-lap lead at the moment over the second place car, the Leos Racing Caterham, driven by Don Henschel right now in car 97. Third place, but charging along, is the Able Care ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, car 117, with David McAnulty at the wheel. In fourth in class is the Patron Racing BMW E46 330i, but that's 11th overall and 22 laps off the lead. And then rounding out the top 5 in Class D, if there is another car in Class D, which there is, and it is the number 27 RAF Motorsports. Car, as my timing screen has completely jumbled itself around very, very quickly. So trying to figure itself out. Now it has. I can continue. It was the RAF Motorsport with Lewis Property BMW E46 M3 that hit problems before the end of part 2. That currently has Wayne Lewis back at the wheel, but they are now 46 laps down off the lead and are currently sat in 36th overall. Class C is where one of the big battles is currently happening, and it is still battle lines drawn between the number 69 class leading Clapham North Rob Boston Racing Mazda MX-5, which has George Grant at the wheel. They currently have a 3-lap advantage over their main rivals literally all season, both in Supersport Endurance Cup and now here at Race of Remembrance. The Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark III, Martin Rich at the wheel of number 91 at the moment, as we say, 3 or 4 laps down. In third place in class is another MX-5, it's the number 2 Paul Sheard Motorsport car with Nick Dougal at the moment, so 3 Mark IIIs in the top 3 positions in class at the moment. They are currently 12th overall and 23 laps off the lead. Overall lead. In 4th place is car number 12, which is the Tacona Racing Division BMW E36. That's got the driver of Martin Greaves at the wheel. And that car currently sits 13th overall, 24 laps off the overall lead. And rounding out the top 5 is the number 3 Paul Sheard Motorsport car. So 2 of the Paul Sheard cars in the top 5 in class. Although I wish the timer screen would stop moving around because it's changing bit by bit for some reason. I don't know why. So currently showing in 5th is the Harding car as another BMW goes off the road. That's the Matabubu number 54 machine, emulating what the Royal Engineers car did, but we'll get to that in a second. And then Paul Sheard's car with number 3, which is Daniel Harding at the wheel of that car, currently rounding up the top 5, and that is currently sat at the moment in, it says 14th overall, well it should be, it's 5th in class. The timer screen for some reason is jumping around a lot, but we'll cope with that best we can. In Class B, where there's still a big battle going on, the lead now is still with it's gone now to the Track Scotland 2 Mini, car 155, 7th overall. That only has a 13.1 second lead on aggregate over the 2nd placed Auto Test TSW number 24 Mazda MX-5, and then there's a further 35 seconds back on aggregate to the number 14 Mazda MX-5 of Lancaster Insurance Auto Test with Brian Chandler at the wheel. They're all on the same lap together, so on aggregate, all within about roughly 50 seconds of each other. That's a battle that should go down to the wire, and pit stops are going to be crucial. 4th in class is the Track Scotland 1 Mini, so it really is TSW versus Track Scotland here. Car 55, which is 4 laps behind the 3rd place car in class. And that has currently got, at the moment, car 55 has got Scott Armstrong at the wheel. As we see, more unique sense of humour on the side of that race car. That's the Road and Track C1 there, with some rather unique additional eyes to that dog graphic. And that's the top 5. 5th place in Class B is going to be the Jaffa Cake Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. That's Andy Bailey at the wheel, but they've just been handed a penalty, a 5-lap penalty, for something which we'll investigate the reason why. But 5-lap penalty for them, currently sitting at the moment in 5th. If that's the case, that will certainly put them under threat from the Breakdancer Racing number 8 Mazda MX-5 that's got the 6-pack of Caterham drivers, with Tim Steele currently at the wheel.
It's a part Ferme breach for that number 96 car.
Excellent.
So whether they changed driver or did something else during the Remembrance service, I'm not sure, but that's the reason for that penalty.
Many thanks, Paul, for spotting that one. That's a good job. Only one Class A car that we have in the field, of course, and that is the sole City Car Cup spec Toyota Aygo, which has Flat Cap Motorsport and Mintro Motorsport with Alex Foden at the wheel. And that car currently sat at the moment on the timing screen in currently... It's genuinely disappeared because, again, the timing screen is...
29th.
Wonderful, thank you. 29th place on the screen, there it is. And that's currently at the moment 40 laps off the lead and running quite strongly in the top 30. In the 2 particular class-specific, championship spec-specific classes, the BMWs, still Anthony Seddon Racing leads the 1-2, with Harry Ormerod's number 21 car now having taken over from the number 34 Lewis Tyndall, number 34 machine. And there's only 1.2 seconds between them on aggregates. That is really going to be another battle that will be neck and neck all the way to the end at the flag. Up to 3rd place now has come the Yggdrasil number 90 BMW with Tim Crichton at the wheel. That is 2 laps off the lead battle, but still holding on to a podium position at this point in time. The 4th place car, number 80, the Ellsworth BMW EIC motoring car number 80, which currently has Antonio Almeida Souza, which is the Brazilian driver. He's out in 4th position. And then in P5 is the 508 C1 car's gone for a spin up. It looks like the Rocket Complex, but gets going again without problems. The 5th place car is the first of the Matabubu cars, number 52. It's currently sat 24th overall, 5th in class, and car 52 currently has Simon Richardson at the wheel in that one. And the final class to go through is the C1s. At the moment in time in that class, we have WRC Developments leading the way with CB Auto Services, Robin Welsh at the wheel of that car, 30th overall, 41 laps off the overall lead. And then that's ahead of their teammates in car 386 with Colin Gillespie at the wheel. They are currently 2 laps behind their teammates. Third place now is Scuderia Polo Rosso with Frank Claydon in that machine, car 310 in the Mark II. They are a further 3 laps behind second place. Fourth is now the number 458 Silver Lake car, which currently has at the moment Michael Chapman, and that at the moment is 37th overall and 2 laps behind third place. And rounding out the top 5 in Class C1 is the third of the WRC Developments cars with CB Auto Services, which is car 408, and that currently has Matt Mills at the wheel, and that is currently sat at the moment in 38th position. And according to TSL, to do a quick weather update, don't need me to tell you, it's raining in the air and it's wet. So we've still got now 2 hours, 51 minutes and 36 seconds left to go in Race of Remembrance 2024. Mr. Trustwell.
Thank you, Scott. Deep breath, glass of water. A good rundown there of the situation. One slight wrinkle there, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the Anthony Seddon racing car, when Mac Priestwood brought the car in, car number 34, you notice that they swapped around. It was a slightly short pit stop from the number 34 car, 3 minutes 59.5. Now, for the sake of half a second, the timekeepers may cut them a bit of slack, but in other BRSCC races, they're very strict on that. So it's not a penalty as such. It just means that they will have to do another pit stop, which is a 4-minute one, rather than 3 minutes 59.5, which possibly could, as far as Anthony Seddon Racing is concerned, had the advantage over to the 21 car. Although I don't think there's any doubt that number 34 Mackenzie Priestwood is the quickest in that car. Meanwhile, there's another spinning Mazda. Scott, tell us about it.
That's the number 16 Tequila Racing Mazda that's come to a halt at the top of Rocket, so a mechanical issue for that.
Is it mechanical or has it spun and can't restart?
Well, it's pulled off regularly. It's, Fine Haggis Racing again, showcasing their unique sense of humour. Good to see that they are keeping things light-hearted. Not so light-hearted, I'm afraid, at Tequila Racing. That car, if it did spin, it's obviously either stalled or had an issue which has caused it to spin.
It's Jan Jorja, the driver of the Tequila Racing Mazda at the moment, in car 16. Has been going quite well since the break, and I think we might get a safety car situation here. No safety car not yet being shown. There is a stop-and-go penalty, though, for car number 92, which is the 2CV. Cars coming across the start-finish line there. I thought for the moment they might have seen a yellow flag, but no, I think they were just slowing down to read the board, which says there is a stop-and-go penalty for the Crisis Racing Citroën 2CV. Had its own crisis yesterday when the wheel fell off the car, and there was in some consternation as the driver wondered what was wrong, and then not only realised he had a wheel missing, but that it wasn't far away. Anyway, it was all safely gathered in. My attention is drawn to George Grant, who apart from the helicopter hovering overhead, it's very possibly hello and goodbye from David Richards. Arrived and read the They Shall Not Grow Old at the Service of Remembrance, but David Richards now having other things to do. Unfortunately, before we had a chance to get a word with him, never mind. George Grant I was talking about in the 69 Clapham North Mazda. He's taken the car over from Will Blackwell Chambers, and he's driving it pretty rapidly, all credit to him, just outside the 2-minute mark last time around, but he was getting down into the 157s a little while ago, which is as quick as anybody is going, really. Even Alex Smith on his last lap only did a 2 minutes 03, although that was possibly partly due to coming across the Tequila Racing Mazda in an inopportune time. But anyway, George Grant then has completed another pit stop. That's the other point, because he is now behind the wheel. No longer is it Will Blackwell Chambers. So car 69 has now done 4 pit stops, as has the 91 car. No, it hasn't, because the 91 car had done 4 pit stops has now done 5 because Stuart Humphrey has vacated the number 91 car and handed it over to Martin Rich. So it's Martin Rich now driving in the 91. Yellow flags at the start-finish line. Safety car is out again. Explanations, please, Scott, if you have one.
I imagine it's to take care of the tequila racing.
Has that car still not come round?
No, it's on screen here. They pushed it off the road. It's on the grass, almost behind one of the marshal's posts, but they obviously need to get the recovery truck to get it back around to the pits to then be fixed and get it back out again. The number 92 car's also come in for its stop and go penalty. We believe it's for a short pit stop, so another one that was too quick to get out before the 4 minutes was up.
Well, to say that shouldn't cause a penalty because it's not a penalisable offence to do a short pit stop. It just means you have to do another one later. That's what the screen says, though, doesn't it?
Unless they either took fuel on or tyres or a driver change, which means I think it mandates the rules that you actually have to do so.
Yes, if they do a driver change, then they have to do the 4 minutes. Talking of pit stops, the leader is in. And this is, I'll say finally the leader coming in for his 5th pit stop. 1 still to go, but the number 7, Alex Smith, having driven the car continuously since 9 o'clock this morning, we're now just over to 12:15. Yes, we had a break for the remembrance service, but good timing, safety car situation whilst they recover the Tequila Racing car. Ideal moment to come into the pits, and so our race leader, just as Rob Lewis decides to come up to dry out, we haven't got anyone down there, so the pit stop continuing then for the black and red Audi, and this will be Alex Smith out of the car, and I'm going to guess here Ryan Parkin going in, but we'll wait to get confirmation of that if the screen will decide to show it, and if not, then we will be able to confirm that when the TSL timing screen updates itself, when the driver has identified himself to the WHOTAG system. But in any event, it is clear that Alex Smith has got out of the car. Matthew Isherwood was the driver who started yesterday, so it could be him getting back into the car, because Isherwood started, then handed it to Ryan Parkin, followed by Oliver Wayne, followed by Alex Smith yesterday. That was the driving sequence. So it could well be going back to Matthew Isherwood once they've completed this pit stop. Refueling has been completed. New set of tyres is going on to the car. And the wheel nuts being tightened. Meanwhile, the driver is getting himself strapped in on the other side of the car. Whilst the pit stop continues. There's no rush as long as you don't drop anything or make any mistakes. The car having been in the pits thus far for 2.5 minutes. So still plenty of time for that car making its change. You see the driver there getting himself strapped in. The Tequila Racing Mazda still being recovered up there at Rocket. Rob Lewis, having done his stint down in the pit lane, has now joined me in the commentary box. Scott Woodward is getting himself dressed up like a North Sea fisherman. And the conditions are getting to be pretty rotten out there, but
they're better than they were.
That's very positive, Rob. Well said.
The rain has definitely stopped, and we can see the Irish Sea again, which we couldn't before. But the Tequila Racing car.
No sign of any mountains, though.
No sign of any mountains. But the Tequila Racing car having a stretch of rotten bad luck. They were in on the first lap of the race when it decided to dispatch of its water pump pulley, which is less than ideal on an internal combustion engine. Not having the ability to pump the water around the cooling system of the engine doesn't do good at the best of times. So they had that to deal with. They had some early pit stops. They were making their way back through the field.
The Audi being pushed out of its pit spot and trundles down the pit lane. Its time in the pits just ticking over 4 minutes, so
Superb
a very
work.
efficient pit stop. Of course, because they're not using as much fuel, it doesn't take them as much time to replenish the tank. They can get it full more quickly because it's not using as much fuel anyway. He's having to wait, though, at the pit exit, although he's tagged out, as it were, to go out of the pit lane to recognise the new driver. He has to wait for the entire safety car queue to go past before he's going to be able to rejoin the race, and this is losing him a lap. Even though he's been in the pits for 4 minutes, he's had to spend another 30 seconds just about waiting for this long queue of cars. As I say, we've not had a retirement yet in this race, so that Audi TT having to just sit there and wait until the last car. Surely this is
Lights
it now,
gone green.
going through. Yes, it is. So the lights go green, as Rob says, and away goes the car back into the fray with Oliver Wayne at the wheel. So a change of the driving sequence, but the number 7 car then, Oliver Wayne at the wheel. The pit stop in the end was 4 minutes and 57 seconds. That's terribly disappointing for that team because they had the job done in 4 minutes, but then spent practically a minute waiting at the exit of the pit lane.
We saw the WRC developments team getting ready there with David Drinkwater getting ready to get into that car. So that would be the leader of the C1 racing class, which is currently it's a WRC Developments car 586, and that's with Robin Welsh at the wheel. That's 30th overall, and in fact they're in the pit lane. So the leader of the C1 class is pitting.
Leader of Class B is Class C is also pitting because the Clapham North MOT Mazda, although it's only just been into the pits to hand over to George Grant, it's now in again. What I didn't spot was whether George was staying behind the wheel or whether they're going to do a driver change on that car number 69. But 69 then into the pits for its pit stop, and it seemed to have been there a long while, but that's actually just a distraction on my part because it's not even been there for 2 minutes yet. But the green flag is now being waved, so rather than being able to use up safety car time in the pits, the Clapham North MOT team being scuppered a little bit by the safety car coming into the pits, releasing the field, now going at full speed therefore, and the time still ticking away for the Clapham North MOT car stuck in the pits, whilst the number 91 Stuart Humphrey car is out on the circuit and catching up. This is where drama can quickly unfold as the pit stop strategy, I won't say it's a lottery, but you have to work out when is the best time to stop. And if you get caught like this where you come in under safety car but then it goes green whilst you're sitting there, then it becomes more frustrating watching cars going past at full speed whilst you're waiting for the stopwatch to tick away. Scott Woodward is down in the pits and has got news for us. What have you got for us, Scott?
Well, the story of the race, of course, at the top of the field is the RAF Motorsport Audi TT. The man that's just been in the car to hand it over for his next incumbent is Alex Smith. Alex, top effort by the team so far, but tell us about how your stint and how your race has been so far in this machine, because you were just telling me now this is a bit strange for you, given it's not a car you normally race.
No, it's definitely a different beast to what I'm used to.
So that was Alex Smith, but unfortunately he was cut off in his prime. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to him in a second.
Happens to the best of us, Strosses.
Yes. So the lead for that car has been cut from 5 laps to 3 laps. It was a pretty efficient stop, as we were saying, because all of it was completed under the auspices of the safety car, but say, unlike the situation for George Grant, Stuart Humphrey Racing is still 3 laps behind, though, because, of course, they've done their next pit stop as well. So, number 69, you stole my pen, there it is. Number 69 has now done 5 pit stops. Number 91 has done the complete quota, no more pit stops required for the Stuart Humphrey Racing Team. However, I doubt they can go 2.5 hours without refueling the car again. So Stuart Humphrey Racing Team is going to end up being at a disadvantage, because although they've done their pit stops early, they've now done all of them and still need fuel, if you see what I mean. So they're going to need to do another 4-minute pit stop. It can't be a short pit stop just because they've completed the 6 mandatory ones. Any pit stop where you refuel or change the driver has to be of 4 minutes.
Exactly that. So the strategy's starting to play out here. This is a straight shootout for the finish now, just over 2.5 hours to go. And sat in the box seat at the moment is the Audi TT, which I can imagine will be able to go to the end. The wetter conditions, it'll be able to stretch its fuel strategy even further on an already more efficient engine running a diesel.
Well, they'll have to do one more pit stop because the regulations demand it, and I'm not sure that even that diesel can do 2.5 hours on a single tank full, but we'll see, and we'll wait and find out how it pans out. Down in the pit lane, Scott Woodwiss, we can go back to you now, Scott.
Well, the main story of the race is the race leaders, the number 7 RAF Audi TT. The man that's just stepped out after his stint is Alex Smith. And Alex, we're just talking now about the fact that this is a good high-performance car and how the race is going well, but this is a bit of a strange car to you, given that you've never driven it before.
Yeah, first weekend in the car. Dark Side Developments have produced a really good product. I'm grateful that the RAF gave me the opportunity to do it, but it's a bit difficult conditions out there. Obviously, it was dry more or less at the start, and then we had the service, and after that, I really started chucking it down. So just getting used to the car in the wet, and it seemed to like it. We just made most of what we had and tried to keep it clean and maintain what we got.
Of course, it's a different car than what you usually drive. You usually drive a petrol-powered Honda Integra, which, of course, we were hoping to see do quite well in the Club Sport Trophy yesterday, but unfortunately, the car had other ideas, unfortunately.
It's a shame. But ironically, that was the last race that car was going to do. So, went out in a blaze of glory. So, hopefully we can make amends for it for today. But even if we don't, it's been a great experience, and I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, you can tell the great atmosphere down here is great, and everyone seems to be really enjoying themselves on that side. Talk about differences of the car. Of course, it's front-wheel drive, but also it's not only front-wheel drive; it's diesel, because running on a sustainable fuel. So, when driving it, for those who might not be the difference between how petrol and diesel feels, what do you have to change in your driving style, if anything, to kind of get the most out of the difference in fuel type?
Probably one of the most notable things is that you don't get the sort of engine braking you'd get in a petrol. So, your braking is all from the brakes. You've got to get around that, changing down a lot later. But apart from that, it's not too bad. You've got a lot more torque at the bottom end, which is really good, especially coming out of the corners. But it can be quite aggressive sometimes, so you've just got to sort of be quite progressive with the throttle. But the fuel that we're using is the same fuel that the truck that drove it to the circuit is using as well. So it's a UK first, I believe. So
it's well tested.
Very well tested. Hopefully Ryan and Scott can carry on using it, because clearly it's doing the trick. So.
And finally, as well, with your strategy so far, it seems as though that you were talking about you've got a car that you can extend the range on stops if you need to. But one thing we've noticed very much so is the fact that you guys are absolutely taking advantage of every single safety car to get those all-important pit stops done. So how much of an advantage do you feel that's finding you with the nature of the car that you have to allow you to have that little bit of flexibility and strategy when you need it, when you get something like a safety car that comes out?
With safety cars, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit down to luck, but you sort of create your own luck, and we've got a car that you can sort of extend if we need to, and we've made the most of that by I think every pit stop we've had has been under safety car, and I think that's the key to winning a race like this, because it is so changeable, and we've still got 2.5 hours to go. it is a long race. You know, it could start raining again. We've got another driver to go in, so still a lot to play for. And there's some really fast teams out there, so it's not over yet.
All in all, confidence is high.
Yeah, we'll go with that. But I'm not getting too big for my boots just yet. So yeah.
Humble in motorsport, something that's quite rare, so we'll take that. That's good stuff. Alex, well done so far. Best of luck for the team, and fingers crossed it all works out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Great stuff. So the race leading Audi is continuing on. And speaking of safety cars, we're under safety car again. Haven't seen myself what the issue is, but of course, this is the whole thing. Safety cars can breed safety cars, as is the racing saying. And as you can expect, if we swing round, I've been surrounded by BMWs because we've got the RAF graduates car, we have the Matabubi Racing 54 machine, and also the Ellsworth BMW specialist team in the mix as well. So I anticipate those who didn't make stops on the first safety car will probably try and do it again. We've got more pit calls at the top of the pit lane. I can see one of the Minis is also coming in as well. That's one of the Track Scotland cars. So again, different mix of strategies here. Some people that didn't pit under that first safety car just now might choose to do so now if they want to get their next driver change and their next official pit stop in. So we'll see how that plays out. We're going to take another bit of a wander, see who else is doing what, find a couple more stories, and maybe see if we can shed some light possibly on the Class C battle, because we haven't talked about too much, I think, with Stuart Humphrey Racing, Car 91. So we'll see if we can find them. And also as well, I think with Clapham North, we're good to have a chat quickly with George Grant or Will Blackwood Chen, whichever one is in the pit lane, to see how they're finding this race so far and how it's getting on. So for now, let's still go hunting. We've been joined by a lot of people in the pit lane. One thing we should also mention also too, very quickly before I do go, I can see down towards the bottom of the pit lane, the number 16 Tequila Racing car is back out in pit lane, so it's being pushed back out. So whatever the issue it was is currently looking as though it's about to be fixed, and away it goes very shortly. So we might go down there and discover what might happen with that car and figure out what the problem was. But we'll go hunting and we'll throw it back up to Rob and Paul in the commentary box.
Thank you, Scott. The reason for the safety car has finally appeared, being a Mazda that's off. Just trying to work out where that is. It looks as though it's off at school or church, but oh no, it's on the way up towards the end of the Tom Price Straight. So coming out of the corkscrew to the left-hand side, going out of the left-hander up towards the Tom Price Straight.
Dare I say, could that be... Just trying to work out the number on it. If my eyesight deceives me, is that the number 11?
Possibly. I'll work it out myself. The Peaky Blinders Mazda, I think that's possibly a good shout. Which, if it is that car, would be in the hands of Tim Orme. And so he is the cause of this safety car. And that car is therefore having to be recovered. We mentioned, and Scott was just talking about the situation happening with the Clapham North MOT car and the battle that it's having with Stuart Humphrey Racing and their little battle, where we've been joined up here now by George Grant, who was just checking down here because it wasn't a terribly long stint from George Grant. You only did 13 laps, George.
That's right, that's right.
That was all part of the strategy,
It was all part of the strategy there.
No, I mean, you were one stop short, weren't you, overnight? You'd only done 3 pit stops.
Correct. Yep.
Whereas I think you were planning to do 4, but for whatever reason you decided to stay out and only do the 3. Therefore, you had to get another one in anyway. You don't have to change the driver during the fuel stop, but you chose to do so, and Rob Boston's got out again.
He has, yeah. It's so, like all these things, it's everybody said it wasn't in the plan. No, it wasn't in the plan, but you have to basically, as you know, you have to look to see what's in front of you. And as Murray Walker used to say, anything could happen in motorsport, and it normally does. So, yeah, it was a quick stint. It was wet when I started. It was drying out. We were on wets. Rob's now on... He could be on wets. He could be on dries. He may well be on dries, actually. But luckily for me, I was 5 seconds quicker than our competitor.
You were going very rapidly in the car, George, I have to say.
Yeah. I love the wet.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
But it's drying out a bit now, isn't it?
It is, actually. I think the dry line will be will be pretty grippy, but just offline, of course. And if you're fast, then you're always going to be offline because you're going to be taking over some of the smaller cars, like the C1s, etc.
And the other thing that you're no doubt doing is keeping tabs on what's going on with the Stuart Humphrey car, the 91 car, which is really the only opposition in your class. I have to say, I'm not being rude about the other Class C runners, but it is very much a battle between your car, the number 69 Clapham North sponsored car, and the Stuart Humphrey green car, number 91, which has currently got Martin Rich doing the driving in it.
Do you mean Martin Rich as in the two-time Le Mans driver that we are beating?
Yeah, that you're ahead of at the moment.
I'm not worried about anybody else. I'm only worried about ourselves.
But you said to me yesterday, I can't remember if we were in public or not, but you said to me that you thought you had a bigger fuel tank than they had. And looking at what they're doing, I think they're going to have to make another fuel stop before the end of the race. What's your reading of that?
Look, they are actually, joking aside, a bit serious for 1 minute. They're a very, very good competitor. There's no two ways about it. You want to be driving with the best, right? And they're a clever bunch. They're very agile. They know what they're doing. We know what we're doing. We're agile. We've been here and done it and got the T-shirt. So, yeah, I think let's see how it plays on, because obviously we're now getting to the pointy end of the funnel, right?
Yes.
After 12 hours.
We've had you up here. We've had a couple of chats with you. Your teammate, Will Blackwell-Chambers, is down there in the pit with Scott Woodward. So let's hear from Will Blackwell-Chambers having his first endurance race.
Absolutely. He's loving it. I know that.
Another big story throughout ROR 2024 is this back and forth Class C battle between the two MX-5 teams, and one of the drivers who has been putting quite the work in the leading car in Class C is Will Blackwell-Chambers. And we were just talking the fact that I think in real life, at least, this is the longest race that you've done ever, because you're used to 20-minute sprints in the Super Cup, and even the C1s have been 3 or 4 hours, but this is a 12-hour epic that's much longer than you're used to.
Yeah, as you say, normally it's a 20-minute race. I've done one C1 race where they had me in for an hour and a half, and I think I haven't done a stint under an hour and 45 at the moment, so the suit's a bit wet, not going to lie, but it's awesome. Absolutely amazing event. Love every moment.
Yeah. In terms of the car, of course, you're more than well versed in Mazda MX-5s and raced them in sprints. Do you have to change your approach at all when it comes to endurance? Do you just drive it as fast as if you drive it in Super Cup every time you get out?
So the Mark IIIs are well known for having a bit of a chocolate gearbox, so we're a little bit more careful with that, a little bit more gentle on the gear changes, and also Anglesey's very hard on the brakes, so we're just a little bit softer on the brakes, and we just look after the car basically, but it doesn't mean you can't go quickly through the corners.
You did plenty of that, particularly you had a pretty impressive night stint when you got in under darkness and taking over from George, and also with Rob in the car as well, so it's a pretty strong trio to get out there and try and take the fight to your main rivals.
Yeah, last night was fun. I've never done night racing other than playing video games, so that was a bit trial by fire other than 5 laps of practice on Friday, but no, sent it straight out. Lap times seemed good, closed them down quite a lot, and yeah, it was a really positive night stint for sure.
I think I'm always fascinated by what someone mentioned before is that sometimes you can go faster at night because the temperatures are better. Do you find that sometimes when you drive faster at night from your experience, or is that just more kind of down to the conditions and the given circumstance and where you are?
So we lost a bit of time. I think I lost about a second a lap, and I must admit it's more kind of searching for apexes with the headlights. But yeah, I can fully understand if you've got, proper Le Mans style headlights, yep, entirely doable for finding corners.
Yeah. So in terms of the rest of the race, of course, is it Rob in the car now at the moment?
Yeah, Rob's in the car, and then I believe George will be hopping back in for the final stint, and we'll see where we finish up.
And again, this has been a season-long rivalry we talked about between you guys at Rob Boston Racing and the Stuart Humphrey guys. So this is pretty much going to be like the final grudge match. This is basically the rubber match now. This is kind of deciding basically winner takes all between you.
Yeah, it's the first stint spent quite a bit of time behind them. They've got a wonderful engine and some great brakes on that car, but we're a little bit quicker through the corners, so it's all about positioning.
Yeah. Well, you're in the best position right now, which is P1. Races get back underway, so we'll let you go and relax and check on how your teammates are getting. Well, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Fingers crossed for your guys for Class C for the rest of the race.
Yep, cheers for that.
Good stuff. So, looking good for them for Class C. Of course, it's still between Rob Boston Racing and Stuart Humphreys Racing. That kind of gap between the pair of them is going to be pretty intense. Battles, of course, in Class B, the C1s, of course, in the 1 Series, all sorts going on. We'll see what else we can find as we get racing back underway on track. So, back up to Rob and to Paul in the comm box.
Yes, it's Paul and George at the moment, because George Grant was making sure that Will Blackmore-Chambers didn't say anything out of school. Not sure if Will knew that George was listening to every word. So he's given away the strategy for the rest of the race. George, you're getting back in the car. Did you know that?
Yes.
Good. And currently the cushion between yourself and the Stuart Humphrey car, 2 laps, which is, I would suggest, probably enough, given that we think that the Stuart Humphrey car has another pit stop to make, because I think asking the Mazda MX-5 to run for 2.5 hours on a single tank full is going to be a bit much, however big the fuel tank is. You just have the 1 pit stop still to make, so you just got to keep it reliable. The gearbox made of chocolate, Will was telling us there.
Yeah, well, as a testament from yesterday, as you know, a number of the Mazda cars have had several gearbox changes. I mean, luckily for us, we seem to have found some sweet spots with a rebuilt gearbox. I mean, I've certainly gone through a few this season, but luckily, touch wood, we're okay. So yeah, you've just got to be, gentle. It's not a quick gear change. It's kind of possibly slightly classic,
Yes,
double D clutch,
put it into
neutral, then put it in,
yeah, then make sure the clutch is properly depressed.
But you do that in a split second.
Yeah. But yeah, you have to be careful about it. And of course, Rob Boston, as Will was telling us, in the car at the moment. He must be, because the two of you have just been talking to us.
Yeah.
He must be a little bit disappointed with the having to rebuild the Lotus, but he has rebuilt the Lotus. He got it back out again. Very disappointing, though, from him as a team, because he was looking for another overall win from his team's point of view, wasn't he?
Exactly. I mean, from a Rob Boston Racing perspective, you couldn't ask for a better advert in terms of team cohesion and what this Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance is all about. I mean, the guys worked tirelessly. Obviously, I know Peter and obviously Ben and Sam, who are the drivers of the car, were absolutely gutted. And obviously Ben was very fortunate to get out and managed to get out of the car and clear it. But from the pictures that we saw and the fact that they had to strip the back of the car and rebuild it completely and get it back for Peter, and it's still running, is a fantastic testament. I mean, it really is brilliant. And I think certainly, as you know, there are lots of micro stories in Race on Remembrance. Yeah, it's a brilliant story, and a great thing for Rob Boston and the whole Rob Boston team.
Yeah, a little bit of a spin on the circuit there for one of the Silver Lake Citroen C1s. I thought he got it going again, but having had his spin, looked to have it fired up and ready to go again, and then all of a sudden ended up parked on the circuit, and the marshals on the start-finish line are showing a stop-and-go penalty board at the moment, but just getting the yellow flag ready in case. At the moment we don't have another safety car, but being able to continue racing at full speed, and looking across, the weather looking to actually be brightening up a little bit at the moment. Any particular take-homes from the 10th anniversary for you, George? It's, as I say, the 10th anniversary. It's I'm not quite sure how many of them you've competed. I know you were competing in the first one. 5, he thinks.
I think 5.
Any particular take-home from this one, though? What's the outstanding memory that you have so far? I'm not predicting what the result's going to be, because, of course, that might be a take-home.
Well, one of the outstanding memories is certainly Jim Cameron's voice. The way in which he booms, "Let's go racing," which is brilliant, and a sort of like
army training.
Army training. John Earp, who obviously was with Jim when he first started and is still around. It's great to meet up with him. It's just great to meet up with all of the veterans, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I'm going to well up, to be fair. So don't get me talking, because my dad, who he's going to be 100 next year, who was a D-Day veteran himself, and I was thinking about him, and obviously his brother, who was in Lancasters, who bought back a Lancaster with all the payload deceased. it kind of sharpens the mind in terms of what life is all about, and I think this is just it's a great excuse to go racing, of course, but a fantastic event. I mean, really, and actually to top it all with Dave Richards, obviously coming in and endorsing the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hats off to all the organisers. Certainly from my point of view, I can't feel that there's one silver bullet, to be quite honest with you, Paul. It's there's so many people that you kind of need to thank. You know, it is sort of like reeling out the thanks for the Oscars type thing, but it's brilliant. You know, obviously all of the competitors. I mean, it's I think the driving standard has absolutely improved. Annette, who obviously runs the circuit here, just brilliant. Looks like we've got another safety car.
Yeah, safety car situation again.
But yeah, just I'm blubbering really, and I'm going on because I absolutely think this is fantastic.
No, I mean, it's clear that that you are one of many people who come to this race, get involved in the competitiveness. What the Padre said, we want to be the best. We come here to have a bit of fun, but we want to be the best. But because we have this passion for the sport, we can come together, his words, have a community, and we give service. And I think all of those things mix together, as the Padre said during the service. And it makes this event what it is.
Yeah.
And I think everybody recognises that, and we speak to numbers of people where the emotions do start getting the better of them. Long may the race continue.
Yeah.
George, it's been great having you up here.
Thank you very much, Paul.
I'm still a little bit nervous that you've still got to get back in the car.
I have.
Who knows when Rob Boston's going to suddenly show up in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So get down there, enjoy the rest of the race, and I hope it's...
Yeah, all I want to say also, thank you as well. Thank you for your dulcet tones, and thank you all. And obviously Alpha Live with this wonderful coverage. I mean, it is absolutely... The man is behind me here. Well done, mate. I mean, literally, setting up TV in the back of Beyond is just one thing, and then actually producing this is brilliant. And I think it's reserved in... It's now in Aspic, isn't it? It's a digital bit of content that we can all look for years to come, and I'm very proud to be part of that.
Excellent. You've got 2 hours and 15 minutes still to go, George.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. And hopefully we'll be seeing you again, talking to you, at least on the podium at the end of the Race of Remembrance. George Grant there. Clapham North MOT, Mazda number 69, currently running in 4th place overall. Didn't really give credit for that where it was due, but in 4th place overall and leading the up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne class. In 4th place overall, ahead of Stuart Humphrey Racing. The cushion is still 2 laps, first to second in that class. The cushion for the overall lead is still 3 laps between Oliver Wayne at the wheel of the RAF's Audi TT, ahead of Steve McCulley and David McAnulty now at the wheel of the 117 Lotus Elise. Rob Lewis has come in to dry out, and the sun shines.
The sun is shining, and as you can see on screen there, we've got a car being recovered, unfortunately, which is the Silver Lake 458 car.
It is that car that's been recovered, yeah.
Right in front of our commentary box.
He seemed to have a spin, get going again, and then all of a sudden didn't. So I just wonder whether he's done a drive shaft.
Yeah, I'm looking at the front of that car. I'm wondering if potentially there's had the reason it's possibly had its spin, or it's had a bit of contact or something has affected the front end of that car. I mean, Mike Chapman, that's at the wheel of that car, he's quite the crafty racer, and he knows his onions. So he'll try and get it back to the pits if he can. So there's something that's really prohibited that car from getting back to the pit lane.
It's been a disappointing event for Silver Lake, hasn't it? I mean, your finger is closer to the pulse of Citroen C1 Racing than mine is, but Silver Lake will have come into this event with high hopes.
They really were.
And they've been trounced by WRC.
Yeah, Greg Rose really prepares those cars as acutely as possible. His attention to detail is absolutely phenomenal, but those wily old foxes, WRC developments, have plugged away, stuck in there, and series boss Robin Welsh, who is out in one of those cars, he actually just finished and handed over to David Drinkwater, but he'll have a smile on his face that he's got the car into a P1 position. But Silver Lake qualifying 1 and 2 with 558 on pole by nearly 2 seconds. And unfortunately, the race has unravelled for them somewhat. And it's gutting for the team because they put a lot of effort into these cars. They're beautifully prepared. And as it stands, if I just reset my timing screen.
It's David Drinkwater currently leading the Citroën C1 class with an advantage of 3 laps over the other WRC developments car, so 586 leading 386, and the best of the Silver Lake cars currently in 5th place in the class.
And that is the car 558 being driven by Alan Preble, so that is a Gen 2 car that took pole position in that class originally. The fastest lap for that car, incidentally, is a 1:59.4, and the car that's leading that class with David Drinkwater at the wheel, the fastest lap for that car is 2 minutes 2, so the car is very fast, but unfortunately proving to be rather fragile at this rate.
Yeah, yesterday, in yesterday's part of the race, it was a Silver Lake car that was the fastest in the class, the Greg Rose, Alan Preble, George Davis car, 558. I think it was in George Davis's hands at the time, did a 1:59.43.
Stunning.
So, yeah, when the cars run well, they run fast. But
I'm quite confused about what's on the screen there in front of us and outside our commentary box. We could see blue sky.
And we also have a safety car in the pit lane, which is where it belongs. Out we go racing again. Oliver Wayne takes over at the front once again. We've got still 2 hours and 10 minutes to run. Still 1 pit stop owed to us by Oliver Wayne and the Audi TT crew. In second place, Steve McCulley has now completed all the pit stops required from that car, the Leos Racing Caterham. And in third place then the 117 car on the same number of laps, but David McAnulty at the wheel of the 117 is ahead on the road of Steve McCulley, but because of the results of last night's race, they switch around. So though David McAnulty taking advantage of the pace that was shown by Jason in the earlier part of the race, when Jason was the quickest in the first part this morning before the Remembrance service, he got the car up into what was second place on the road. But as I say, once you aggregate the times together from the 2 parts, so the McAnulty Lotus ends up in third place overall.
And that's the McAnulty's just getting a little bit crossed up as they were going through the chicane there. That was less than ideal as you're coming up to 2 hours left of this race and you're fighting for the outright win. They're 3 laps down, and we know the McAnultys are going to get their head down and try and get on with it to catch that Audi TT and close the gap before they have to make their final pit stops again.
Yes, it's 5 pit stops completed from the McAnultys. They still have 1 to give us. Steve McCulley and Don Henschel's Caterham has done all of the stops it has to do. Question is whether 2 hours is beyond the range of the Lotus and they'll have to come in for a further pit stop to refuel that Caterham before the end of the race. And I think the answer to that is probably yes, they will have to come in again. And no such thing as a splash and dash. The final pit stop, if it refuels, will have to be 4 minutes. Rob Boston just turning through target in the number 69 Clapham North MOT Mazda. It's been a good performance from that car, as we've been saying, up into 4th place overall. The Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda with Martin Rich currently at the wheel has tried its best, but I think it's going to end up, I don't quite see how it's going to be able to catch up. What is it now? 4 laps behind. No, it's actually only 3 laps behind, waiting for it to come through. It will be 3 laps behind the Martin Rich driven. Here he comes now. Martin Rich crossing the line with the green and black and white Mazda MX-5. But I think they are going to need something miraculous to enable them to catch up with the Clapham North car, but miracles often happen, and with 2 hours racing still to go, certainly long enough for something untoward to happen in this race still. Plenty of surprises still possible to happen.
Oh, we got 2 hours to go yet, Paul. I'm sure we've got some surprises in the bag. But in terms of the top 3 cars, the Audi TT and the Laos Racing cars that have just chipped away at it a bit unnoticed, and the ES Motorsport car, the McAnulty's fighting after a few issues last year. They were fast last year, and unfortunately they hit a few troubles which cost them in the race, and they're desperate for it this year. I spoke to them just before the event started, and they were hungry for it. They really were. And you know, great to see the likes of the Clapham North, Rob Boston Racing, Breakdancer Racing and Stuart Humphrey Racing getting some great races in yet. But we've still got 2 hours to go here, plus a lap, for this Race of Remembrance, and the sun has come out over Anglesey, so the wet weather we had during the service looks to have held off for the moment. Although again, we do say 2 hours to go, anything can happen.
Yeah, just looking down at Class B, the third category, if you will, the up to 140 brake horsepower per tonne. Michael Green is currently leading the way there with the Auto Test Mazda ahead of Track Scotland's Mini Cooper, and they are 1 lap apart, but in terms of pit stops completed, the screen tells me 5 and 6, but that's not necessarily accurate. It's actually 4 pit stops each. So we had a situation earlier on where the 155 was in the lead, and indeed at the end of the first part of the race, the Track Scotland car was in the lead of Class B, ahead of the Auto Test car to the tune of 27 seconds, but the Auto Test car has now turned that around, and Michael Green then up in front. They both had 1 further pit stop since then, but I just wonder if the Track Scotland pit stop was a bit longer. I'll check that one out. Meanwhile, you can tell us what's going on in the pits.
Well, I did see there's that's the WeBuyAnyPhone.com car getting a bit of a floss and brush up in the service. I saw on the images there while they were out on track, the pink Mini of one of the Track Scotland Minis was going rather slow on the circuit, which is quite uncharacteristic for them. And we had Meta Boo Boo Racing. It was car number 54 that had gone into the pits for a stop-go penalty, and according to race control, we have a stop-go penalty for car number 16 for a pit stop infringement. So it could be anything from a fueling infringement, not having the static strap on the car, too many crew members on the car, could be absolutely anything. So unfortunately they've got to serve a stop-go penalty. It's good to see the Jag going strong there on the screen as well.
Yeah, what it doesn't tell us is not only what the pit stop infringement was, but how long the stop and go is, whether it's a straight stop and go or whether they're going to have to spend a period of time stopped before they're given the signal to go.
Yeah, and that's the pink Mini going into the garage, so some issues there for the Track Scotland team. They did start the race in quite a stressful fashion by blowing up some engines in testing. They only had 1 spare engine with them, and they were trying to make good an engine for one of the cars out of the spare parts of one of the engines that had decided to stop working. So they'd bent a few valves and changed some valve springs, and they managed to get 2 cars back out there and running.
Yeah, they had a lot of work in the days leading up to the race, but they'll be touching wood madly. Since the race has started, Track Scotland's 2 cars have been running very well. They also had, was it 1 or 2 cars out in the Club Sport Trophy race on Saturday morning?
Yeah,
Saturday lunchtime.
Work going on there on the suspension, but I also wouldn't discount perhaps a brake issue. A lot of these cars running hard later on into the race, maybe underestimating doing a pad change or a rotor change. You could have caliper issues as well. I know there's a couple of cars that have suffered with overheating brakes, and the calipers start to bind later on into the race, which could really cause some issues. So
yeah, we saw a couple of occasions last night, didn't we, where the pads had completely worn down.
Oh yes.
And so it was kind of easier to see in the dark, where the pads were beating against, or the caliper was beating against metal, and the pad was no longer existent. But they've managed to fix most of those issues. I suppose one thing with the wet conditions is that it makes the braking a little bit more gentle, although I can't remember who it was you were talking to, but one of the drivers you were talking to, Rob, was saying that the braking at Anglesey particularly hard with the various stops that need to be made, going up to Rocket, going round the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight, both big braking areas. But we can go down to the pits again because Scott Woodwith has someone for us.
We might have just over 2 hours to go, but the dramas don't stop at ROR 2024. Now, I heard Rob talking about the fact that we had one of the Track Scotland cars going slowly. It's just been in the box, and now it's actually coming back out again. It was a left front track rod after making contact with somebody out on track. So it gets pushed back and away it goes, and keeps it in reverse. Trying to find reverse and first gear, and away it goes. So now, we don't want to speculate if it was possibly the Silver Lake car, because of course the Silver Lake car had damage on the left front. So we'll have to wait and see if they possibly came together or not. But either way, that was a separate incident. The number 96 car also down here as well, which is the Jaffa Cake Racing machine. That too is also making a pit stop. It's making a tyre change at this point, and that car's been running pretty strongly in the top 15. So at the moment, some teams just going through and just trying to put the right tyres on to make it work. Just wandering down to have a look and see if it's just tyre changes. They've done the right side tyres. Now just waiting for the left hand side, I think, if they're doing the same. They have got, I think, another pair of tyres ready to go in a moment once it's done. Just retightening the wheel nuts. I think that they just, again, just making sure that everything is extra tight. You'll see this with the torque wrench to make sure that when they put the tyres on, to absolutely double check that every single nut is as tight as it can be to ensure that they don't have any danger of any nuts falling off or possibly having an issue.
Sam's not going out, no?
I think they're having a bit of a conversation about whether they refuel it next or not. But still the work continues on. Going to relock the steering wheel, and there is some work going, I think, looks like on the back end of the car. Yeah, checking something on my left rear by the looks of it, and again checking, not sure if they're checking hubs or they're checking something on the suspension or the brakes, potentially something they're checking. Might see if I can very quickly just jump in and have a quick look with one of our, just to double check. So check. Do we know what the issue is? Everything okay?
No, I think everything's fine at the moment. It's all going according to plan.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Wrong tyres, wrong settings, wrong setup. So come in, change suspension settings, change some tyres. Hopefully get a bit more pace. We're getting swallowed up by a lot of the slower cars.
So it's just routine checks to make sure to make a couple of setup tweaks.
That's it, yeah. It's driver change as well. So
aside from that, car's running well up there in the top 15, so looking good.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said the car's up around the top 15, looking good. It's been running pretty smooth so far.
I hope so, yeah. We did a good stint yesterday, so a bit of damage control today because we had issues with our seat this morning. The brackets broke, so we had to have a quick repair on that. But no, we're happy with the team's pace and stuff. We've been just unlucky with safety cars and things like that. So
there's a few drivers in the mix here who know a thing or two about racing MXY, so that expertise must help as well.
Yeah, I mean we've done this event for the last 7-8 years as a team together as well. So it's always good to get back into, and they do handle well.
Yeah, experience counts for a lot.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Right, we'll let you finish up your pit stop and get out. But good to see you running so well. And hopefully, fingers crossed for the end.
Lovely, thank you.
Good stuff. So Jaffa Cake Racing, no major problems, just purely some setup changes to make it a bit more conducive to the conditions. As it's now brightened up nicely, and if you can point your camera skywards, Kieran, that's a foreign sight. Blue sky at this time of year at Anglesey. That's quite a foreign occurrence. So whilst we enjoy bright conditions down here, and the Jaffa Cake Racing car prepares to head back out, I was going to hand back to the commentary box. I think also we're getting close to possibly the number 11 car, which stopped on track that caused one of the safety cars. That car is also possibly preparing to get back out, the Peaky Blinders team. And that car having some mechanical issues of its own. And so that car getting ready to possibly go out once again. Though they are undoing the bonnet catches now. So let's see if there's any more There's more work going on the engine by the look of it. We'll just having a quick check over to make sure all was okay. Down go the catches. And I think now that Jaffa Cake Racing have now vacated their spot, they can now push the car forwards, and out comes the Peaky Blinders squad. So that car being wheeled onto pit lane. See if we can dive in one of the team members shortly to figure out what the problem was. So they're just doing some more checks on the right rear by the looks of it. And I think they're going to actually put some fuel on it first before it heads it back out again to make sure that it's good to go. So more pit stops aplenty, just trying to put some more fuel back into number 11 car. The 24 auto test car is also coming as well, so there's plenty of activity. As soon as one car leaves, another one comes back in, so we've got another story to tell about the race. So out of the 24 car hops one of its incumbents, and so as we continue to watch a few more pit stops happening in the green flag conditions, let's wait and see how the Peaky Blinders car gets on once it gets back out on track. Let's hand back to Rob and to Paul in the commentary box.
Thank you, Scott. I know you can't actually hear us, but Scott was listening to what was going on there. The first car, which Scott told us about, he described how it was reversing out of the garage. He left it in reverse, and then he got into first and off he went. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to put the car in reverse gear, are you? No. So I don't know if the organisers will have noticed that as well, but I thought that was very dodgy activity going on, and it was the 155 Mini, which was leading in Class B, but partly due to that pit stop has dropped down. Now it's coming in to serve a penalty. So that'll be for that.
Punishment fitting the crime.
Well, yes, I mean, I'll argue whether the punishment fits the crime or not, but certainly no question that he was in reverse gear, and the regulations state very clearly that it must be pushed backwards and then get onto the circuit again. The car that's off, tell us about it.
That's one of the Meta Boo Boo cars, and I winced as soon as it got onto the boggy grass here, but fair play to the driver. They've managed to get it out of the soggy stuff on the inside of the circuit. Crawling away, gets the power down and gets going. Now, is that crawling along with a bit of a problem, or is it just are they just sorting themselves out after the spin? But there was a lot to take in from that Scott Woodward segment on the pit lane then. I particularly like the sticker that's on the bonnet of the Peaky Blinders MX-5. Me too, guys, me too. Don't mind chips for breakfast. I mean, it's not good for you, but, you know, I don't think anyone would mind chips for breakfast.
It was Mark Cornelius, incidentally, name and shame, the BMW trophy driver who was off on the grass and getting going again. You say a bit of a... I think he had an incident with the Subaru BRZ, which triggered him getting into that moment. The Subaru BRZ, which is continuing to run strongly, and I hesitate to say things like this, but we're still yet to have a proper retirement in this race. All the cars that have looked like they're going to retire have somehow re-emerged, and 55 cars started, 55 cars are still participating, one or two having had many problems, and of course the rebuild overnight in the case of the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise.
We have a penalty coming up on screen, Paul. Car number 77, that's a breakdancer racing car, currently 5th overall. One of the relay class cars, and that is for overtaking under the safety car. That's one thing you definitely do not do, is overtake under the safety car. The clerks take a dim view on that.
Not the first time that's been given as a stop and go, and indeed not the first time in this session either, because the 101 Mazda already has had a penalty for that. What's interesting with the 77 car is that's the Breakdancer Racing Relay Team car. Their Mazda, which all 6 drivers who are taking part in the relay team are also getting in when they're not Caterham bound, but when they're in the Mazda, that car had a similar penalty last night for overtaking behind the safety car. So the breakdancers, may be able to dance their brake pedals, but are perhaps not quite observant of safety car rules and don't quite know what the situation is, whether it's at the start of the safety car period, whether they're not anticipating the safety car situation quickly enough, or whether they start racing again before the green flag. But as I say, once the judge's decision is given, then the penalty is merely looked up according to what the table of penalties says, and they have to deal with it. So that's for the breakdancer racing car, which he will, I think he's in the pits at the moment having that penalty. Harry Eyre at the wheel of the number 77 relay team Caterham. Currently, as Rob just said, in 5th place overall, but being led by the Class C Clapham North Rob Boston racing car, number 69. Rob Boston getting some consolation for what has been a disappointing weekend for him, and having his second stint behind the wheel there of the Mazda, having been out last night. And when he finishes this stint, he'll be coming in to hand over to George Grant, who will, I would think, be in any time now. Once that Mazda has enough space in its fuel tank to get fuel in to take it to the finish, then they'll be bringing the Mazda in and waiting for a safety car opportunity if they can, in order to refuel. Still leading its class ahead of the Stuart Humphrey car, number 91 in 6th place overall. Down in the pit lane, Scott Woodward is a busy boy. We can have another report from Scott.
Well, there may only be one car in Class A, but it's soldiering on, putting on quite a good performance. That's the Flat Cap Motorsport and Midro Motorsport squad in the Toyota Aygo. And the man in the Flat Cap is team boss Steve Moss. Steve, good to have you guys here at Race of Remembrance this year. Of course, regularly see you guys in City Car. You've brought one of the City Cars along to give this race a go. How's the experience been so far?
That's been great. We've really enjoyed it. I mean, we had a car sat at home that we wanted to race this year. Unfortunately, the driver we were going to put in it couldn't get out because of funds, but we wanted to get the car out. So we asked around the paddock. We wanted to put the City Car team together. So we asked Alex Foden, my son Joe, and Hayden. We were going to have Stu as well, but unfortunately because of work commitments, Stu couldn't make it. So we would have had a really, really strong team with Stu. But I think we got a good team. And in fact, we've performed amazing, I think. I mean, to be running where we are in a little 1.0, it's great. I mean, the car was put together like, yeah, it's just a standard City Car, and it's a great series to get involved with. I would highly recommend, if you want to come racing, come out and have a go in a City Car. Come and join us next weekend. I'll be there as well, and just come and have a look and talk to the drivers. You'll find them incredibly helpful, etc. It's brilliant.
I wasn't sold already, I am now, definitely. With the fact you got 3 quite rapid young drivers who've had some good progress this year in City Car Cup, I mean, you've got quite a nice young squad there in terms of drivers, so in terms of them going forwards and prospects possibly to even come back next year or to do different races of that kind, are you confident with the group of drivers that you've got, where they've so far done the job pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're new to the series. It was our first time last year. Joe only did 5 rounds and he did really well. He won Rookie of the Year, which was great. I mean, far exceeded our expectations. Joe hadn't done any racing before. He'd only done a bit of motocross, but yeah, it's been great. I mean, the paddock's been so welcoming to us. We've done a full series this year. We've had a couple of hiccups. Unfortunately, Joe backed it into the tyre wall at Cadwell at the gooseneck, did a significant amount of damage, but everybody rolled their sleeves up. You know, we had a whole group of people throwing in parts, etc., and we got the car back out, and he's done well. And what we're doing this time is what we wanted to do is Hayden, we wanted to try and get somebody else so we can try and pass on some of the knowledge that we've gained in the short time we've been doing it, and we've been reasonably successful in doing what we've done. And but obviously Joe's had very kindly from Mr. Dyer had an invite to have a drive in the TT, and he loved that. I mean, the budget for that is a bit outside of our reach, to be honest with you, but it's just great to be involved and build the relationships with these people.
And this race car embodies that same kind of spirit in terms of there's a lot of camaraderie, everyone chips their groups together when people need it, and particularly in the paddock where it's been so together, there's so many cars in the paddock, you're going to get grids of high 20s to low to mid 30s in terms of cars on the grid. So there really is a massive togetherness, and people say a lot about all the championships, but it genuinely is very true, even with the podiums. You can shout out to Lindsay, of course, as the coordinator. If you haven't experienced a Lindsay podium, you need to, but both in Club Sport, which he manages, and also in City Car Cup, they're both excellent. So shout out to also her for putting another good podium yesterday for Club Sport Trophy, but it's just the whole togetherness of the whole paddock. It really makes it a really special kind of environment to be in.
It does. I mean, Lindsay is like full of energy, full of life, and we love having her as our coordinator. I mean, everybody loves her. You see all the people that come to the podium, and they all support her, and we all give her a hug and a kiss, and it's great.
And in terms of this race, I mean, this is your first time experiencing it. What are your takeaways from this race? Any challenges that you faced, or anything that big takeaways or lessons that you've learned that might put you in good stead for maybe even next year's race, or even coming back next year?
Yeah, no, I mean, we're talking about that. I mean, we'd like to probably carry on with it. I mean, it's been very helpful having Rick Bliss help us out. He's brought a lot of experience because they've obviously done this a couple of times in the past, and just to have somebody like that just steering us the right way, basically being their kind of crew chief, I suppose you'd call him. I provide the car, but he's got a lot of the expertise that he's bringing, just giving us a few hints and tips, and the car's been flawless. The only problem we've had is we had a split cat in quali, so we had to repair that very quickly, and again somebody gave us a cat to get us going again. We're able to get quali done, so all the drivers did their 3 laps.
Apart from that, car's been solid as anything.
Unbelievable, considering it's like a 500 quid IGO, etc. Do you know what I mean? And you put all the bits on it, and it's just like cheap fun.
You build them tough in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, it's great to see you. Great job to have a City Car Cup here. Well done, and all being well, we'll see you at the end.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. So, Mike, with the smallest car on the grid, one of the smallest cars, but certainly is putting up one of the biggest fights. Hopefully we'll see more City cars. We have seen them here in the past before. They have their own class in Class A effectively, but Saab have only got one, but it's doing a good job. Good, strong team of drivers. They're having their first experience of ROR, doing pretty well. So it's currently looking good, and you're not deceiving me. The sun is shining here at ROR 2024. How about that? Back to you and Rob and Paul in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Scott Woodward's down in the pits in the sunshine. Just a little bit late for the Remembrance service, unfortunately. Rob's just stepped away from the microphone for a moment because we've been joined up here by young Mac Priestwood. Mackenzie, we call you Mac, can't we? That's okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Having your first experience, obviously, of the Race of Remembrance, what's your impression? Just give us some overall impressions of the event.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's my first time racing at night on a track as such. I've done a bit on dirt in the night, but it is exactly like the onboards you see on YouTube. It's really good.
And clearly, I can tell from your smile, you're enjoying it. In terms of the race, it's gone pretty much to plan. The Anthony Seddon racing team turned up, and they've, well, to be fair, annihilated the opposition, really, so far. From your personal point of view, though, your car's dropped to second. How did that happen?
We've dropped a second. We jumped the pit stop by only half a second, so we had to do a stop and go.
Yeah.
So that hasn't helped, but we only a little bit behind, and we're still on the same lead lap, so very happy.
Yeah, I saw that pit stop time come up, and I thought, I wonder if they'll give you the benefit of the doubt, because as you say, it was 3 minutes 59.5 or something, wasn't it? I don't know. You can't blame anybody for a mistake like that. You have to try and get it as close as you can.
Yeah.
But it shows you how seriously Anthony Seddon Racing is taking this event in trying to maximise all of the parameters. So, you must be enjoying working with the team. They're obviously a very professional organisation.
Yeah, I've run with the team for the last 2 years. Very, very professional. The lads who work there are all very professional. Great bunch of lads. They've been double stacking pit stops, and they're still getting, we're still managing to do it within the 4 minutes. They're a really good bunch.
And you yourself told me yesterday you're only 19 years old. Looking for where you might be running next year, making plans for 2025?
Yep, we've got lots of plans, just all got to be finalised really before we go ahead and release what we're actually going to do.
Lots of plans.
Lots of plans.
obviously, motor racing is a expensive sport to participate in, and it's not easy getting the funds together. Have you got any sources where you can get the funding?
Yeah, we've got some funding in place already. Obviously, funding's always hard to get, and we've got a few people who are on board for next year, who've been on board this year, and obviously a few people lined up who are still deciding what they can give to optimise how much they can get out of what we're doing.
You done any sim racing? All the young kids, I'm told, these days are spending a lot of the time when they're not at race tracks, sitting in their bedrooms behind their computer screens. Is that something you do?
Not massively, no.
Okay.
I've had a go a few times, but I've never actually experienced a sim race itself.
Okay, so you've done it all in the metal. I think that's a good sign, but as I say, there seems to be a lot of people crossing over between the two disciplines. But great to have you here, Mac. Hope it goes well. You're back in the car before the end of the race.
We're going to try and get me back out, correct?
Good. Because you're the quickest one in the team, aren't you?
A bit.
A bit. Looks across to make sure he's all right to say that. So keep it going. Hope you can get the lead back. But in any case, it's gone well for Anthony Seddon, hasn't it?
Definitely.
Okay. That's Mackenzie Priestwood, who's... I saw you down at the Remembrance service. Actually, I'll just ask you about that as well, because you've got your name right across your back, it was obvious where you were standing watching the Remembrance service. Is Remembrance something that you normally do on the second weekend in November, or is that something that's important to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's very important. It's part of history, isn't it, really? So it's something which we do.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm glad you're able to do it here at the Race of Remembrance, and although you've waited until the 10th anniversary to come along, I think the Race of Remembrance is going to go from strength to strength, and from the sound of it, your racing career may go from strength to strength as well. Great to have you up here. Thanks very much. From Mac Priestwood there, who's just come up to share his experiences of his first Race of Remembrance with us. So that's great. Appreciate it. Thanks very much indeed. Whilst we were talking to Mackenzie, the screen showing us some rather damaged tyres on the multicoloured BMW there in the pit lane, and work is still going on. Yes, it is on the Yggdrasil BMW 118i, and it should be a 116i. The front left came in with the tyre completely gone from the wheel. And so we've been listening to Rob Lewis telling us how the Anglesey circuit can be a bit of a tyre killer. Now the sun has come out and it's beginning to dry out, at least on the racing line. Then the tyres are coming under a little bit more pressure, and particularly the wet tyres do tend to wear more severely when you get them on a drying circuit, as I'm happy to say, now have. The sun always shines at some point during the week at Anglesey, and it's picked its moment with an hour and 40 minutes of 2024 Race of Remembrance still to go, and the race still being led by Oliver Wayne at the wheel of his Audi TT, and he's still got this very comfortable 3-lap cushion over the Leos Racing Caterham of Steve McCulley, and then David McAnulty behind now in third place. He's dropped a lap behind Steve McCulley, and I think that's largely to do with pace, because David McAnulty not as quick as Steve McCulley, and nor is David as quick as his brother Jason. So when Jason McAnulty is at the wheel, that 117 car goes a little bit quicker, although to be fair to David, he's just turned in his best lap of today's race as the circuit dries out. So still a tense battle then for second place. and they've got to keep pushing on as well, because they'll be hoping to be able to put the pressure on the Audi TT out in front. Rob Boston still going strongly in the Clapham North MOT Mazda. Car 69, they still have the Breakdancer Racing Caterham between themselves and the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda. As out of the pits goes the Royal Engineers Motorsport BMW. Which has fallen back a little bit with its various problems over the course of the race so far. And you can see as they turn into Rocket, where there is a dry line, although one of the Mazdas there, I think that was one of the Paul Sheard cars, keeping off the dry line and keeping his tyres damp on the damper part of the circuit, or he just missed the apex as he came in. Not sure what the situation was. That's quite one of the several big stops here on the Anglesey circuit. After a flat out section, they then have to anchor up pretty sharply to go through the left and then long looping right-hander at Rocket. We also saw the race leader Ollie Wayne going through with the Audi TT there on again a slightly wider line as he came into the corner. The Subaru in the pits again, having another driver change. That car, the number 555 car, running within Class C, but with the longer pit stops required for getting the driver changes done, it's fallen quite a long way back. Dusty Binns it was who brought the car into the pits, and that car, yes, one of the cars that's done the most pit stops over the course of the race, and as I say, when they do come in for a driver change, it does take them a little bit longer to do, although they have practiced it. They've had the car and been practicing doing the driver changes, working out the logistics of how to get from the wheelchair to the driver's seat and then strapped firmly into the driver's seat before the driver can be dispatched once again. With the problems for the Track Scotland car 155, the Auto Test Mazda 24 has a much more comfortable position in the class now, and is now leading comfortably from the Track Scotland car, and in fact moving up to second place in the Class B section of the race is now the number 14 Lancaster Insurance Auto Test Mazda, which was a car which at the beginning of today had various problems with having to serve 2 penalties in quick succession, but having served those, they've got things working nicely there. Brian Chandler, it was at the wheel of the car, now being driven by Adam Sparrow, and they have moved up into, well, it kind of changes between second and third place with the Track Scotland car, but Adam Sparrow then going very nicely indeed in the Mazda, and the Track Scotland cars, which were going very strongly, and at the end of part one of the Track Scotland cars was leading the way in Class B. The second Track Scotland car was actually in 4th place, and they're now running 2nd and 4th, having faded a little bit, but as I say, that was partly due to the penalty experience. Another penalty being notified to us on the screen is the number 48 Patron Racing BMW E46. which is currently in the hands, car number 48, did I say 46? Car number 48 of Lee Brown, as the Fiat Panda completes another pit stop, heads back out onto the track. The Subaru just in behind there, ready to go, although it hasn't gone just yet. As Adam Kindness in the 155 Track Scotland Mini, the pink car, crosses the line, still second in Class B. Having led Class B at the end of last night's race, came through at the end of part 2 of the race in second place, and they now have a 5-second, I think it is, margin, yes, a 5-second margin plus a lap to catch up with the auto test car. And just checking down on the pit stops as well for those cars, because I've got a feeling the auto test car might still owe us another pit stop in the car 24. Just checking down there. Yes, he's done 2 pit stops today, did 3 yesterday, so there's 1 more pit stop to come from car 24. Car 155 has also now done 2 pit stops in this part of the race, so is up to its full complement. So the race isn't over yet for Track Scotland, with another pit stop still owed to us from the Auto Test Mazda. Keep an eye on how that one progresses. Talking of pit stops still owed to us, we still have a pit stop to come from the Ollie Wayne driven RAF Motorsport BMW, Audi TT, the car that leads the race. .117 David McAnulty also still due in for another pit stop. Operation Motorsport Canada are back in, and change of driver there. Driver exiting the car, disappearing into the back of the garage as the refuelers come out. And yeah, I think we'll see this time the 2 refueling churns going in simultaneously into the back of the car. There they go. So it's a 3-man job overall, because you've got the 2 refuelers plus the man holding the fire extinguisher. They all have to be kitted out in fireproof overalls. But it does mean for Operation Motorsport Canada that they can get their fuel in a lot more quickly, and therefore give them more time to get the driver change done. So the 2 fuel canisters going in, 25 litres in each one, 50 litres altogether. Takes about half a minute to complete the job. And once the fuel is in, which is interesting, the rate of flow of those tough drugs isn't quite as fast as we see in some of the other categories. Safety car is suddenly shown as looking around the circuit for a possible reason, but this is seem to have had a lot of safety cars in. Yeah, this is the 4th safety car of this segment of the race, so may well be time to come in for more pit stops. In particular, I think when we see Rob Boston come in, it may also be a pit stop time for Oliver Wayne, depending on how long the pit stop is going to be. Sorry, how long the safety car is going to be. The pit stop's going to be 4 minutes, but you want to make sure that you get round. If it's going to be a short safety car, then you can end up getting a little bit caught in the pits after the circuit has gone back green again. But in comes the number 80 BMW that being the Ellsworth BMW EC Motoring 116i, and it's actually the third place car in the BMW class, behind the two Anthony Seddon racing cars. Car number 80 then, and that is Chris Bayliss. And there's the reason for the safety car, because there's a Mazda there parked up against the barrier, Scott.
There is. It's car 19 that's gone off the road, unfortunately, into the tyres. It's the RAF Motorsport, sustainably powered by Infrastar machine. And that has Lloyd Huggins at the wheel, so sadly he's gone off the road. Just trying to figure out exactly where that is.
I think it's at the banking, isn't it?
I think it's up at Rocket, we think.
Oh, Rocket, okay.
Around that sort of area, we think. Actually, that might actually be Peel, I think, Exeter Peel, because I reckon it's the same spot where the Silver Lake pulled off last night. So that looks like it's the same area. Same section of track, in fact, actually. Lloyd Huggins out of the car. There is damage to the left front by the look of it.
Yeah, he's hit the barrier, hasn't he, Scott?
He has. Yeah, definitely. So that car's going to have some kind of a recovery back to pit lane to try and get it fixed and sorted to get it out for the last hour and a half. Of course, this will mean another flourish of pit stops.
And in amongst them is the race leader. So the race leading Audi has managed to complete all 6 of its mandatory 4-minute pit stops under safety car.
And they were telling me it was luck. I don't believe that for a second.
Well, the fact is that they don't have to worry so much about fuel consumption. So because they don't have to worry so much, they can top the car up rather than having to wait until it's empty. And so it does help them. Yeah, a race like this does have a fair chance of providing us with safety car interruptions. But the RAF Motorsports team has dealt with it very well indeed, and used the opportunities as they've been presented to you. I must say, when you were talking to Alex Smith, it was you that was talking to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Scott. I've never seen a race leader looking so depressed somehow. I mean, he really didn't have that kind of, he wasn't up on his toes. He was, yeah, well, it's going this, it's going that. But really got the feeling that he wasn't kind of emotionally invested in it somehow.
No.
But interesting thought.
I took it as more him being cool and calm and just being not taking anything for granted that anything could happen. Maybe that's how I read it.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. But as I say, he was, I think the Scots would call it a very doer driver who'd done a good stint. I mean, he'd been driving for a good 2 hours whilst he was out there.
Yeah.
Just wondering if it's worth doing a rundown at this point, or whether to just pause until some of the cars that are in the pits at the moment have completed their pit stop.
It was more pointing out the fact that the timing screen again is having one of its moments, I think, where you can't quite figure out which order it's in, but it's now seemed to have sorted itself out now.
Well, I can explain that, you see, Scott.
Right.
It's because this is an aggregate race of 3 parts.
Oh, I see.
And so what happens is the car will go round the circuit, come across the finish line, complete a lap, thus putting it ahead of cars that it was behind. The next car will come through, complete its lap, but because it's completed the same number of laps in a smaller time on aggregate, then the screen order shuffles. And so every time you get a series of cars coming past that are all on the same lap, you get this shuffling effect.
Makes perfect sense.
Which is fine as long as the overall leader is clear. But we did have a situation here a couple of years ago, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, where the lead gap was doing exactly that, and the leader on aggregate was not the same as the leader on the road. And so when we had a safety car situation, our old safety car wasn't quite sure who to pick up, because every time one or the other of them went across the line, it switched round who was in the lead of the race. And there was a little bit of argument afterwards, not much. But anyway, we can see the driver of the Mazda there walking away somewhat despondently. Who do we establish it was?
It was Lloyd Huggins, I believe.
Lloyd Huggins, yeah, he should know better, I would have thought. He's had a lot of experience.
That's Lloyd told.
Well, yeah, I mean, he may have had a coming together with another car. We don't know quite what triggered the car going into the barrier. It wouldn't, all I'm saying that it's unlikely that he would have made a driving error because he isn't that kind of driver. A lot of experience racing in BRSCC events and racing in the Mazda. He was out in the Club Sport Trophy yesterday as well. So, yes, a very experienced driver.
Just as it usually is this time of safety car, we get to BMW Central. Had about 3 or 4 of the 1 Series cars make their way through. We've also got one of which is still making its pit stop, is the number 18 RAF Graduates. The Jaguar, which is, of course, sporting one of the BRSCC track rods on its front left, and still running trouble-free, it seems, in its cycle of pit stops. Currently running at the moment in 38th position, so that's currently in the running not too bad. It's running probably around about near mid-pack. The number 19 Mazda MX-5 is being hoisted onto the low loader, and that will be taken back to the pit lane to be worked on to see if we can get it out before the start at the end of the race.
Yes, I don't think the damage is so bad that they won't be able to get it out again.
No.
But still quite remarkable looking down that the 55 cars that started are all still going. Just double check to see if anyone isn't. No, we've had 2 hours of this segment of the race, 2.5 hours. Sorry, a 3.5 hour segment, but we had 2 hours of it, so an hour and a half still to go. And Lloyd Huggins had just set his best lap of the race, actually, on his previous lap in 1:53.860. Further evidence that the track conditions are improving. The leader has completed his pit stop, the number 7 car having been in and come out again, with now Matthew Isherwood behind the wheel of the leading Audi, and those are its 6 mandatory pit stops completed. If you're looking at TSL Timing's online timing screen and saying, yeah, Trusses, but he's done 7 pit stops. Well, one of those pit stops was not a proper pit stop, because last night we had a safety car situation where the safety car was forced to lead the cars through the pit lane and everybody followed on through. So that was an enforced pit stop which triggered the timing beam at pit lane entrance and triggered it again at pit exit, and allowed the drivers to, or seemed to make everybody have done a pit stop when they hadn't in fact. So that's the reason why the TSL screen is showing that. But the 6 proper pit stops, 4-minute pit stops that have been completed by the number 7 crew have all been timed very well to be behind or at the point where the safety car was out. The car, incidentally, which is currently following the safety car is number 27 BMW, which was a real threat for victory in the early stages, but unfortunately had a gearbox go on the car last night, and they lost probably about 20 laps, I would say, last night whilst that problem was fixed, and they had to finish off the job overnight, but they got it out this morning, and since then the car has been lapping very rapidly. Paul Cook is now out at the wheel of the number 27, and Paul is, say, by far the fastest driver. He, when he was out at the beginning of the race yesterday, he was drawing away at a rate of knots, and he has performed the best lap of this segment of the race, 136.231. His best lap done yesterday. Actually, that is the best lap from yesterday, 126.231. That was the time set yesterday night. But Paul Cook then certainly very rapid in that number 27 car, but just having a little bit of mechanical frailty. The best lap for the car today, a 1:40.266. And interestingly, if one looks at just the laps completed in the segment of the race since the Remembrance service, then it is the number 27 car which has completed the most laps. And would you believe, Scott, he's actually done 3 more laps than anybody else out there. He's completed 60 laps in this 2 hours and 10 minutes. The best of the rest, which is actually the Rob Boston Racing Lotus, has completed 57 laps. But both the 27 and the 119 have had their problems overnight, so they're well down the order. But in terms of number of laps completed in this segment, they've done the most.
Have done the most, and they've actually taken another position because they've now moved up to 26th position as they came across the line. And just so you can see the pace advantage that it has, because just on the restart, Paul Cook has absolutely taken off. There was almost a replay of a moment which happened yesterday, which was between 2 of the Toyota GT86s, the 86 and the 22, where the 22 went steaming round the outside and almost ran 2 wheels onto the gas. That almost happened on the exit of the banking because those 2 cars are back together again. But the clear thing is that Paul Cook, now he has plenty of clear air. You can't even see him in the rocket complex anymore because he's already exited and making his way down towards the corkscrew. And he might even be further than that by the looks of it.
The cleanest of a clean pair of heels. Here
yes,
he comes
into
the corkscrew now. So Paul Cook has really vanished off into the distance, as if, and he'll use this as an opportunity to test out the car and demonstrate just how quickly it can go, because as Scott was saying, it's a completely clear track in front of him. He was second in the queue of cars behind the safety car as it came out, but then of course as the Audi disappeared off into the pits, it was then the first car to be released as the safety car disappeared. There goes Paul Cook across the line. His lap time as he crossed the line that time, a 1 minute 37.138, which is less than a second slower than his fastest lap of yesterday. Then it's Ben Brooks going through with the rebuilt Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, and then the Patron Racing BMW E46 is the next one through. The GT86 of Operation Motorsport being followed by that venerable Mazda 101. Scott?
Just seen a rather important notification because number 91 has been given a stop and go penalty for not tagging out the pit lane properly. So that's going to hamper it further in its battle for Class C honours, and that's going to give another advantage to the Clapham North squad. So Martin Rich, who was the last time that car went out, so it must have been when Martin Rich was heading out of the pit lane, did not tag out properly, or in fact, if it still thinks it's Martin Rich and the pit stop they've just made, the driver did not.
It may be Alex Capardia by now, yeah.
It could be so, yeah.
It could be that Alex didn't tag out, so he'll have to make a pit lane, that pit stop, or a penalty pit stop, and that is going to play into the hands of the Clapham North MOT car, which has switched back now to George Grant for the remaining hour and a quarter of the race. So Rob Boston has done his bit. Will Blackwell Chambers started off the race for Clapham North this morning, handed over to Rob Boston, and now George Grant will be taking the car to the checkered flag, he'll be hoping, and provided that Mazda can hold together, all fingers crossed for that team. But with the problems that the Stuart Humphrey Racing team have had, and they have had to make an extra pit stop for fuel, so they've actually spent an extra 4 minutes in the pits because of having to do an extra pit stop.
So weather conditions at least brightening up a little bit. I say that and I look to my left and there's a slightly grey cloud off to my left, but according to some weather forecasts, it's not due, touch wood, it's not due to rain really for the rest of the day. It's supposed to be cloudy and the chance of rain is supposed to be going down throughout the rest of the afternoon. So fingers crossed that stays that way and we get a nice dry finish to Race of Remembrance 2024. So as the top 3 continue to circulate, still George Grant leading the way in his class.
Matthew Isherwood leading the way overall with the Audi TT, although his last lap time that time around, a 1:51.255, and when you compare that with the sort of lap times that are being done by Paul Cook in the number 27 car, his last lap time around a 136.738 is only half a second outside his best lap of the race yesterday. So 139.116 for Paul Cook last time around. But what I'm drawing attention to is the fact that Matthew Isherwood was on a relatively slow lap last time around, and I hope from their point of view that that's not an issue for the Audi. Still got an hour and 13 minutes of the race to go, and that's a long time to drive over through a problem if the car does have a problem. Let's keep our eyes on the Audi just to see if it does seem to be struggling, or whether that slow lap time was just due to traffic.
Either that, or because of the fact that they are 3 laps ahead, they're possibly just taking it steady.
Well, if there is an issue, then yes, what I'm saying is that it's a long time to run.
Yes.
If there's an issue that they're
Point
trying to
taken,
overcome. So, yes, it may be that they're taking things easy, but if it's a problem, problems don't often get better, is what I'm saying. Here he comes just out of the bus stop at the moment. It still looks fairly rapid as he accelerates out there.
He did a 1:50.3, so it's quicker than last time. So maybe it could have been just traffic, just trying to pick his way through. Because particularly on these restarts, when you've got so many cars around you, and of course that car did pit, so it was effectively towards the back of the queue. It was quite stuck in the middle of the queue, so it had a few more cars to get through, which might have been trickier for some than others, given though it is the race-leading car, which it didn't have as easy a restart as the 27 BMW did. They just took off in front and just left everybody behind.
Still waiting for the final pit stop for the 117 David McAnulty car to come in to hand over to Jason McAnulty. Jason was in the car for 5 laps at the beginning of this session after the service of remembrance, but then David has been in the car for 2 hours pretty much, very nearly 2 hours, so it's been a long stint from David, and he'll be coming in fairly shortly, I think, to hand the car back to Jason McAnulty before the end of the race, and then we'll see how this battle for second place pans out, because Don Henshaw has got himself back into Steve McCulley's Caterham and is in second place. At the moment, on aggregated times, there's just 17 seconds between them, so that's a close battle, with a pit stop due from David McAnulty to switch the car back to Jason. But then once that pit stop's completed, then we'll going to see Jason at full tilt and going through to lead the race. Yellow flags at target, and that is because I thought you were going to tell us why there, Scott.
It was only because the 27 BMW decided to try and pass 3 cars at once to put a lap on it, and nervously put 2 wheels onto the wet grass, which I thought was going to end badly. But
right, so the safety car is standing by, but not yet going out. There are double waved yellows at target. Can't see what is happening up at the banking though, but I think something has done.
Just checking our cameras to see if they've picked up anything yet. I don't think they have, no.
So not quite sure why that yellow flag is there, but the safety car, as I say, was standing by. Marshals on the start-finish line have the safety car board in their hands. Scott had a theory there, which he was trying to signal to me by hand signals, but I didn't understand it.
Well, it's just because they've gone to double waved yellows rather
Oh,
than
I see. That's double waved yellows flag. Sorry, I misunderstood the hand signal altogether. I thought it was a steering wheel in your hand. You were doing this.
I thought it might have been drumming, kind of like just back and forth, but no, it's double waved yellow. It's now gone to a single waved yellow up at the outside of the post. It's the marshal's post, which is the outside of target, and now the safety car board goes out, and we are going safety car.
Yeah, so my feeling is that there might be a bit of debris on the circuit at target, which the marshals want to get out and do something about. I'm surprised that our cameramen can't see anything, because they're closer to the action than my binoculars can see. So we'll worry about that some other time. But looking out to see. Literally looking out to see who have we got on the missing list.
The number 24 car is showing as not having come through. That's got an exclamation mark next to it.
Yes.
And it's the only car, which has that is the Lloyd Huggins Mazda MX-5.
Yes.
So
I think it might well be the number 24 car, which is a Class B leading car. So that's a bit of a drama. Let's go down to the pits, though, because Rob Lewis has some news for us.
It's only right that I come to Race of Remembrance and catch up with old friend Robin Welsh, who has just stepped out of the WRC Development's leading C1. Robin, you're back and hopefully back to winning ways.
Yeah, I think if all goes to plan now, I think we're good, but Race of Remembrance, who knows? So, yeah, the whole team's in a good position, so yeah, it's been very, very good, gone to plan. The rain was fun.
Yeah.
Enjoyed the rain. And yeah, everything's just gone really well. It's really nice actually for me personally. 10th year, we've done it 7 years I think. First time my dad's come along as well. So it's great to show him what it's all about and get why we do this at this time of year, and you know, just show the support for what the event's about.
And obviously on your day job on running the C1 Racing Club, you don't get the time to go out and go racing much, so to do it at an event like this just makes it a bit more special, I guess.
Yeah, for me it's perfect because it's the one time a year where I can actually get to drive a C1 without it being a conflict of interest, because you know, if I got in one of my own races and ran competitively like we generally do, it would just seem a little bit off. But everyone who comes here knows, you know, I always jump in with WRC, David Drinkwater and team, and we do a great job and it works very well. And yeah, I can come here and actually enjoy driving the cars that I love so much in work, you know.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see, and well done. It's all down to that team manager, JP, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Actually, it's just not. He done his bit. He done actually really a good job today. He went out yesterday. Did a good stint, kept us where we needed to be, and yeah, everything's all good from now.
All good from there. Fantastic. Good to see you, Rob. And now for the lighter side of things. Obviously, Scott, you've probably guessed why the safety car is out on track. Let's hope you don't need to book a taxi home, because that's a long way back to Kent. I'll let you figure that out, Scott. Back to you guys.
I won't dignify that with an answer, shall we say.
So do we think, though, that the cause of this safety car is the number 24 BMW?
Sorry, Mazda.
Sorry, the number 24 Mazda. That wasn't the Class B leading car, was it? No, it was the other auto test car, which was leading Class B, and is still leading Class B, number 14. But earlier in the race, the number 24 was certainly well up in Class B. Yes, and it was Ollie Graham, wasn't it? So it's being shown, as you say, with the yellow triangle against it on the screen, and that has elevated the Lancaster auto test Mazda to the lead of the Class B, but the two Track Scotland cars are still 2 laps behind the Lancaster car. How's that happened? So yeah, we had problems for the 155, didn't we, as we were hearing from Rob earlier on. So that would explain why the 155 has dropped back a little bit. Craig Dillon currently at the wheel of it, but yeah, Class B is turning into one of those classes nobody wants to win. Adam Sparrow now bringing the number 14 Mazda into the pits. This is the one that started the day with Brian Chandler having all sorts of problems, having to take 2 stop-and-go penalties in the number 14 car, and now Adam Sparrow then at the wheel of the number 14 car, but he's brought the car into the pits for what should be the final pit stop for the number 14. The 155 has already made its final pit stop, so we could see a change as the Track Scotland Mini can get ahead. It's done its pit stops, as I say, so if it can get round whilst the 14 Mazda is in the pits, then we'll get a change of lead for the Class B runners. Class C, as Scott was surmising a little bit ago, has now very heavily swung back into the favour of the Clapham North team. or swung more heavily into the favour of the Clapham North team is probably a better way to put it, because they were in any case ahead, but with that extra pit stop required for Alex Kapadia to come in and tag himself through the Who tag system properly, that now has lost another 2 laps, so is now the gap is up to 6 laps separating the Clapham North MOT Mazda from the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda. So George Grant will be smiling quite happily to himself behind his balaclava in the car at the moment. Stuart Humphrey will no doubt be gnashing his teeth. He's put a good team together, had a fast car, had a good strategy, but just a couple of hiccups is all it takes. And who was we just hearing from? Just said it's a Race of Remembrance.
Yeah.
And still with just over an hour to go, there is still the prospect of further change, but I'm pretty sure now that everybody has taken the opportunity to make their final pit stop under this safety car, so we'll be able to get the final hour through without the need for routine pit stops, for the mandatory refueling pit stops. However, if there are cars that are short of fuel, then they will have to come in obviously to take on fuel before the end of the race, and even if it's only a short amount of fuel that they need, it will still be necessary to stay in the pits for 4 minutes. My attention was just distracted there as I saw somebody, driver, carrying his helmet going into the first aid centre to just be checked over. I suspect that was probably Oliver Graham.
Potentially. I guess the thing we've got to figure out is that because we've got both the number 24 Mazda and also now the number 10 Jaguar both showing as being stopped on circuit for reasons, whether or not the two are connected or if they're separate incidents.
You're putting 2 and 2 together there, Scott, and unfortunately, because we don't have camera coverage, I can't establish whether the answer's 4, 3 or 5. But yes, you've raised an interesting point. So who was at the wheel of the Jaguar, do you think, at the time?
It was car number 10, which is currently showing as James Lamb was at the wheel of the Jaguar, and of course we know Ollie Graham was at the wheel of the Mazda at that point.
Right, so yeah, I mean, one can't miss the Jaguar coming if it's trying to make an overtaking move.
Definitely not.
But equally, Ollie Graham was in a class leading battle, and so may have had his attention focused forwards if there had been a coming together. Just looking around the circuit for the presence of flatbed trailers, we've got one flatbed in the assembly area. Scott's spotted the other flatbed trailer, which is out on the circuit going past Rocket, isn't it?
Yes, that's coming out of the banking and going up towards the right-hander at Church. No, I think that one. So that appears to be what happened there.
And that is the Jaguar on the back of the flatbed.
It is.
It's definitely the track rod that's gone.
You can confidently tell that from your binoculars, can you?
Oh, there's no question.
Just having a look. I think there is a little bit of like on the, actually looks as though there is some damage on the left front. It looks like, and a bit of a barrier as well. But as Robin Wirtz said, it happens. It's Race of Remembrance, and I think that us, the club BRSCC, were more than happy to help out the Jaguar team in that situation when they needed it. So it's all part of the fun of ROR in that sense.
Yeah, so that car on the flatbed coming back, what we haven't seen any sign of recovery is from the 24 Oliver Graham Mazda. So we can only speculate as to where that car might be. The recovery unit coming down through the school cut, from which it can go straight into the assembly area that also serves as Parc Fermé. We do have another flatbed, but it's not been dispatched, which makes me think that the Oliver Graham car, if it has ground to a halt, isn't in a dangerous situation or has already been returned. Track Scotland is in the pits with their number 55 Mini. Safety car is up at the hairpin at the top of the Tom Price straight, coming back down now past the old pits, still with its lights on. So even though the Jaguar has been recovered, the safety car is staying out for at least one more lap. So up at the banking, there is some barrier repair going on, so it sounds like either the Jaguar has hit the barrier, which would be consistent with the damage at the front end of that car. Yeah, so the track sweeper is present, Anglesey service unit is present, but there's no sign of any other car up at the banking as the safety car continues to circulate. So the cars that caused the car, being the Jaguar, has been recovered and is now going along behind the pit garages to be returned for the second time, and they'll unload it, have a investigation of what's gone on, and then take a view as to the best way forward. Meanwhile, time ticks away, less than an hour still to go, 58 minutes just under still to go. The service vehicles are being overtaken now by the safety car, but the service vehicles will be able to come off the circuit halfway down the back straight. Pace car, safety car will take them around the rest of the lap. It should be in a position to release the cars once we get to the end of this lap. Safety car speed having been reduced significantly to allow time for the service vehicles to exit stage right. Not sure if you can see any more than I can, Scott, as to what the damage is on the Jaguar there. Good close-up of the front left corner.
Yeah.
But difficult to see what damage there is to the underlying structure. Obviously the bodywork has been damaged.
Yeah. It looks as though, at least, from what I can see, I'm not most mechanically minded in terms of what looks what, but it looks as though at least at the front end in terms of suspension looks straight. So that's a bonus in that sense. But nonetheless, as we continue on under safety car, with less than an hour to go in the 2024 Race of Remembrance, it's, as the adage says, anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does, and particularly, as Robin Worth said, it's ROR, so anything can definitely happen, particularly when you get races such as this with different attrition rates and tired eyes, tired drivers, tired reflexes. Just the track conditions can also play their part on top of that as well.
Yes, the hard bit is especially for the guys in the garages who may well have been up until the early hours of this morning working on the cars, getting them prepped for this morning's session, which got underway at 9 o'clock. And as I say, as a result of all of that, then there are some certainly tired bodies in the garages, even if the drivers have had a good night's sleep. Safety car lights are out, looking up towards the top of the Tom Price straight. And so we're going to go racing again at the completion of this lap. Once again, it's Matthew Isherwood at the wheel of the Audi TT, which leads the way, coming through to complete what is, for the race leader, his 331st lap, and 55 minutes remaining of the race, and more penalty boards going out to the cars as they come through, whether that is for safety car infringements or something else, I know not at this stage. It's a stop and go penalty for car number 96, which is being notified, and that's the poor old Jaffa Cake Mazda, who's had its share of problems over the course of this weekend's racing. The Jaffa Gate Mazda, a regular appearer here at the Race of Remembrance. But they're going to have to come in to serve a stop-and-go penalty.
I think it's going to be Apollo Russell on screen. He's got the fright of their life, getting a BMW one side and the Class C leading Clapham North MX-5 the other side, shooting past it, but they both survived it. And of all the cars to be right behind the 69 car, guess who's chasing them on the track on their tail? It's a 91 machine. So these two are going to have an on-track battle, even though they are separated in the timing screen on aggregate by the minuscule margin of about 6 laps. So those two are simply just, I think, enjoying themselves on track for the sake of enjoying an on-track run. See here the crash helmet, which has been painted in the same style as the number 10 Jaguar by Pop Bang Colour. And again, that's rather than like a vinyl wrap, I think that'll be genuinely painted as is with regular tools or whatever tools that Pop Bang Colour tends to use. It's anything that's weird and wonderful that he tends to use to paint his things, whether it's using toy cars to paint an actual car or other different methods to paint a helmet. So he does quite a grand job.
I saw him on one occasion using a remote-controlled car, which he drove through a puddle of paint, and then it's all being done horizontally, needless to say. Drove the car through a puddle of paint, and then it went down onto his canvas, and he then tried to control the radio-controlled car, which I know some people are very good at, but Pop Bang Colour did it in his own particular style, which of course is fairly unique, but yeah, apparently he's used various construction methods to get the paint onto the car, but it is all proper paint, as Scott says, on the car. But it's going to be a challenge for them to get it back out for this final hour of racing. The Jaguar XF currently being shown as 44th place out of the 55 cars which are still running. Drops to 45th as he gets overtaken by another car that the team has spent a long time trying to get ahead of. So Matthew Isherwood then with the Audi TT, under an hour to go, and still this 3-lap cushion that he has. All pit stops now complete for the Audi and for Don Henschel in the second place Caterham. And then in third place, Jason McAnulty now back at the wheel of the 117 car. And see if we can work out what the gap is between them. It's a lap and something for Jason McAnulty to try and close the gap between himself and Don Henschel's Caterham. But judging on the lap times last time around, Don Henschel is one of the faster cars out there. Not the fastest car out there, because inevitably Paul Cook is that with his number 27 BMW, which was leading the race comfortably in the first hour, but then had some slow pit stops, then had a gearbox failure, and as a result of that has fallen 44 laps behind the race leader. But a lap time from Paul Cook of Paul Cook last lap time was, can't find it at the moment, so meanwhile, so here it is, a 1 minute 40.414, so comparable lap times to the race leaders, but not stunningly much faster. News of the Jaguar, Scott.
It's back out.
Good. Can't be that damaged then.
No, it can't be. Definitely not. At least the suspension is pointing straight where it should be by the pants, but it is missing an eye.
Yes.
So that is the key thing. It's missing an eye, but it should survive. So all good in that sense, and it seems to be getting on. So it looks like it was mostly kind of many cosmetic damage on the front, or not stuff that was going to be anything that would stop it from getting out there and driving competently enough that's going to cause a problem.
I think what Monty Python would say is just a scratch.
Just a scratch. 'Tis but a scratch.
Yeah, something like that. So yes, it's a fairly significant scratch, but as Scott was surmising there, no damage to the underlying structure of the Jaguar, so it continues on its way. Excellent news for them and their team. Oliver Graham, though, who was the other car that we were mulling about, hasn't got going again. We were suggesting that that car might have had a problem. And yes, since the safety car, he hasn't been out. So quite where the car is, I don't know, I'm not quite sure if Rob is down in the pit lane at the moment, but he might be able to track down the number 24 Auto Test Mazda, which has now dropped to 6th place in the Class B, having been in the lead of the class at one point, but at least for their team, Auto Test still lead Class B, but a battle in prospect between the Lancaster Insurance Mazda number 14 and Craig Dillon's Track Scotland car. Rob Walker at the wheel of the Mazda, and they are separated by 38 seconds on the track, which with 48 minutes to go is nothing at all. So we'll continue to monitor that gap. Craig Dillon at the moment is lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than Rob Walker, so it won't be a change physically on the track for Class B honours, but all of a sudden the Class C battle has pretty much resolved itself in favour of the Clapham North team. The Class B battle, which seemed to have been going toward Track Scotland, has now turned into a right battle royal, so we'll keep our eyes on 14 and 155 and see how Rob Walker at the wheel of the Lancaster Auto Test can go, because he's going to need to up his pace a little bit. He's just gone through completing another lap, waiting now for the Track Scotland Mini to come through. This is the bright pink one, number 155. And although they're not, as I say, you won't see them overtake one another on track, here comes Craig Dillon now out onto the start-finish straight, and he crosses the line 149.141, gets the gap down again, another 4 seconds taken in. It's come down from 38 to 34 seconds. So that gap is coming down at a rate of knots for the lead of Class B. Keep your eyes on the pink Mini. Craig Dillon trying to make up for time lost earlier on, and even though the Lancaster Insurance Auto Test Mazda has lost its own time, we've ended up with the pair of them losing about the same over the course of the full race on aggregate.
So with about just over 45 minutes to go, I don't know about you, Paul, but do you reckon it's enough for one final rundown before the flag?
Go for it.
So, with about 45 minutes to go, this is how it stands then, going into the last hour of the race here at Race of Remembrance 2024 at Anglesey. And the current running order in each of the classes is as follows. Still in Class D, the top class overall is the number 7 RAF Motorsport, sustainably powered by RAF Central Fund. Matt Isherwood at the wheel of that Audi, and he has a 3-lap lead over the Leos Racing Donald Henshaw Caterham Car 97, which has completed 333 laps. The leader has completed 336. And just a note quickly ahead of my ears that car 19 sadly is an official retirement, so they can't fix the gearbox in time, so that car will take no further part in the race, unfortunately. That's the car which was Lloyd Huggins that went off the road at Peel and had the issue. Looks like, I'm guessing, it was a gearbox issue that forced him to not have any gears and lock up and actually go off the road. So unfortunately we have actually had a retirement from ROR 2024, which is a shame, but we still will have 54 of the 55 cars that will make it occur at least. One car trying to also join them is the 303 Citroen C1, but he's managed to amble his way back onto the circuit after a impromptu visit onto the grass. Third in Class D, going back to our rundown, is still the Able Care ES Motorsport Jason McAnulty at Lotus Elise. That's a lap behind second place Caterham, and that's completed 332 laps. In fourth in Class D is the Patron Racing BMW with Mike Nash at the wheel. That's 12th overall, 311 laps completed. And then in fifth position in Class D is the number 27 BMW that's kept on creeping up the order. It's down to 26th position, having, I think, repassed the RAF Motorsport, so the Flat Cap Motorsport Igo, which is the sole car in Class A, which we'll get to in a bit. So Wayne Lewis at the wheel, he's completed 293 laps. In Class C, it looks as though it's going the way now of the number 69 Clapham North Rob Boston Racing Mazda MX-5, 325 laps in the books, and that's now 12 laps down on the leader. and it's completed 325 in total. Second place is still the Stuart Humphrey Racing Alex Capadia driven Mazda MX-5 number 91, and that has 18 laps down on the race leader, 319 completed. Third is another MX-5, now moving up to 9th in the standing, which is the Paul Sheard Motorsport number 2 car, with Alec Livesley at the wheel, 315 laps completed, 22 off the overall leader. Fourth place in Class C is car number 12, that's the Tacona Racing Division number 12 BMW E36, which currently has Paul Sweeney at the wheel, and that car's completed 311 laps, 26 off the overall leader. And rounding up the top 5 in Class C is the second Paul Sheard Motorsport car of number 3, which is Robin Yao, and that car has done 310 laps, 27 off the leader, and currently sits in 13th place overall. The battle in Class B continues also. There's only 26 seconds separating the current leader, which is the Lancaster Insurance Auto Test Mazda MX-5, and that leads by 26 seconds from the 155 Track Scotland 2 car with Dylan at the wheel, that being Craig Dillon. And then we'll quickly do third place before I hand down to Rob in the pit lane. Third place is the second of the Track Scotland Minis. It's moved up to third now. Michael Imrie at the wheel, car 55, 315 laps completed, 22 off the leader, and 4 behind the car overall in 9th place. Right, down to Rob in pit lane with more news.
And as you would have seen, the car 555, the Subaru BRZ, in one of the best liveries ever, I may add, has just completed his pit stop. Lionel O'Connor is out of the car. Lionel, how was that stint for you?
It wasn't too bad. It was quite good. I prefer it when it's a bit greasy because I've had quite a lot of experience driving car control kind of stuff. So for me, the wetter the better, really. It's not wet out there. As it's drying, people are getting quicker, but people are falling off all over the place. So it's still quite lively out there.
This Subaru in particular, how's this program come together?
To be honest, I'm the wrong guy to ask. I was really lucky in that I haven't been driving or racing for about 4 years, and I got a call off of Mission Motorsport, Jim and Mission Motorsport, asking if I'd like a seat. They had an issue with one of the drivers where he couldn't get his license. It's unfortunate, but his loss was my gain. And it was just very lucky to be in the right place at the right time. I mean, obviously losing a leg is not lucky, but it's enabled me to be in a position where they could ring me up and say, I'm getting Stick in the background here, so trying to throw me off. Got a call up, and then and that was it. So in terms of where the cars come from, I know it was a cat in write-off, and the guys and girls have been working hard at the workshop trying to get the car together. So people in wheelchairs, people missing limbs, all helping out. So it's been quite a journey for them. I'm just arrive and drive for this one. So yeah.
Was it quite good having Dave Richards down here earlier today? Obviously, he took part in the ceremony, but I understand he's had a good look around the car and he likes it.
Yeah, I didn't get to speak to him myself. Obviously, I was busy with other stuff. I laid the reef and that. So yeah, as far as I'm aware, I mean, he's happy. We're happy. So
More of the same next year?
Hopefully, if someone offers me a seat, I'll bite their arm off for it. But yeah, I mean, Race of Remembrance is great in that it brings people together from all sides of motorsport. You've got the caterums and other quick things down to the C1s. So everyone comes together for an awesome race, and then obviously the ceremony gets quite emotional for everyone, and rightly so. So it's an awesome thing to be part of.
Awesome, great to chat to Lionel from some fantastic stints there. I really like the livery out on that car. It's probably one of my favourites of the race so far. In other news, car number 16, I'm afraid, Paul, we've put the commentator's curse on it. They are retiring from the race with gearbox troubles. Thank you for Kieran for finding that out for us. We're coming to the twilight zone of this race. There's not long to go now to crown our Race of Remembrance 2024 champion on this 10-year anniversary. I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rob. I was going to very quickly finish off the rest of the rundown I was doing of the classes whilst that happened, but good to hear from Stumpy and from the team that have been running this fantastic Subaru BRZ that's had the support from Subaru, from Mission Motorsport and from eBay, and running so strongly in 44th place. Had its own issues but still running well. Quick rundown of the rest of the class then. We're going through down to Class B. So 4th place in class, still showing as the Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5 number 24, 306 laps completed, 33 off the leader. And then in the top 5 we've still got the Mazda MX-5 for Breakdancer Racing, Alan Curtis at the wheel in car number 8, 303 laps complete, 36 off the leader there. only the sole Class A car. That's number 71 Toyota Aygo, Flat Cat Motorsport and Mintro Motorsport. Hayden Payne at the wheel, and that's currently completed 296 laps, 27th overall. In the BMW class, it's still, at this point in time, an Anglesey Racing 1-2, 21 and 34. There's a lap between them now, so George Healer ahead of Mackenzie Priestwood at this point, but 21 ahead of 34, 310 and 309 laps completed respectively. A lap behind them in third place is the Yggdrasil car, the first of those two, with Freddie Tatum at the wheel, and that is car number 90 with 308 under its belt. Fourth is the number 80 Ellsworth BMW EIC motoring car, Theo Millward, with 307 laps completed, and fifth is the Matabubi Racing James Bagley, number 52 BMW, 298. And in the C1 class, at the moment, it's showing to be still the 586 car of WRC Developments that leads the way, 30th overall, 294 laps completed. That's ahead of its teammates in car 386, which is a couple of places back on 291 laps. And then third is Scuderia Polo Rosso with Graham Wilkins at the wheel in car 310. Then it's the third WRC Developments car in car 408, and car in 36th position with Matt Shears, and then Silver Lake 2, which has been climbing up through the order after its dramas last night with 2 ECU problems, and that has now got to 5th place with George Davis, former Fiesta Junior racer, at the wheel, 287 completed. And the only other car we have is the Invitation class car, which is the Chrysler Tech Rouge 2CV Hybrid. Nick Crispin at the wheel, just going through shot here, 49th position at the moment, 269 laps completed, 38 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap left of ROR 2024.
Excellent, thanks very much indeed. Scott Woodwith with the rundown, and as he's been giving you the positions, I was slightly concerned earlier on with the pace of Matt Isherwood's Audi TT, but I think really it is just being stroked home to the finish. It's not going as quickly as Don Henschel's Caterham, but it's not going slowly enough to be worried at all by that, and the overall pace is still pretty good. The overall pace of Jason McAnulty with the purple Lotus just going through there is very good, and he's lapping in the 1 minute 40s compared to a 1 minute 43 for Matt Isherwood, and 1 minute 42s for the Caterham of Don Henschel. So the top three lapping as quickly as anybody, and certainly fast enough to keep their position in the top three. Whether or not George Grant is going to be able to maintain that 4th place overall, I think he probably will actually. He's ahead of the relay team, which is the number 77 team of Caterhams, which Wes Payne is currently representing in the number 77 car. And that car is 2 laps, no it's not, it's only 1 lap behind George Grant and the Clapham North Mazda, which is turning through now. So yes, it's 1 lap and a lot, because the Mazda goes through not that far behind Wes Payne. But in terms of laps completed, it's 330 laps now completed by George Grant. Wes Payne will come through and complete his 329th lap, so it's 1 lap and quite a lot separating them. But importantly, from George Grant's point of view, it won't really matter whether he finishes 4th or 5th overall, because that car almost certainly is going to be able to stay ahead of the Stuart Humphrey Racing car. Alex Capadia is now 6 laps behind the Clapham North car, so I think anything that Alex Capadia can do is just to keep plugging away there. Say that car had to do an extra pit stop for refueling purposes in order to get it to the end of this race. The battle that we were looking out for in Class B is really hotting up now, because Craig Dillon, and this is on times, is now 11.8 seconds behind Rob Walker. So that pink Mini, which Track Scotland have been running throughout the race, is charging on and has been gaining on Rob Walker's Mazda at a rate of about 3 seconds a lap, 4 seconds a lap. So the 14 Mazda has just gone through, and the pink Mini, which is closing on it, I think actually in physical terms is actually way ahead of it, but is trying to extend its margin ahead of it in order to overcome the deficit that it had as a result of the end of part 1. Just waiting for the Mini at the moment to come through. The 2 fan favourites, nose to tail, the Citroen 2CV followed by the Fiat Panda across the line. here comes the Mini, and we'll see what Craig Dillon's lap time is this time around. It was a 1:48 last time, a 1:49 this time, but that's still quicker than Rob Walker's going. And so the gap first to second in Class B comes down to 8 seconds now, just 8.5 seconds. You won't be seeing a battle on the track. What you are seeing on the track is the battle of the Operation Motorsport cars. The USA car on the road, just ahead of the Canadian one, with the Porsche Mazda going up the inside of the USA car just ahead. So battle can be resumed. This isn't the first time we've seen these cars running nose to tail. They seem to have a propensity for each other. They like to run together with the two North American cars.
Oh, they're just drawn to each other, given the fact they're both in the same team. We're having some great onboard shots as well with these two cars. The two onboard cameras fitted to these Operation Motorsport machines. And it'd be a shame if we don't see them next year, because of course they are looking to run their own essential Race of Remembrance over at Virginia International Raceway next year on the same weekend. So that'll be, I can't see that being a short of a grid. That's going to be pretty full, I think, given how much America adores and supports its military. So I think that's going to be a really well supported event. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. I think it will be.
And knowing the people who are involved in its organisation, I mean, getting two teams of cars and people over from America and Canada to the UK and operating a car race meeting, actually I reckon is far more complicated than running one in your own country. So yeah, the two US, Canadian, North American cars. Jake Porter, Major Jake Porter, is at the wheel of the 220 Canadian car, and it's Robert Mao driving in the USA car at the moment. As we've had a spinner on the circuit, once again the Metabubu Racing BMW seems to have been in the wars.
Yeah, it was up at Rocket, that was up at the complex, just looping it around. 52 car in the hands of James Bagley, 25th position at the moment. And that in turn has actually benefited the RAF Motorsport BMW that's charging back up the order, now up to 24th place overall on aggregate. There's the pack coming through. Just a couple more of the BMW 116s, two cars that have been in the wars a little bit throughout the weekend. They go steaming past the 555 Subaru. The Royal Engineers car certainly had the brunt of its troubles throughout the weekend, as has the Royal Navy Motorsport car. Just the one car from the Royal Navy this year.
We reported earlier on missing Mazda with gearbox problems, and I think originally we suggested it was the number 19 car, but that was the RAF car 19, the Mazda. But then Rob put us right on the fact that it is the Tequila Racing car number 16, which is the retirement. Anis Sutawala was driving it, and it finally gave up with its gearbox issues. But so it's the number 16 Mazda, which is the gearbox retirement. The car number 19 is still circulating, I'm pleased to say. So we did have some doubts about the RAF's car, but that is going strongly still. The only other car which we have a question mark as to whether it's going to manage to make the finish is Oliver Graham with the number 24 Auto Test TSW Mazda, which hasn't been through now for something over half an hour, so quite where that car is we never quite established.
Two of the WRC Developments cars taking its way through the corkscrew, still holding a solid 1-2 in the C1 class. So put them in good stead for next year's C1 24 Hours, which returns back at Silverstone.
Just we've been joined up here for quite a little while by John Hindhoff, trying to persuade John, but as anybody who knows John, he's very backward in coming forward. But we'll have a quick chat with John Hindhoff, because he's That's me off, you're on there. I was talking to James Cameron yesterday, John, and he accused you of having come to the first one of these and then never shown up again.
That's not quite true. I think I missed the last. I think I missed the last 3 or 4, but I was at the opening. I raced twice here. I raced at the first one.
Yes,
in a little Mazda.
You said you'd done that, but
and then I came back and raced in a Rover, front-wheel drive MG, and that was fun as well. And we did a few broadcasts, you and me, together from here, early days, and it's clashed with other things in recent years. But other than having to be in Wigan last night for my aunt's 80th birthday, I felt it was beholding on me to get here I got up early this morning and whizzed up and was here well in time for the service.
And I mean, as a race itself, I've been here for quite a few years now, it's expanded hugely over the years, but when you see it kind of 1 year after the next, you don't notice these things. But we've got a support race now involved, we've got the biathlon, the foolishness involved. Do you feel somehow that the whole event has grown in stature? Have you noticed that?
It's incredible, actually, how far it's come in what in motorsport terms is still a very short time. A decade is a short time in motorsport, particularly when you've been around as long as you and I, Paul. And it has the feel now of a properly established event. It's always on the same weekend, which helps. Date equity is something that a lot of series and events talk about a lot, and because you know when it's going to be, you plan for it. And everybody out here who's in the pit lane, or everybody who's watching and listening and says, oh, I'd quite like to go for this next year, well, you know when it's going to be already. So that really helps. And the absolute dedication to this from Jim Cameron, from Mission, from BRSCC, from everybody involved in all the teams, they take it very seriously, and so they should. I've just been saying, multi-class racing at this level in our country is quite unusual. And multi-class racing, the only way to learn multi-class racing is to do multi-class racing. And it's brilliant. And we need more races like this, actually, not to take anything away from the Race of Remembrance, but the Race of Remembrance is a brilliantly executed multi-class race, motor race. It's so much more than that. But if you're watching and listening now, you're watching and listening because of the motor racing, probably. This morning, we do the thing that's terribly important, which is the service of remembrance. But the racing is great here. And this is some people's Le Mans, isn't it? That's as close as I'm ever going to get a racing at Le Mans, probably.
I mean, I think there's a couple of things there. One is that it represents very good value for money because you get an awful lot of track time. Yes, you do have the sport race, but once that's out of the way, the Club Sport Trophy race is done and dusted, then you get a lot of track time for your money here. It's at the end of the season, so if you've had a car which you've raced all year and it's still in a fit state to go racing, it's a sensible way to round out the season.
Totally.
And as you say, you know when it's going to be, but it's a good way to round out the season. The thing that I find very difficult, I said to you off air, I love the Saturday. It's a great race. We go into the night. It goes dark so early, but running through till 10 o'clock, it feels like about 3 a.m.
Yes.
But then having to start again on Sunday, have the service of remembrance, and then get the race underway again. Somehow you have to really kick yourself into race mode again because you've just experienced, and you'll have seen the emotion, the raw emotion that you see during that service. And it is very rare that in a motor racing environment you see that level of raw emotion.
And the first year here, when I first saw drivers, ex-forces, with their medals on their race suits and their covers, their headgear on from whatever branch of the service, that I was gone at that point. And it was phenomenal to see. The clue's in the name, of course, the Race of Remembrance. It's an integral part in it. It is what makes this race unique, and the amount of people who want to get involved, the involvement and the integration with it. I'm here with a couple of guys from JLR. Dave Monks, who I've known for quite a long time, is part of he's massive Le Mans fan, part of our collective, and holds a quite senior position at Jaguar Land Rover now. There's the number 10 car just going past us, actually, on the front straight. And Dave and I went for a cup of coffee at Bicester when this was a nascent idea. He had an idea, he thought he'd got the XF, and basically we sat down and had a cup of coffee. And for me now to see this car running around here, and I know for Dave to see this car running around here, he's a guy who's engineered all kinds of terribly prestigious premium products in the automotive arena for pretty much every major premier motor manufacturer, and is now at JLR, and he's in his element here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to go back to his day job. I think we might have lost him. JLR might have lost him to motor racing altogether. And to see the motorsport community, the ex-Forces community and the automotive community all come together to get this XF on the track, and it's just been in the wall, and from being recovered to back out again, it was 9 minutes. The pit stop times have come down. Didn't quite crack the 4 minutes, 4 minute and 1 seconds, which Dave's very disappointed about. We'll be reviewing the video of that later for that. But to see how everybody's come together, that's why this race, this event, is so special, because it's not just the race, it's not even just the remembrance service, which is obviously so important, but it's about the community, it's about the passion, it's about the involvement of people from various different parts of the community.
And what you just described as the story behind that Jaguar can be repeated 54 times behind all the other cars.
100%.
Particularly with regard to the Subaru BRZ, which is out there, between the Operation Motorsport cars from North America. They all have their stories to tell. They're all providing a means for ex-servicemen to get back on their feet. And as I was saying to Jim Cameron last night, it's not just the servicemen themselves, but it's their families who respond to all of a sudden getting their dad back or their husband back in working order again, when they may well have been broken or written off, as some of the cars have been.
10 years ago, when I first sat down up at Stoneleigh with Jim Cameron, when there was this little idea about Mission Motorsport and potentially a motor race, to do a 15-minute interview with them to go on Midweek Motorsport that turned into an hour and 15 minutes about the broader issues of the covenant that we have with our armed forces as civilians, where we send them off to do the things that we don't want to think about, and sometimes they're not very nice, and sometimes they don't come back the same way that we went. It is beholding on us who don't go to make sure that when they come back, in whatever state they are, good, bad or indifferent, that they get looked after and get looked after properly. And that, to me, is an absolute key part of what we all do, and we all should do. And that's why this bridge between motorsport, automotive, but it's gone beyond that now with Mission Motorsport, with the Armed Forces Covenant, with the amount of people who Mission Motorsport have put into real cash money paying jobs down through the years. This is what started it. This is what began the ball rolling. And motorsport is literally, as the Padre said at the Service of Remembrance, this is the vehicle that gets people to engage again from that side of things. But it's also exciting. When we do the transition day at Silverstone in February, we get people to come and get involved, and we're dangling a chance to go and drive around the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. And it's a hook, but there's so much goes on behind it, Paul. And that's why it's so important. And that's why 10 years on, it's brilliant to see how the race has grown and how the movement has grown.
Absolutely. Great to have you here, John.
Lovely to be here.
It's only a slightly role reversal somehow, where I seem to be interviewing you rather
That's great.
than you interviewing me.
I've got to go back down and see if the car's gone in a minute.
We've been working together for so long now.
I heard you guys talking about Operation Motorsport and VIR for next year. We've been talking to those guys for a little while, Tiff and Diesel. We've known for ages, obviously, with the American Le Mans Series and now IMSA around the world, around the States and Canada, North American continent. That's a very, very exciting project. Their local representative, Greer, I know he'll be tuned in. Hello, Greer. He'll be making sure that the political side of things is right behind them in that part of the world. And VIR is a great track. And with the time zones, we might be able to do a dual broadcast, I reckon, with that, because they're going to be 5 hours behind at this time of the year next year.
I'm not going to think about that at this stage. We'll worry about that when we get to it.
I've just scrambled everybody's brain in production going, oh my God, how are we going to do
that? Anyway, great to have you up here.
Thanks,
Thank
Paul.
you for bringing Dave Monks up here as well with the Aston from Subaru, sorry,
Yeah.
Aston. Mine went blank and it began with an A. But thanks for coming up here. The other point that we must mention, because we'll give Scott the microphone back, because he has a vested interest in that Jaguar as well, because he is driving the Jaguar safety car back home this evening, provided they put it back together again after the replacement track world, which was stolen from his car, loaned from his car yesterday. So, purloined. So anyway, it's enabled the Jaguar to keep going, and it may just take a little while to get the car back before it's in a fit state for Scott to drive it home at the end of the race, which is not that far away now, because whilst we've been rabbiting on with Hindhoff, as always, the race just disappears. 19 minutes to go. The situation at the front hasn't changed, although the gap first to second has come down. Matthew Isherwood continuing to lap conservatively, we'll put it that way. However, the battle for Class B has become more interesting because into the lead of Class B has gone the Track Scotland Mini of Craig Dillon. So Craig Dillon has taken over in the lead of the race for Class B, and he's opened up a gap over Rob Walker of about 10 seconds. However, the way the timing screen works, it kind of flip-flops one way and the other. But by my reading of the timing, the way that the race will finish is that the Craig Dillon Track Scotland 2 Mini, the pink 155 car, just crossed the line now, and as it does so, completes 332 laps and is 14 seconds clear of Rob Walker's Lancaster Insurance Auto Test Mazda. Right, while all that was going on, Scott was taking a back seat, for the moment at least. Observations from your side, Scott?
One observation was I wasn't expecting doing a rundown, almost the Le Mans 24-hour style of the run order. Pause to hand over to Rob, turn around and see me as the Hindhoff stood behind me, because that was a bit of a oh cripes moment. but no, it's great to have John in the box. Met him for the first time today, and Eve as well. I've spoken to her a couple of times on the phone, so I'm sure they're listening around the circuit. So John, Eve, thanks for your time earlier on, and yeah, it's great to have them here, and it's just observing pretty much the race has just been ticking over as it should do, really. We've got 17.5 minutes plus a lap to go. No real change in any orders at all. It looks that we're kind of getting to that point, we whisper very, very cautiously, where we're getting to the point where positions are starting to become just about settled. Of course, it's never settled to the checkered flag totally, but everything is pretty much settling into the orders in which we feel it should be, although looking at some of the class battles, one of the closest ones is still looking at it, this scrap between the Track Scotland 2 Mini, you mentioned the Craig Dillon, and Rob Walker in the Lancaster Insurance Auto Test Mazda. That's 14.17 seconds on aggregate.
Yeah, I think Craig Dillon, having got ahead in the Mini, is going to be able to stay ahead unless the car is running short on fuel. I'm sure Rob Lewis is down there in the pits wandering around, but he may be able to. They won't give him any information because this race isn't like that, but there may be a little bit of worry on fuel consumption, but so otherwise, all other things being equal, the Craig Dillon Track Scotland 2 Mini should just about be able to pull away from Rob Walker. They've been lapping now for the last 40 minutes or so, with Craig Dillon lapping 2, 3 and sometimes 4 seconds a lap quicker than the Mazda. Behind, the other Track Scotland Mini has asserted itself in third place in the class. That's Michael Imrie currently at the wheel of the number 55 car. He started it back yesterday afternoon and is now back in the car for the final stint. The other thing which I don't think is going to happen, if you can predict something's not going to happen, is the battle between the two Anthony Seddon Racing BMW 116Is. Car 21 got itself ahead, as we heard from Mac Priestwood earlier on, largely as a result of the team miscalculating by half a second how long the pit stop should be, and being called in to serve a penalty for that short pit stop. Remember we talked about it at the time, and I thought the BRSCC might cut him some slack, but no, half a second was half a second, and they then had to come in to serve the penalty for a short pit stop, and that then relegated them back to second in class behind the number 21 car that they've been fighting with throughout the race. There's now a minute and a quarter between them. Now, Priestwood is lapping 2 seconds, 3 seconds a lap quicker than the number 21 car at the moment, which is George Heller. But I don't think that's going to be possible. Actually, I don't think it's going to be possible in the remaining time for Mac to be able to close the gap on George and make any change there. But Mac's the sort of guy, and he wasn't terribly eloquent on the microphone because I think he was just a bit astonished by the whole experience. But he certainly is a driver with a future, I think. And if you can find the right route through the sport, we've got a car sideways at Church, right in the middle of the road.
It's the 18 RAF Graduates BMW. That's one of the handful of BMWs that hasn't had the smoothest of runs throughout this race.
Didn't hit anything. Has got going again. There's another car on the grass coming out of Church. There's another of our military cars.
It's another BMW.
yeah, another BMW. They're rear-wheel drive, aren't they, these 116Is?
They are indeed.
And possibly get a little bit lively as the tyres wear, and rear-wheel drive, rear tyres do take a bit of a pounding.
I thought we were having a third BMW running wide for a second there, because one of the Yggdrasil BMWs looked as though it was kind of running a little too liberally to the outside of the circuit, and possibly reaching the grass, but I think it would have kept on without too much drama. I also noticed something rather amusing in one of the C1s. I think it's one that was maybe going through the shop, but it was definitely a black coloured C1, and the rear windscreen wiper has kind of fallen down, but it's still operational, so it's facing the wrong way, and it's actually rather than wiping the rear windscreen, or the rear boot lid, because it's all one piece of glass, it's now instead cleaning rather neatly the back bumper of the C1 instead, which is not sure how convenient that's going to be, but again, that's just, it's in kind of get to the end of ROR mode rather than going and fix it mode.
I don't think that will cause a black and orange flag, so as long as the thing is securely attached, which from the sound of it, it is. From what you say. So waiting for Matt Priestwood's BMW 34 to come through to just check what progress he might be able to make. I'm certainly impressed by the pace of Jason McAnulty in these closing stages. There goes Priestwood across the line now. 1 minute and 12 seconds is the gap, but that time around he and George Heller pretty much matching each other lap for lap, so they'll finish on the same lap, George and Mac, but I think the number 21 Anthony Seddon racing car is going to end up with the advantage. In the pits following that grassy moment is the number 18 BMW, Scott.
Yep, the RAF Graduates car in, also in as well for another bit of a final check over, well it looks as though at least hopefully, is the now fully rebuilt Rob Boston Racing Lotus after its dramas last night when it caught fire.
Yeah, car 119. Just wonder if Peter Mansfield is getting in that car for its final stop, putting oil in the car as well. And one of the problems that car has, the Rob Boston Lotus, having spent, how long was it, about 5 hours I think, out of the race, they still have to do 6 pit stops. It's not like you can kind of accumulate them, but instead of having to do 6 pit stops in 12 hours, they've had to put their 6 pit stops into just 7 hours pretty much. So as you say, they've had a trying weekend, and as we said at the time, a very disappointing weekend for Rob Boston, despite the success that he's likely to have in the Class B Mazda. He really wanted to win this overall, even if he wasn't in the car.
I think Peter Mansfield brought the car in, so whether or not they kept him out just for that final check over, we'll have to wait and see. Whether he's handed it instead over to either Ben Brooks or Sam Heading.
I suspect it will be Mansfield staying at the wheel. They've gone through the...
Oh goodness me.
Tell us.
That's the Fiat Panda, and that's had a fairly sizable impact. Hopefully the driver's okay, that's the primary concern. Now, I'm not going to try and speculate too much either who or what it's hit, but...
Yeah, it must have been another car, because it's directly opposite us, and he's far enough away from any barrier that the car has come to rest on the grass just to the right-hand side of the track. But immediately the safety car is deployed. We've got just under 10 minutes of the Race of Remembrance to go, and where he has stopped there is quite a long way away from any marshal's post, but the Peter Mansfield Lotus slows down significantly there as he goes past. Pleased to say the driver is now out of the Panda and is perfectly all right.
And thankful for it, because I give it as well.
Yeah, it's waving at the marshals to tell them what to do. I wonder, and we didn't see this happen, but I was looking at the tyre tracks that are on the grass there. I'm wondering if whoever was in the car had a moment on the grass and then hit another car as he tried to rejoin. That's pure speculation on my part, but I suspect that might have been what's happened, judging by the tyre tracks on the grass there. For it was Dean Lomas himself, so it's the car owner, certainly the owner of the team that runs the car, the number 25 Fiat Panda, who was in the car at the time. And Dean, as I say, I'm happy to say, is okay. He's out of the car and, as I say, gesticulating to the marshals and telling them his view of events. I said the car was off the circuit. It's not actually. It's got 2 wheels on the circuit. And Dean Lomas then, happy to be out of the car, removes his helmet and explaining to the marshal what he did, holds his thumbs up, cheer from the pit lane as Dean gives the thumbs up to the pit crew.
Oh, right. Not to speculate, but the number 14 Mazda's going through with a rather crumpled left-hand side, if you can see on the screen. Yeah, the door looks as though it's had taken a whack, as is the front wing. So again, not wishing to purposely put 2 and 2 together, but that's what about you? That's a bit of a telltale sign.
Because, let's say, Dean Lomas's contact was certainly with another car, with, yeah, that's a big impact on the side of the number 14, isn't it? And that's the car that, that's Rob Walker, that has just been overtaken by Craig Dillon. So Lancaster Insurance, the auto test cars, 2 of them were in very strong, challenging positions for Class B honours. All of a sudden, it's all gone rather wrong for the auto test team, with the number 14 car there of Rob Walker having that contact, and the other auto test car is the number 24 car, Oliver Graham, who is, we think, stopped out of the race. So all of a sudden, the last part of the Race of Remembrance hasn't gone at all well for the auto test team. So, yeah, the safety car deployed, and there is sufficient damage to that Fiat Panda. It's going to take a little while to tidy it up, and I just hope we're going to be able to get back to racing before the end of the race, because it's never good to end a race behind the safety car. But the rescue unit, BRSCC marshals quickly on the scene. The rescue unit is on the scene as well now, but they've only got a little over 6 minutes to recover this Panda. The auto test Mazda, undeterred by that stoved-in passenger door. Lucky it's on the passenger door. It's a right-hand drive car, of course, and is continuing anyway. I mean, he can continue. I suppose that's the good news for that car.
Yeah, they did see that the tyre was rubbing against the now slightly damaged wheel arch on the left-hand side, and actually just giving a bit of a thumbs up to the right. Now, instead of actually trying to get it on the low loader, it will still roll under its own wheels.
Remarkably.
So they are going to pull it away. So I think actually, again, solid work by the marshals and the recovery crews. I suspicious they're going to possibly recover it. Well, I think they'll try and recover it to as safe a place as they can get it in this point.
No, they'll run it down the service road, the link road that's used for the short circuit, and then return it to the assembly area.
So fingers crossed.
And then it's just a matter of getting the marshals from Target back to their target, the marshal's post there, from whence they've had to run quite a long way.
Yeah.
But very good news indeed there that Dean Lomas is okay, because as Scott was saying, that was a fairly substantial impact for the little Fiat Panda, and a very second-hand car being towed in with certainly evidence on the side of Rob Walker's car that it was him who was involved, but he stayed out there, and it's a wise decision if he can stay out there, because he's comfortable enough in second place in car 14, second place in Class B. It's the other Track Scotland car, which is third in the class, but he is 2 laps behind. So particularly when the safety car is out, however slow everybody is, they're all going at the same speed.
Safety car lights are out already, so they've cleared the Panda, it's out of the way, and so in quick fashion the marshals just getting back to their post. So I think thankfully, touchwood, all being well, with the last 4 minutes plus 1 lap, it looks like we are set to get a finish under green flag. Although one thing I'm noticing here, but it's just a late day, but it's getting a bit misty here at Anglesey, particularly around the top of the circuit, up at Peel and down this sort of section of track, but it's giving a nice sort of atmosphere to end off ROR 24. It's been a very memorable race for so many reasons, and I think this is going to be a fine way to finish it off. But now it's down to the Audi to pull the pin, get racing back underway, and finish this race in fine style with a flourish.
Yeah, we'll get 2 laps of the race under green flag, and then the extra lap, as you say, it being 12 hours plus 1 lap. Matt Isherwood just getting a little bit of a weave on there as he coming up across the start-finish line, just to make sure the tyres hadn't cooled off too much in that brief safety car period. George Grant going through there with the leading Class C car, the Clapham North Mazda, and then not very far behind him on the road is the Pink Mini, which is in its class lead, car 155, just going through the camera shot there a moment ago. There's the Audi. Out of the pits goes one or other of the Operation Motorsport North America cars. It was number 22, Robert Mao, making a late pit stop. And he is now back on the circuit. That's the Operation Motorsport USA car. Robert Mao having, I think, his first go at the Race of Remembrance. Yes, he is. A well-respected and experienced race driver, it says here. Competed in IMSA, SRO and NASA race series. I didn't even realise that NASA held race series. But he's raced BMWs, actually raced LMP3 in America, and has also raced in the GT4 America series. So one of the very quick Rookie of the Years is Robert Mao, a US Navy veteran. So we've had representation from the Air Force, we've had obviously Army folk and Navy as well, slightly in the minority here at Anglesey, but still well represented both from across the sea and here in the UK. Across the line goes Matt Isherwood again, completing his 360th lap, and this will be the penultimate lap. It would be the last lap, but there's a lap for the extra lap that's tagged on the end. The Race of Remembrance always does things a little bit differently. Rather than running to 12 hours, it runs 12 hours plus a lap and disappears through target, goes up towards the banking, turns nice late apex as he goes through the banking. The rest of the field coming out of the bus stop and crossing the start-finish line. There goes that Mazda with the stoved-in door. And the rest of the field, including the Rob Boston Lotus there in the mix, the blue Lotus Elise. And there's a rear shot of one of the Toyota GT86s, along with the Citroen 2CV just turning into the left-hander at target. Meanwhile, the pack funnels its way through the banking, named for obvious purposes. Rob Walker holding his hand up there and waving cars past him, knowing that he's very much in let's just get this car to the end mode. And so I don't think he need worry about being overtaken for second place in Class B. So Rob Walker having had a rather dramatic end to the race. I don't know quite whether anybody will be held at fault for the collision between the two of them, but it was a certainly substantial impact between the two of them, but fortunately without injury to either driver, and fortunately cleared up relatively quickly as well. Across the line to start his last lap goes Matthew Isherwood in the RAF Motorsport Audi TT, running on sustainable diesel fuel. They're going to load the car up into the truck, and the same fuel that brought that car through 12 hours of racing is going to go in the truck to take the car back to RAF Motorsport headquarters. He turns through the banking, heads back down into Church for the final time. It's been an absolutely faultless run from this car from the very start. Matthew Isherwood sharing the car with Ryan Parkin, who was quick yesterday. I don't think Ryan has actually driven the car today. Oliver Wayne doing his stints behind the wheel yesterday and today. Alex Smith did a good stint last night, bringing the car through the night to lead, and then starting the car first thing this morning, and then Matthew Isherwood taking the car over from Oliver Wayne after the completion of his stint. But the credit must be given to the whole of the RAF Motorsports team, because they've had an absolutely fabulous run with this car. They came to the Race of Remembrance with lots of cars here and high hopes, but quite a few nerves as well, I think, because they know how many things can go wrong. Chris Slater from the RAF team was very nervous about the car's propensity to use up its front tyres, but the weather has probably helped the car on that score. So he turns through the hairpin for the last time, comes past the old pits and down into the bus stop for the last time. Here he comes then, Matthew Isherwood in the number 7 Audi TT. He's led the race for much of the second part of it. Wasn't necessarily going to be the fastest car there, but takes the checkered flag, and a worthy winner indeed of the 2024 Race of Remembrance. A lot of joy on the pit wall, but after a race like that, there's joy tinged with relief as well that the car's made it to the finish. Finishing in third place, Jason McAnulty coming across the line there, and he can be happy with that. Finishing in third place, albeit a lap behind the Caterham that Don Henschel has shared with Steve McCulley, and a great result as well for the Leos Racing Caterham team. Car number 97 coming in with just two drivers, Steve McCulley and Don Henschel. Then Don doing a great stint at the end of the race to hold off the challenge represented by Jason and David McAnulty, and but for that one lap penalty that Jason and David received for exceeding the drive time limit, as the number 90 BMW almost finishes the race off the circuit, but just manages to drag the thing back onto the track across the finish line. There goes in the number 14 Rob Walker, finishing second in Class B. We've already had the Class C winner across the line, George Grant. Absolutely magical result for George, sharing the driving with Will Blackwell Chambers and Rob Boston, the three drivers of the number 69 Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5, finishing in fourth place overall. That's a remarkable performance from a Class C car. 12 laps behind the overall winner, but still great result there for George and his co-drivers. Finishing in fifth place was the relay team. We kind of overlooked them, but they had a pretty uneventful run in the number 77 team of Caterhams. Wes Payne sharing the driving with Paul Herndon, Darrell Cresswell, Tim Steele, Alan Curtis and Harry Eyre, all having their turn carrying the baton for Caterhams, and finishing in fifth place overall. In sixth place and second in Class C, the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5. Stuart Humphrey being joined by experienced drivers Martin Rich and Alex Capadia, and they finished second in class, but a very creditable sixth place overall. And in seventh place, one could argue even more creditable result for Craig Dillon of the Track Scotland team, car 155, car that didn't even participate in qualifying due to having various issues with its engine, but great work from the Track Scotland team, and having started the race in 55th place at the very back of the grid for the Track Scotland team 24 hours ago. They come home as class winners, so all credit to Track Scotland. You can see a saltire there being wrapped around one of the teams, who's absolutely delighted with that result. That's a great result for Track Scotland, winning their Class B, thanks to the driving efforts of Craig Dillon, who was sharing with Adam Kindness, Adam Morrison and Lowell Forsyth, who all did their share of driving, with Craig very rapid towards the end there and getting ahead of Rob Walker's Lancaster Insurance Auto Test Mazda, which, despite having that coming together with the Fiat Panda towards the end of the race, managed to hang on to second place in Class B and 8th place overall. In 9th place overall and 3rd in Class C was the Paul Sheard Motorsport Mazda. Number 2 had a relatively unscathed run of it, did number 2, with Nick Duggill, Alex Livesey and Adam Zieber, and they finished in 9th place overall. And then in 10th place was the other Track Scotland Mini, finishing in 3rd place in its class. In the BMW class, a win in the end for the number 21 Anthony Seddon racing car. George Heller bringing the car to the flag first, finishing in the end 1 lap ahead of Mac Priestwood, who did his best to recover the lost time, but in the end the extra pit stop was more than they could deal with. So a win for Anthony Seddon racing in the BMW class. Down in the pit lane is Rob Lewis. Rob.
What a race, what a fantastic Race of Remembrance in 2024, and its results with the RAF taking home the victory on sustainable diesel. They really have proven that sustainable fuel can be the way forward in motorsport. Let's have a wander around and have a chat to the team and to some of the drivers now. The team are just debriefing in here now. That's not quite the trophy these guys are looking for. What's going on here?
That's a nice job,
That was one of the many jobs you guys had to fix last night. Ryan, I'll come to you first as part of Dark Side. Phenomenal effort. A car racing to victory with the RAF on sustainable fuel.
Yep. It's a good story all round, I think.
The race as it unfolded, you had lots of little bits to fix overnight. What were those issues?
Oh, you're better off asking mechanics, really. I went and got some sleep thinking I were driving today, and then all the drivers had got their heads together and said that they didn't want me to drive this morning. No, in all seriousness, it didn't work out that way. That we didn't want to do an extra stop so I could get a go. But yeah, they did a lot of stuff. They had to radiator change. A wheel bearing had failed early on in the race on the first day for some strange reason. Brake pads all round, full spanner check, loads of other little bits and bats. More than I'm listing, I'm sure. But yeah, 4 o'clock in the morning was the time I was told. So yeah, a big effort from the guys, and yeah, the drivers. It's worked out perfect. I think the RAF couldn't have chose a better set of drivers to jump in. Everybody jumped in the car and we in a couple of laps were comfortable in there. They all come back and said the car was nice and easy to drive, and it's lasted. The gearboxes early on in qualifying, that is really bad, but other than that, yeah, really happy how everything's gone.
Got through all the issues. Congratulations there, Ryan. A wonderful driving team. I want to speak to this man because he's one of the people instrumental for putting this programme together with the RAF, with alongside the likes of Chris Slater. You must be absolutely thrilled.
Absolutely. About 3 weeks ago, that fuel has been used to test our green fleet, our large trucks, whether we can use biodiesel. And here we are winning a race in the same car, using the same fuel in a car supplied by Darkside and supported by Central Fund, our sponsors, who believe the fact that we should be doing sustainable motorsport, sponsors us to get this car out here, and here we are with a car that's a first to get something done like that. It's quite impressive. It's always a team effort, as you know. And I'd like to thank BRSCC for running a great event again, Race of Remembrance, but it's a win for everybody who's come here again, as always. But to get home first with that car, first time out, is quite impressive.
It's quite the setup here, and you can see the team in the background. There's a lot of people here, a lot of moving parts that come together to bring this programme to the fore.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we like team events. Team events bring the best out of people. It actually shows that motorsport is not about the driver, it's about getting the team together, all the back end stuff that makes it happen, because as you heard, there was a lot of work in the background. But the car on track, the team at the back end, all comes together to make a good effort, and in this case, a win.
A win indeed. Congratulations there. A magnificent effort from the RAF team. They've got many cars out there this weekend. Just take a little look round at a lot of the people in this room. In fact, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go and see the Gentle Giant once again, Chris Slater. I'll get your final words on it, Chris.
Hi.
Great win.
Thanks very much. It's a big weekend, isn't it? Biggest weekend of the year for us. I think we got pipped by about 23 seconds by the Navy and the 116s out of the military teams, because that's obviously pretty competitive for us. But for a group of novices, that 2 of them have never driven before, and the first race is at night in Wales in November, they've done really well. We've obviously all worked really well together, and just Team Buzzing Garage has been really good all weekend. Everybody's done a great job.
Same job again next year?
Possibly.
That'll be the plan.
Thanks very much.
Fantastic, Chris. Fantastic. Let's have a little walk around now. Let's see who we've got buzzing around these garages, because a formidable effort from the RAF Motorsport team. We've spoken to them several times. I want to speak to Operation Motorsport. It's going to be their last time here in the UK at this event, because of course they're going to Virginia. So once again, I want to grab a word with some of the Operation Motorsport people behind the scenes. 2 of the people that I would have aimed for anyway, Mike Stillwagon and Matt. Straight away, I'll aim for you 2. We've got driver, team manager. Guys, how was that race for you? I'll go.
Oh, that was a great race. Like, outstanding. Like, the amount of work the crew put in. Like, hurting, limping, just keep pushing. And, you know, like, our partners like CrowdStrike, they really came forward, and they're what helped make these veterans give the opportunity to succeed. And they, like, just the opportunity to show that they can keep doing it and they can keep going at it. It's just impressive to watch.
Very impressive to watch. And Mike, your job behind the wheel is done. How was your race?
It was outstanding, really. This crew is unbelievable. What they were able to pull off last night when we lost all our brakes. We literally had nothing left. Almost put the car on a ball. But I think with 28 minutes and a full brake change, calipers, rotors, pads, everything. It was outstanding. I thoroughly enjoyed sitting there in the car, watching it happen. And every once in a while, I got a sneak peek at the TV behind me while I was sitting in the car, and it was being broadcast. But I'm so proud of these guys, the way they come together throughout the week. It's always been a magical event, and just very proud to be a part of it and part of the healing process.
Outstanding effort, gentlemen. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure having you at Anglesey, and I'm sure our paths will cross again soon. Thank you very much, gents. Right, let's have another walk around the garages and see who else we can catch up with. Lots of people around the Operation Motorsport team here. I think everyone is starting to get set up down at Parc Fermé, if I'm honest. Everyone's obviously in pack-up mode as well, the RAF Motorsport team. All the cars are over in Parc Fermé, so I think it's time to wrap up. It always feels like it goes so quickly. Indeed, it has done. So from the bottom of my heart, it's a very, very big thank you from myself, Robert Lewis, from Scott Woodwist, from Paul Truswell up in the commentary box, from the wonderful team at Alpha Live and the BRSCC. This has been the Race of Remembrance 2024. It was all about perseverance, and perseverance this year is going home to the RAF. Goodbye.